Hello. Hello. How are we today? It is Sunday, my dudes. It is Sunday. We are here again. I want to actually do a quick I know I like said it was gonna be like Final Fantasy 14, but right now I want to go quickly into just chatting for just a second, because I saw something on Twitter, and I've not really talked about it too much, I don't think. But I'm kind of learning a little bit about Pathfinder. I don't know too much, but I know that there's a remaster happening. And one second, I'm just kind of checking out vBridger, and it's kind of being a little silly. So let me. There we go. There we go. So, I kind of want to look over this stuff. They're taking out the OG. They're taking out the LGL stuff from Pathfinder. Oh yeah, no, I know that. They're kind of doing their own sort of thing now. But Phoebe Bain on Twitter yesterday released a thread, kind of doing a preview. Like, did a preview thread of like the new Pathfinder remaster. So I don't know too much about Pathfinder. Again, I'm still very, very new to it and still learning. I've never even played a game. But I kind of want to look at it. I want to see if I can try to understand it, because I've been trying to learn how to read these books. And big news, I've heard about Starfinder. I've heard that there's now going to be a Starfinder 2E, and that it's going to be pretty compatible with the remaster of Pathfinder, which is cool. So, I don't know really too much about Starfinder. It just seems like the space version of Pathfinder. But that could be, that could be, like, seriously, I forgot my coffee. Oh, God. Oh, God, I forgot my coffee. Oh, it's probably gonna be bitter as fuck now. You're not supposed to leave coffee in a French press for, like, forever. It's gonna probably be disgusting. Actually, no, it's not bad. Okay, good. Cool. Still salvageable. Sweet. I did not absolutely ruin my coffee. I can just leave it in the French press. Cool. Anywho. But, yeah, so I don't know too much about it, but I kind of wanted to go over it. So if there's anybody here who knows more about Pathfinder than I do, then awesome, because maybe you guys can help me understand certain things. So we will first go to our over here, and then let us. That is not what I want to show. Here we go. There we go. Okay, so let me go burr. There we go. So I don't know too much where to start here, but I am curious. So it says here, Player Core 1 is 466 pages with 8 classes, all the spells, example of play, walkthrough character creation, equipment, all that jazz, as well as the updated formatting for more ease of use. Below you shall see the original one on the left and the newer updated on the right. So obviously it's like not super high def, obviously, unless I probably open it on a new tab. So this is what it used to look like. The GM has the final say. If you're never uncertain about apply a rule, GM decides, of course. Of course, Pathfinder is a game, so when adjusting the rules, the GM is encouraged to listen to everyone's point of view and make a decision that is both fair and fun. So this is, I guess, what this used to look like. Whereas now it looks like this. So, playing the game, checks. So now they kind of have like a little thing right here that's a bit better. I mean, that little table of contents on the bottom is alright, but now they used to have just playing the game, and now they've kind of broken it up a little bit. So now they've broken up into the checks, attacks, like all that stuff. So roll d20, attribute modifier, bonuses. So they have this to kind of help you understand. Okay. And then the Ancestry and Classes page has been updated to introduce all the new core ancestries and versatile heritages that made core, like Leshies, Orcs, and Nephilim. Nephilim are replacing Tieflings and Asmirs and lets you mix and match both. Orc feats got updated to feel stronger, etc. So core ancestries and versatile heritages that made core. So now you've got you got your dwarf, elf, gnome, goblin, halfling, human, leshy, orc. Versatile heritages, you've got changeling. Now it's Nephilim because, again, they said there's no longer tieflings. Which says here, Nephilim are influenced by the divine magic of the outer sphere, often with fiendish or celestial features. And then mixed ancestry. So, and then this goes into, tells you what page to go into when it comes to making this. And then it goes here to classes. Okay. What's next? They don't want people to be horny anymore, do they? I don't think that's the case, because it says here they still have horns. And, like, the little picture here for Nephilim. So I guess they just... Oh, it's a joke. Oh, sorry. So I guess it just seems like they're just smashing. They're just smashing both together and being like, okay, well, Asmirs are, like, touched by divinity in some way. And freaking Nephilim are, like, and Tieflings are touched by, like, the bad things plane. So, fuck it. Just smash them together. They're pretty much the same with a different coat of paint. It's just they're just recolors. Let's just make them one thing. So I understand why they did that. And I guess in this case to kind of not make it feel like they're preferring to erase one over the other, they just decided to do away with both terms and go with Nephilim. I feel like people are still going to call them tieflings. Because tiefling is, especially when it comes to like tabletop culture and things like that, it's just very ingrained. So I'm not quite sure. Leshies are immortal nature spirits placed in small plant bodies seeking to experience the world. I've always seen them be pretty different, and 5e did a good job of showing that, but I am interested in what they do here. Yeah. So, and then we have the orc. Halflings, short, people who exhibit remarkable curiosity and humor. Okay, goblins are short, scrappy, energetic people who have spent millennia maligned and feared. Okay. And then you've got like your little bit touch up on races and stuff. Okay. I'm also hoping to beef up the witches' curses that they were pretty meh before. Okay, and then they go a little bit here into the Leshy stuff. I guess they just to show that it's now a thing. And it's funny, because I know Lynn and I have talked about this. So, like, they're looking at here, like, the heritages of what you can be. Like, a cactus Leshy, a fruit Leshy, a fungus Leshy. Whereas, like, with D&D, you just had Leshy. You would just have the race. But this, it has, like, sub-races. And that's funny because that's something that Logan does when he writes his books. Like, the Kitsadria and the Crystal Tiefling and all the other things that are coming with the setting guide and stuff like that. So, this is essentially kind of one of the few things that Lynn is like, yeah, no, when Logan writes his books, he's pretty much writing for Pathfinder. he's writing very Pathfinder-y things into 5e. Like, tieflings now have, like, 9 in 5e. 5e does have a lot of sub-races. Oh. See, I only have what's in the player's handbook, so if there's any new additions in, like, other books and stuff, I wouldn't know. But they've got here, so So that's cool. And then they've got orcs. So orc heritages, society. Obviously, just like talking about them. Hit points, size, medium, small. So like they've added these. So now the up. Oh, and then here are the Nephilim.
All right.
Oh, hi. I found a preview thread of like the Pathfinder remaster stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just going over it. You want me to share screen?
Sure.
All right, one sec. I'm gonna go back to the beginning.
I haven't talked about it, but they also released a teaser for Pathfinder or Starfinder 2E.
I had the this person hasn't talked about that yet. They mostly only talk about Pathfinder and other stuff, but yeah. So I like the share screen there. So this is what the core rulebook page used to look like.
Okay.
And apparently now this is what it looks like. And I like that they kind of section things off a little bit more. Obviously, I'm not. It doesn't look. To me, it doesn't look that much different, but it seems like they like sectioned off things a bit better. It's still a fuck ton of fucking word soup, but I like that they kind of made the headers more likely to like more easy to see. And again, how they like on the sidebar here, they kind of sectioned it off because before it was just freaking playing the game and then game mastering, but it's just like there's so many things that go into playing the game. What is what is this? Whereas this, it kind of goes into the overview, checks, attacks, defenses, perception, skill checks. God, I remember first learning 2E. There was so much text and it wasn't formatted great. Yeah, so it seems like they're really kind of realizing that formatting matters in terms of like blocking out your text walls so that people can like parse them bit by bit and try to understand without just going to the next one. Again, this still looks like word soup to me, but someone who's probably more well versed in the old book will probably look at this one and be like, oh yeah, this is a lot easier. So that's what I think is the thing. So
It's okay. I went to community college for English, so I know how to read books.
Then they said here, the Ancestry and Classes page has been updated to introduce all new core ancestries and versatile heritages. They made core like Leshies, Orcs, Nephilim. Nephilim are replacing Tieflings and Asmirs and lets you mix and match both. Orc feats got updated to feel stronger too. So you've got your ancestries and then your versatile ancestries. At least it isn't White Wolf where the mechanics are all sprinkled between lore.
White Wolf is Vampire the Masquerade, and also Werewolf, and also Hunters, and also Mages. They're four completely different mechanic sets, all for the the World of Darkness setting, which is just mostly Vampire the Masquerade you ever talk about.
Type Moon. Okay.
Yeah, that too.
So
also,
then,
I like how they just turned half Orc and half Elf to mixed.
yeah. And now it's just mixed.
I like that. It's like, yeah, because it can happen. It's just really, it's rare. Some things are rarer than others.
Yeah, because it's like, I get that they were like half orc, half elf, and just make that its own race. But that's the thing of, again, like, anything can be a half orc. Yeah. Anything can be a half elf.
Gnomes and half dwarves and even half the Tiefling and Aasimar.
So like, all the races can fuck.
Half Dragonborn.
All the races can fuck.
Which are, I guess, half dragon. It's a whole thing. But
yeah,
no, I like those kinds of things. Also, when's the Dragonborns? I really wonder.
Yeah, there's no Dragonborns. I was gonna say, like, D&D has a Dragony born, and he's not here.
Yeah, well, half dragon ancestries. There's like sorcerers that have it, but not like physical.
Where's the lizard men's? Where's the scaly?
There are lizard folk. That is an ancestry, but they're different than dragons and Dragonborn.
Yeah.
I call it a Ruxia, and they are fucking adorable. Look at their faces. They sometimes have little fins.
Yeah, so they and then they show like the Leshy page, which I'm guessing is like
that's a nice Leshy. That's a birchwood Leshy, I think.
They show here cactus, fruit, fungus, gourd, leaf, lotus root, and seaweed.
Yeah.
So I don't know which one it is here because they don't really say. They're not like a blah 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 Leshy.
Also, I like cactus. I love cactus Leshies because you can just be a cactar now.
Hell yeah. Like,
Okay.
is that a waifu? Like, so I'm looking at this, and this already kind of reminds me of Logan's books, where it's like the race, and then you go into the description, the society, the beliefs, and that's probably something D&D does too. So it's not too far off. It's a very just a good
It's mostly
format.
hidden. It's mostly hidden in deeper lore for things like society and what people think of you and
Yeah.
beliefs. But
So,
I do like the you might and others probably. Others like you might be like this or not, and others might think like this of you just by outward appearance.
so I like how they kind of have this formatted again, like overall society, relation to other players, things like that, and then what you can be. I like that they have this right here: hit points, traits, languages, a trip. I like that they have this. This is kind of like like in the nutshell sort of thing here.
Yeah. Here's
Of
all the core things you need to worry about when you pick Leshy as your thing.
yeah. So this
That's nice.
is kind of cool. I like that. Because before I read all of this, I'm going to look at this. Like, give me the
As most
nutshell
people.
version before I start devoting my time to reading this.
Yeah.
So I
Most
like
people look
that.
at- I think most people would look at races and classes as like a same thing of they want to try and synergize a little.
Yeah.
And
So
if they think like, okay, this looks neat, well, let me read what this shit actually means.
yeah. Before they commit to it. So I like that they have this. I don't think the player's handbook has this. Something like a little sidebar like this.
They do.
They do?
The board does
Okay.
have stuff like that.
Okay. I'm trying to remember like my player's handbook. I don't want to go get it. It's over there, but I don't want to. But I don't remember having anything like this here where it's just like, yo, do you have just a block I can read that just gives me in a nutshell of what I get before I decide on what sort of character and thing to go
I'm gonna
for?
open up my core rule book of signatures which I have, and I'm gonna open up the fucking Captain Races. Come on.
Yeah. So yeah, I only have the player's handbook. So the player's handbook, you know what? Fuck.
Yeah, the player's handbook has it.
I'm
It's the
gonna
exact same
okay.
setup.
I'm gonna fucking grab that.
I just opened up the first one. with
Fucking
Goblin.
grab my
It's right there.
goddamn D&D textbook. That's what these fucking feel like to me. It just feels like school. Um,
It's just something. It's just I like having things on my shelves.
I like having bookshelves and stuff too. It's a lot. I feel like it still
Oh,
feels
yeah,
like a
it
text.
is.
It still feels like a textbook.
And not nearly as expensive. College.
You freaking bought college textbooks?
Sent it.
I pirated.
Oh, I didn't know what wonders of illegal activity I can do.
You could just like search up the ISBN and then
Well,
PDF.
yeah, I know now, but not back in 2012. I didn't know that.
Or you could like, or I used to
Oh
go
my
on.
god, it's been 11 years since I went to college.
Or you can like go on eBay or on Amazon and you could buy them used. That's what I did. My first ever semester, I bought textbooks and was like, this is bullshit. And then as I proceeded with college, I learned like all the life hacks to pay like nothing for them. But yeah, so like, okay, so step by step, let me just go to a race. So I'm looking at human, a broad spectrum, variety. They don't really have something like that. They kind of don't. When I mean like, again, like this sidebar that tells you attributes, speed,
Oh wait, were you
size.
talking about D&D or the old version of the Pathfinder book?
I don't have a Pathfinder book, dude.
Oh, I didn't know. I thought you did have a Pathfinder.
No,
book. I'm
I
sorry.
don't. I don't know anything like about Pathfinder.
I think you had a fucking RPG book. I just know which one it was.
I
was reading the original 2E
No,
book.
I don't have it. I only have the D&D Player's Handbook, which is what I'm kind of comparing it to. Just because, like for example, I'm looking at human, and it just kind of has, okay, so it does have like heritages and like sub races. Like I'm looking at human, and it has like, Eastern. It has like Damaran. It has Eluskin. It has Mulan. It has Rashemi. It has Sho. So it has like kind of like races, like sub races. So that's cool, but it doesn't have like this little sidebar of like, okay, well, how many hit points do I start with? How big can I be? What's my speed? It doesn't have that. You kind of have to look for it, and even then, it doesn't tell you.
So in terms of 5e mechanically that way, races don't dictate hit die. Class does.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Okay.
In
Yeah, so
Pathfinder, it's a mix of both determines your health pool.
yeah,
And
so
force.
yeah, so 5e doesn't have anything like that. But this it has a kind of in a nutshell thing, which I don't particularly mind because it gives me a starting point. It gives me a starting point, and then as you fuck around with stats, I'm guessing it changes and fluctuates. And again, I like that it gives you like the traits that you get, any feats like plant nourishment, low light vision. I think that's kind of cool. And then orc, again, they're the same little thing here. Attribute boost, 2 free attribute boosts. Again, physical description, society beliefs, heritages. I like the format is what I'm really getting down to. I like the format. It's very friendly. It's very approachable. I like that they've got the lore, all the lore-y shit on the left, and then all the kind of flavor and then mechanical stuff on the side. So I like how it's blocked. It's well blocked. Then they have Nephilim. So what do they do with Nephilim here? They've got Angelkin, God, fucking otherkin, and then Nephilim. Okay, so they've got.
I think it's neat how it's not just they divvied up, like changed what Azamar and Tieflings are called.
Mm-hmm.
They actually divvied up based on the different kind of celestial, different kind of fiend that they could be part of.
Yeah. So
there's like different celestials I see there, and different fiends I see.
Yeah.
It's great.
Let me just really quickly also, even though
I also like that Pathfinder divvies them up in terms of law, neutral, chaos, in terms of both celestial and fiend type creatures. It's not just devils and demons, it's demons too, which are just raw emotion made manifest, and they want to break everything.
Yeah.
Which I like that, and whatever the fuck the neutral version of the celestials are, I actually haven't read too much of those.
Yeah, so looking at this really quick, it's a little blurry on your guys' side, but I can still read this. So it says here, well, yeah, I'll just read it. Countless legends tell of mortal dealings with immortal beings and the children born from those encounters. These children, known as planar scions, are mortals who inherit the supernatural essence of another plane, which manifest through their distinctive physical features and otherworldly powers. This section presents rules for Nephilim, planar scions, who can trace their extraplanar heritage back to celestials, fiends, monitors, and other entities, who often become involved in the religious affairs of mortals. So, and then I guess another lore block here. Hi, Lynn. How we doing?
Hi.
I'm looking at some of the little Pathfinder preview stuff that Phoebe Bane put, which I know Phoebe Bane also has a.
I had to finish some stuff up before I could join, but God it did.
Yeah, hell yeah. Don't worry, I've been going relatively really slow. We'll probably look back on other things too, because I don't know how long this preview is. But I'm gonna also shout out. Oh, they're not. What is? Hold on. What is her Twitch? What is Phoebe's Twitch? Oh, Phoebe Bane VT. That's what it is. Okay, let me do this properly now. Shout out, and then Phoebe Bane. Oh no, it's all lowercase. Phoebe Bane VT. So they're someone that I follow because they always talk about Pathfinder stuff, and they're really good at simplifying it. So it's a little bit easier to understand, and me and them have interacted on and off on Twitter. They seem to be very, very nice. I personally don't know them, but they seem very, very nice. They mostly run like TTG, educational something kind of on the same line of Melissa Belladonna or Melissa Tiefling, but on the more Pathfinder edge. I don't know how often they stream, but they're pretty active on Twitter. So
also, another win Lynn got recently.
Yeah?
Society removed the point cost from Tiefling, just like I thought they would, so dodged that bullet successfully by waiting.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
It sucks that they're kind of getting rid of Tiefling altogether, though.
It's not really gone, it's just renamed.
Yeah, it's just renamed, but
Which Nephilim sounds way fucking cooler anyway. Though
really.
it does give me, in my brain, in my dumb fucking nerd brain, when I hear Nephilim, I think angel human hybrid, not devil.
I think,
But
well, the actual idea, yeah, I think of DMC. I think of DMC. Nephilim, the word itself, Nephilim, is initially has been the bond between a human and a devil and an angel. That's what a Nephilim is.
Yeah, the dark side is right.
So, well, that's just kind of, I think, how it always was until people kind of bent that too.
Nephilims were angels and humans.
Nope.
Or I could be wrong.
Nope. They were always the mix, the union of angel and demon. Original were the giant offspring of fallen angels.
That might have been.
Yeah, and then it kind of, let me just like.
And then Diablo happened.
Yeah.
They didn't help. They didn't help clear anything up either. Fucking damn it.
Yeah. So then it became But yeah, one of the more popular iterations of Nephilim have been the bond between an angel and a demon, because it's considered so forbidden, which kind of give the Nephilim a bit more of like a more of a unique kind of idea, because it's like angels and devils are never supposed to be together, and then they did this, and then you can add a more forbidden, edgy, broody aspect to them because they're these things that are theoretically not supposed to exist.
I love my favorite thing is thinking that a fallen angel is different than a normal angel.
Yeah, they're just
it's just angels fucking. it's just
yeah. So before we go back to,
From what I understood, Nephilim is basically just them pulling Edismar and Tiefling under the same classification.
Yeah, they're just the same thing now. Which I understand. I went into a little bit earlier when I was looking through this, and before Anthony came in, where when you really think about it, an Asmir is just essentially heavenly touched beings, whereas Tieflings are more dark planier touched beings. So then it's like, what's the difference? The coat of paint. Just they're the same shit. It's just a it's just a recolor. So it's
I was gonna say my favorite.
It's another of those scrubbing D&D terms things as well.
Yeah,
it's that. But one funny thing I do know about 5th D&D Azamar, that's I don't know if it's in this one. I haven't really looked into those too much, but I know that Azamar children, which are typically half celestial creatures, whatever their celestial parent is either constantly in psychic communication with them to force them to be their alignment at all waking hours and sleeping hours, or they're just never around. They're just like abandoned. One or the other. And I fucking love the idea that a celestial is constantly trying to force someone to be good, and they just try to be as evil as possible as a form of rebellion.
So
yeah,
says,
helicopter divine daddy, because it's almost always the father.
Oh yeah.
It's not phase, Dad. I'm just evil.
Cerberus said, I just realized something for speaking. Can you say forbidden? Forbidden. Forbidden. So it's kind of, when it comes to like Spanish speaking English, everything is kind of held back in the throat. So like English would be like forbidden, but like cuando en español no usa mucho el f, so it's forbidden. It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird when you like listen to it. It's forbidden.
Brother.
The F isn't as strong, I guess, is the best way to put it. Take this head gallon. Thank you. But then here, Asmir are chosen ones, Tieflings are cursed bloodlines. Same shit!
Yeah, no real difference.
Oh, I forgot to log in to mix it up. Hold on, I'll get that head gallon on right away. Yeah, it's just, Asmirs are chosen ones.
Even then,
like, because really, what's a cursed bloodline but a chosen one you didn't agree to be? A chosen one you didn't sign up for.
What is stopping a tiefling to become a paladin and a celestial touch one to be a genocidal maniac? There's nothing stopping either thing.
Asmir won't have Asmir children. Well, okay, I get that. Hold on one sec. Let me go to channel points real quick, and let's put in head gallon.
Not with that fucking mentality they want.
It's a thing of, again, it's also like Lynn said, it's scrubbing D&D terms. Again, there are some people that seem to be a little bit upset that they're not called tieflings anymore, but what's stopping you from just calling them tieflings at the table?
We call them big old babies.
But, yeah, and then I mentioned how I really like the format of the page. I like that they've got all the lore bits, like the overall societal lore bits, here, and then they've got, like, your heritages, and then they have this block here where they kind of give you the, in a nutshell, mechanically. I like how they have that. I think that's a good thing. I think it's very, very friendly to new players. It's not as intimidating. You can just, again, you can take your time to read the lore, or you can take your time to read this, or if you're kind of like me sometimes, you just want to get to, like, the meat and potatoes of it, and then if you're like, yeah, this sounds good, then you read all this. Then you read the orc, the freaking heritages and stuff. Let me get a general idea. Like, this block here is your first impression. And if the first impression makes through, then let's talk about all your shit. So I like that. But Nephilim says here, I was just kind of reading through this because I kind of want to see what they're kind of explaining, because I'm guessing they've changed some of the lore of this to now suit the renaming. So a faithful priest of Aristil is visited by an angel in his youth, and many years later he fathers a child with the head of an elk and a birthmark shaped like Aristil's religious symbol, a bow and arrow. A powerful sorceress prevents an incursion from the outer rifts, but a sliver of demonic power infuses the child she carries, who is born with fangs and a pair of tiny horns. A plain-year caravan travels the multiverse until its ranks are filled with children who possess devilish horns and angelic halos. These children, known as Nephilim, possess the ambition and capacity for growth and change inherent in their mortal forebears, while also possessing some portion of the power and appearance of their immortal entity, or entities whose energies influence their bloodline. Nephilim are difficult to categorize by nature. Some possess both demonic and angelic traits, while others possess abilities that defy the neat categories of scholars. Many Nephilim do have traits that strongly point to their lineage, though. Nephilim who carry the power of archons, sometimes known as lawbringers, may display golden eyes or flaming auras, while Nephilim descended from devils, known as hellspawn, may have red skin and hooved feet. While the term Nephilim broadly describes these individuals, some cultures use the name Empyrean or Cambion to refer to Nephilim with celestial influence or fiendish influence, respectively. Other Nephilim sometimes earn the names of Aphrite or Gonzi through this entry. Only focuses on Empyreans and Cambions. It's a little bit blurry because I'm guessing they didn't want to put like high def scans. If you want a character who is supernaturally infused with the power of the outer planes, whose appearance is striking and notable, and whose personal connections might extend beyond the bounds of the universe, you should play a Nephilim. You might have a strong sense of self-confidence due to the power or influence of your extraplanar heritage. Lean into or rebel against your perceived extraplanar nature, embracing angelic goodness or twisting demonic rage towards better ends. Find that building relationships with others is difficult, but treasure those who value you for who and not what you are. Others probably assume you face numerous challenges or gained unfair advantages due to your heritage, mistake you for an agent of an holy or unholy organization, think you have associations with powerful extraplanar creatures, potentially trying to bargain with you for power of their own. Okay. Neato. And then we've got Nephilim Uncommon Heritage. So it's considered an uncommon heritage, I guess. Your nature is influenced by celestials, fiends, or monitors. This manifests as a combination of features that belie your heritage, such as golden eyes, a halo, horns, or a tail. You gain the Nephilim trait in addition to the traits from your ancestry. You gain low light vision, or you gain dark vision if your ancestry already has low light vision. You can choose from Nephilim feats and feats from your ancestry wherever you gain an ancestry feat. Following feats are available in Nephilim characters, lineages. We've got Angelkin, Grimspawn, Hellspawn, Lawbringer, Muse Touched. Muse touched, not musset.
There we go.
Musset touched. I was like, what the fuck's a musset? Fuck. What?
Mustn't touch.
Look, I can't read. And Pitborn. Okay, so it says here, and this is feat 1. I'm guessing it goes into the next page, it goes into more stuff, but obviously this is a preview, so they're not showing everything. Let's see. You descended from an angel, a winged messenger from Nirvana, or one of the other celestial realms. You gain the trained proficiency rank in society. If you would automatically become trained in society from your background class, for example, you instead become trained in a skill of your choice. You know the Empyrean language, and you gain the multilingual skill feat. Grimspawn. Your lineage traces back to a demon, one of the manifestations of horrific forms of death that devour souls with their foul home of Abaddon. Abaddon. As a result, you cling tenaciously to the last shreds of your own life force. You gain the Die Hard General feat.
Oh, yeah.
Alright, Hellspawn. Your lineage descends from devils, conniving schemers of hell. You're as skilled at noticing lines and twisted wordings as you are at constructing them. You are trained in deception and legal lore. If you are already trained in deception from your background or class, for example, you instead become trained in a skill of your choice. You also gain the Lie to Me skill feat. Lawbringer. You trace your lineage to Archons, guardians of the 7-tiered mountain of heaven, and nurturers of law and virtue within mortals. You gain a +1 circumstance bonus to saves against emotion effects, and you roll a success on a save against an emotion effect. You get a critical success. And if you roll a success on a save against an emotional effect, you get a critical success instead.
You make it one better.
Yeah. Okay. Musset touched.
Wouldn't it be musset touched?
Musset touched. You're right. See, you cannot know how to read better than I do.
Or would it be musset ouched?
You cannot know how to read good better than I do.
Let's read about musset ouched.
Musset ouch.
Mosquito watched.
Mosquitooched. Mosquitooched. Mosquitooched.
Squeeched.
Mosqueeched. Mosqueeched.
I don't. What does that feel like?
Yo, I'm gonna make a whole new Pathfinder character that I'm never gonna get the chance to play. It's gonna be a Mosquitooched. Your blood sings with the liberating power of the. Huh?
Would they be like an evocation spec of only fire?
Maybe.
Oh, spicy.
Spicy. We're naturally spicy paninis. Your blood sings with the liberating power of the Azadas.
Eternal enemy of Hank Hill.
Living embodiments of freedom from the wild realm of Elysium. You gain a +1 circumstance bonus to escape, and when you roll a critical failure on a You gain a +1 circumstance bonus to escape. When you roll a critical failure on a check to escape, you get a failure instead, and when you roll a success, you get a critical success instead. So so when escaping, you do not critical fail, you just fail. And if you succeed, you super succeed. Neat. God, I have to go to the potty. This is what coffee does to me. Pitborn. Your blood bears the mark of a demon, a living embodiment of sin from the fetid depths of the outer rifts. Demonic power pulses through your veins and manifests in a different way for each Pitborn. Whether you have webbed fingers or thrive in the water, large hands capable of wrestling larger foes, or some other manifestation, you are trained in athletics. If you were already trained in athletics from your background or class, for example, you instead become skilled in a skill of your choice. You also gain any one common first level skill feat with prerequisite of trained in athletics as reflects the manifestation of your fiendish blood. Okay, I feel like I read that funky. But I gotta quickly use the potty because coffee. And then we'll freaking look at the next post, which is closer look at some of the Nephilim feats. There were a lot of overlap with both Asmir and Tieflings, and they realized that they could mash them both together and add even further customize what exactly time of player touched. So this is more shit. So, okay, I will be right back.
Wow. You think she left the stream on?
Dunno.
Have you been watching Evo, Lynn? Because I just caught the tail end of it last night. There's some good fights going on.
Not anything fun?
There was an upset with DBZ Fighters. French took the win last night. The South Korea player in Tekken went to the finals, barely, and something happened with MCU, Marvel vs. Capcom, rather. It was a
Oh,
big
nice.
upset.
Also,
Someone
yeah,
was
we were still live.
Oh, neat. Fucking, this guy was fighting someone who was just spamming Morgan shit all across the screen, and he got her with Iron Fist level 2 air attack, the column, and won the match. And I was like, ah, fuck you. I feel it was nice to see because that guy pulled off the most disgusting Wolverine combo I've ever seen in my
When's
fucking
Grand
life.
Blue versus?
I think Blaze Blue was part of that, but I don't remember. I didn't really watch the Blaze Blue matches. Weird because it's like one of the few like fighting games I've ever played that I actually enjoyed. I like playing Arakune because I'm a bad person. Also, I just like weird monster characters that don't make fucking sense, like Arakune. I really don't know much about which Evos are going on right now. I think it's Taste
I said
Tekken.
Grand Blue, but I didn't know Blaze Blue was also there.
Yeah, that's. I wasn't expecting to see Blaze Blue either. Like, I'm like, what the fuck? Also, I was more impressed to see that no one was playing the Ruby characters for some fucking reason. Because the bad. Anyway.
Haha.
Yeah, I don't know if Grand Blue is going to be part of Evo.
Oh,
this
so
year.
tag battle.
Yeah, no. I'm not sure if it was tag battle or not. It might not have been tag battle. I just assumed it usually would be because that's what's every fucking fighting game now, except for like maybe Tekken. Always the tag team shit. I'm like, that's neat, but eh. Assists are nice. I want to play things like fighters, but time and I don't trust my latency.
Mood.
Because like it's got both Broly's and fighters, and I, how could I not? Right? It's both Broly's.
My latency is awful and I just can't.
Yeah. I think before even any of that, the first real fighting game I played consistently was Persona 4 Arena. I'll give you 3 guesses who I've made.
Moment while I look up the names I forgot. I think I know the one though.
Technically it was 2, but I played 1 infinitely longer than any other.
Akihiko.
That's my backup. It wasn't my main. Nope. It was not. I played Akihiko less.
I returned. But at what
We're
cost?
talking about fighting games.
Oh, yeah. No, I overheard a little bit.
Yeah. Lynn almost got it right, but no, Akihiko was not my main in Persona 4 Arena. He had a fun kit though, very straightforward. I like it. But womboing with using Caesar is the fucking funnest shit. They're trying to figure out who I mained. I've been talking about Evo.
Oh.
Evo,
Kanji?
yes.
That was my guess.
Yeah.
Guess
Use
mine.
feet. Uh. Aegis. Is that right?
I don't know who's in Persona 4
Actually,
Arena.
no. I enjoy
Really?
Aegis, but she didn't click with me.
I thought she would with all of her crazy like bullet mechanics and shit.
I don't know enough about Persona 4 Arena. Is Persona well, Persona 4 Arena.
Oh, you cut the fuck out there. What was it? What was your question? Yeah, what was it? You asked a question, but I didn't hear any of it. No, but
Lynn plays Labrise and Elizabeth.
I thought it might have been Elizabeth, but I wasn't expecting Labras. I guess that makes sense. And we're not talking about the shadow forms, right? We're talking about the normal one because shadow forms are OP as fuck.
Yeah, normal Labrise.
Yeah, it was pretty fun. I didn't care for it much. I'm more into grapple characters. You can't stop me when I use my command.
My
Just
brother
can't
plays Shadow
win.
Labrise because he's bad.
Oh, it's true.
Okay.
You having a good time there? I would have picked you for Mitsuri, I'm gonna be honest.
Here we go. So I just had to. I accidentally closed voice mod like an idiot. So I'm just getting that back.
She was my original main before I got the others, so not wrong.
Right. Wait, no. Yeah, Persona 4 Arena has some Persona 3 cameos in it. It's pretty good. But I still like Kanji the most. He just has the most fun. Kid, I think.
Now voice mod? Okay, now it's coming up.
She kind of annoyed me because she has a ton of combos that only the computer can do.
Yeah.
Oof.
There's some
And it pisses me off.
When characters have those, it's never a fun time, man. It's
No.
like, and why
There we go.
why the fuck why do I play this fucking game?
Why you do this to me?
I can't remember all of them off the top of my head. I think Soul Calibur has some of those. I know, well, besides Persona having that, I think there's some that the Blaze Blue has. I know the last Soul Calibur game, not last, but like a few ones back, there was some characters that even had finished fucking combo kits, man.
Oof.
They've released characters. They released a game with characters whose whose skill lists weren't fucking finished, man. Like, just
Haha.
And not like I made them. I played Nightmare and Cervantes, but that's not the point.
Yeah. I'm looking.
Well, Nightmare because I like Soul Edge, and Cervantes because why wouldn't I? Look at them.
I'm looking.
I liked it.
I'm looking here now, where it's like, I guess this is the.
Tell him until they gutted her 17 times, then Amy.
Oof.
Looking here, it says here, these are the Nephilim feats, which I guess some of them you get at later levels and stuff too. So like,
oh, yeah, we were looking at this, weren't we?
Yes. Sorry, I had to step away from a bit, but looking at first level feats, we've got Bestial Manifestation, Halo, Nephilim Eyes, Nephilim Lore, and Nimble Hooves. So, Bestial Manifestation, part of your body has an animalistic influence from a planier creature. Your hands end in claws, you have hooves instead of feet, sharp feet, teeth, sharp teeth fill your mouth, or a tail extends from your spine. You gain your choice of one of the following unarmed attacks. The attack is in the brawling group and has the listed damage die and traits. So you have claw, hoof, jaws, and tail. So 1d4 slashing, agile, finesse, unarmed, versatile, piercing. Hoof, 1d6 bludgeoning, finesse, unarmed. Jaws, 1d6 piercing, finesse, unarmed. Tail, 1d4 bludgeoning, agile, finesse, unarmed. Special, you can select this feat only at first level, and you can't retrain into or out of this feat, nor can you change the type of attack you gained. Halo. You have a halo of light and goodness that sheds light with the effects of a divine light cantrip. The cantrip is heightened to a spell rank equal to half your level rounded up. You can sustain to suppress or reestablish the halo. Okay, so you come with your own light bulb.
I like that art on the right of the clearly tiefling thing, but with holy light.
That you have to actively try to turn off.
Yeah.
You have to actively concentrate on keeping it off. Like
Nephilim eyes. You can see through darkness with visual acuity akin to those that possessed by most extraplanar beings. I cannot read. I was gonna say extraplanar buildings. You gain dark vision. Nephilim lore. You know the secrets of the multiverse. You gain the trained proficiency rank in either diplomacy or intimidation and religion. If you would automatically become trained in one of those skills from your background or class, for example, you instead become trained in a skill of your choice. You also gain the additional lore general feat for a lore subcategory of a plane to which you can trace your heritage.
These buildings are extraplanular, flatter than flat yo.
Nimble hooves. You possess hooves, ankle, wings, or some other feature that hastens your movement. Your speed increases by 5 feet. Special. The speed increase from this feat isn't cumulative with any speed increase from other ancestry feats. So they don't stack.
Why won't you let me have my speed demon?
Does not stack. Fuck you. Alright, at 5th level, your Nephilim can get Blessed Blood, Extraplanar Supplication, Nephilim Resistance, Scion of Many Planes, or Skillful Tail. So, Blessed Blood is... Your spilled blood is sanctified with effects similar to those of holy water. GM Core, page 268. Whenever a fiend, undead, or creature with a weakness to holy drinks your blood or deals piercing or slashing damage to you with jaws, fangs, or a similar attack, the creature takes 1d6 spirit damage with the holy trait. You gain a +4 circumstance bonus to crafting checks to craft holy water using your blood as one of the ingredients.
That's fucking awesome. Holy shit, that's awesome.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I don't know too much how crafting in Pathfinder works, but knowing that you can use your blood to make holy water essentially is pretty cool.
Crafting, I have an inventor, so I do lots of crafting stuff, but I want to try and make like the penultimate crafter, which I think I would have to do inventor alchemist stuff to do, but
yeah,
you can do a lot of cool you can make shit that in other games you can only find at a shop. Like, hey, do you want the best healing item ever created? Pay up. Or spend 10 minutes of your day. Here's a batch of 5 of them. Here you go.
Okay. Yeah,
that's
again.
That's a Porthos joke. Insert here.
Yeah, see, again, I because I don't know as far as I know, crafting doesn't really exist in D&D, or it's kind of weird. I don't know how crafting works in Pathfinder. All I know is kind of what Deco does, where it's just a series of rolls.
It depends on if you have the formula, if you have the downtime for it. It can take a day or two for some things. It can take longer for bigger projects. It depends on your skill, your resources, how much gold you have, and if you have stuff already, it will lower the cost, obviously.
And then I guess your stats and proficiencies and stuff.
It might be a series of rolls. It might be a roll. It depends. But
it factors a lot of things.
Yeah. But I do know that I want to just make another crafter with this, because I've not yet to actually make one.
I have the alchemist I made, but like funny enough when I was interacting with Phoebe on Twitter, where I mentioned that I created that I made my first Pathfinder character, and they were like, tell me about them, and I was like, I don't know how to play or anything. I was kind of guided into making this alchemist, so I'm hoping I'm hoping it's a bit player friendly, and then they were like, you just made like the hardest class in the game. And I'm like,
they're okay. So it's actually, it's not that difficult to understand. It's actually it's simple, but it can be complicated in the sense of eventually you get the ability to make and alt and modify and do so much crazy crafty shit that it can feel overwhelming. But it eases you in so that you can you're literally the mad scientist kind of class, right?
Yeah, I think I chose chirurgeon though, so they're just like a healer.
You can be you're like you're the healer, so you can make all kinds of weird wacky shit, and there are ways to make even healing items throwables that you can just act like Minecraft, where you just make the throwable potion, just throw a bomb at someone's head and then you heal them. Like this crazy shit like that. And if you want to, there are forms of alchemical ammunition for weapons like bolts, arrows, and bullets that have healing. You can literally heal people by shooting them with a healing bullet.
Yeah.
Like it's fucking Monster Hunter. So that's my favorite thing. My mentality is like a trank dart, but instead of tranquilizer, it's elixir of life.
Yeah. Okay.
Something funny.
Yeah, but this is really cool. I like the idea that it's like, well, if you're gonna be fucking Planier touched and in like a holy way, then why can't you use your blood for holy water? So that's really cool. I think that's cool. You can use it as an ingredient. Okay, so extra Planier supplication. You call upon divine power to place a benediction upon your allies and a malediction upon your foes. Choose either Bless or Bane. You can cast the chosen spell once per day as a first rank divine innate spell. So, free Bless or free Bane.
Another fun thing with the blood. Vampires get hurt for biting you.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, that's another thing too. So anything that would take that would take holy damage just by ingesting or getting it in their mouth, it does the owie owies. So yeah, no, it's just vampires fucking hate you.
Ooch, ow, oof, my bones.
It's like you know how they have like those you know how like they have like that rat bait where it's just like they eat it and then they take it to their nest and then it kills all of them. You're just walking rat bait.
Yes.
You're just walking rat bait.
You really are.
Alright, Nephilim resistance. You resist energy like your extraplanier predecessors. Choose one of the following energy damage types: acid, cold, electricity, free, or sonic. You gain resistance 5 to that damage type. The damage type typically matches an extraplanier entity associated with your bloodline. For instance, an Angelkin might choose resistance to cold, while a Hellspawn might choose resistance to fire. But you don't have to. It typically matches, but you don't have to. So, that's neat. You can essentially gain resistance to certain types of damages. Scion of Many Planes. The long and complicated history of your bloodline manifests in your ability to draw power from more planual sources than most other Nephilim. Choose one Nephilim lineage feat that you do not...
It's pretty meta in that it doesn't scale, but resist 5 is okay.
Yeah. Choose one Nephilim lineage feat that you do not already possess. You gain that feat and all its benefits, even if you already took a lineage feat at first level. So this feat is choose another feat. If I'm reading this properly, it's just like this feat is get another feat.
Yeah, you can do that.
But it's choose one Nephilim feat that you do not already possess. So I'm guessing, because this is level 5 feats, so I'm guessing you can't just choose this one to choose another level 5 feat.
It has to be a Nephilim one that you can...
Lineage,
yeah. It's underneath, it's feats underneath Nephilim that you don't already have.
Yeah, okay. Okay, skillful tail. You've always had a tail, but with practice, you've learned to use it for more than signaling your mood. Excuse me. You can perform simple...
So it means something like musituged.
Yeah.
You can take other level 1s. You can be mix of different... It's pretty neat.
Hell yeah. Alright, you've always had a tail, but with practice you've learned how to use it for more than signaling your mood. You can perform simple interact actions with your tail, such as opening an unlocked door. Your tail can't perform actions that require fingers or significant manual dexterity, including any action that would require a check to accomplish, and you can't use it to hold items. What do you mean I can't use it to hold items? What if I want to like? What if I just like I want to grab a pickle jar and I'm just like, yo, can you open this for me? And like, but like I'm busy with my hands, so I'm just like, here, grab pickle jar. Like that. What? I don't need fingers to grab a jar. Wait.
Because of being able to hold items and extra limbs is actually ridiculously powerful.
Oh. Okay.
Because like all of a sudden it's like, oh, in my tail I just have this potion or this item or this thing or this ammo.
Yeah, but it's not. But it's not like you can uncork it. You can. You. I can't open the pickle jar with my tail. I can only hold it and be like, I got this pickle jar.
Listen, they've in the new Starfinder playtest, they let you have multi-limb races. But
Yeah.
they give you the caveat there. You can have like 6 arms with 6 hands, but you can only choose a pair to use at a time. To switch that, you would need to use an action to switch what pair of limbs you're talking about, like what items they're in. So it's like even when you do have actual hands, they still have to make it so you can't.
They still limit you to 2.
We can all agree that's
Yeah.
stupid though.
It is stupid, but it's another reason why a lot of things don't like having you be a large creature. Because things like auras, which were like 10 to 30 feet, all of a sudden on a creature that's already 10 feet wide,
Like doubles or triples.
Yeah, so a 30 like a 30-foot aura, all of a sudden is like a 40-foot or 50-foot.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, that's that thing of like my first thought when you were like, you have to decide which pair of arms you want to use. I'm like, then what's the point? But at the same time, it's just
Wait.
you wanna.
I have a meme for this.
That's that thing where it's like if you have to choose and at a time, and then it feels like more like equipping arms than. Like re-equipping arms than actually having 4 or 6 arms. And I get the mechanical reason why. At the end of the day, from what I've seen from the Pathfinder community, they just want to be able to be the thing. And it's letting them do that. But there's going to be caveats because, again, mechanically in a game, like you just said, it's very broken. You can have your 6 arms, but you can't use them all at once. You can't octodad your way into battle and do shit. And that might kill it for people.
Yeah, but it's like, yeah, you can hold 6 pistols, but you can only fire off 2 at a time.
You have to choose which noodles you're using. And again, like that might kill it for some people. That some people might be like, well, what's the fucking point? And that's where it's like, but you can still do it. So shut up. So shut up.
There's not like abilities, skill feats, general feats, class feats. They can let you do things as reactions or free actions or just
Yeah,
things like that.
That's something where it again. One sec. Let's see the meme. Oh, okay, the meme that you made. Reality, what Pathfinder sees. Yeah,
that is literally it. That's exactly what I was talking about, Squeaky. You see that?
I'll put it.
Does?
Yeah, no, I've seen this, and I'll put it here so that people in stream can watch it too. So yeah, 1-inch difference, but man, the boxes. Squeaky's.
You're peeking and
I'm peeking. Oh, I think it's. Uh-oh, I'm sorry. I think I'm just being really loud. I'm sorry. I'll lower my microphone.
Am I loud enough yet?
Anthony is quiet. No, I'll just turn you up because I think the other day you were a little louder than normal, so I just turned you down.
Sorry.
No, I think that was just that day, but it was fine. I put you back to where I normally have you. And then peeking, I think I was just too close to the microphone, so I just distanced it a little bit better.
Also, 8. We'll see, but yeah, 8 foot, literally an 8 foot tall person having that much area effect is still stupid to me. That is silly.
Yeah. So
especially when you do the thing of 7'11" to 8, that's dumb. Like you can just be big tall. Doesn't mean you actually have a 10-foot reach. 8 people who are 8 feet tall do not have 10-foot long arms.
Let me also.
They do now.
Let's lower.
Everyone's just fucking Funky Kong, I guess, or some shit now.
There you. Oh, hold on. I just made something really loud. And then I just did that by accident. Let me zoom out. There we go. Okay, I hopefully might have fixed it a little bit more, made it a little bit easier. I don't know why I was peeking at some point, but I have hopefully fixed it. Sorry about that, guys. I do have a limiter on my my microphone and stuff like that, but I guess I accidentally might have, when I was having the previous microphone issues, I might have just accidentally turned it up. So yeah, thanks for letting me know, Kid of Burden, and anyone else in the chat, let me know if audio is still a little fucky. But yeah, it took me a while to kind of learn this because I didn't even know this kind of stuff. But it is kind of silly. I get why they do it, but it's kind of silly. But yeah, when it comes to the arms thing, I think it's stupid, and it kind of makes me wonder, like, then what's the point of playing a multi-armed character if you have this caveat? But
there's actually a very good reason.
Yeah.
Having multiple hands, you can have multiple items, which means including and not limited to multiple consumables, weapon types of damage.
Yeah. Oh no, there's still a lot of perks, but you start feeling the limits of it. It seems in battle, which is understandable. And at the end of the day, it seems like when it comes to this sort of community of people, it's about the flavor and the feats that you can do, not always what you can do in combat. So at the end of the day, it seems like you guys will be fine. So
it's more about fluff than crunch sometimes.
Yeah. So Celestial Magic at 9th level. And now this is where the prerequisites come into play. So you need to be Angel King.
Yeah, and it mostly bugs me because those rules only ever apply to players. A Hecatonkires has 100 arms and can make 100 attacks in a turn.
Oof.
Yeah.
That's bad. That's really bad.
Yeah. You should also mention that's a Greek-themed creature.
Yeah, no, I know that's a Greek theme thing. So don't give us that.
It's a god killer.
It is. Mechanically speaking, it can actually kill gods by that.
Resounding Bone has followed. Hello and welcome. How are you doing today? We're having a little bit of a scuffier than normal stream, but we're doing our best here. We're just talking about some Pathfinder stuff, and I totally said I was gonna play 14, and maybe at some point we will. But I'm kind of having fun talking about this because I wanna learn more tabletop stuff. I want to eventually get into Pathfinder and maybe play Pathfinder one day, so I like learning new things and like giving things a shot. So this is really cool. What were you saying, Anthony?
No, I was saying like, well, I don't know if I'll be able to run Theros tonight, but we'll see how I'm feeling.
I think no, that's okay. I think Emerald's at the beach house anyway, and like the laptop is weird, so if you just want to wait till Emerald gets back, like, that's totally fine, dude. Just take a chill one. I know you also you needed time to redo, like, a map or a dungeon map that you were working on?
3.
Three.
Yes.
Yeah, so if you need the week, that's totally fine, dude. It's totally okay.
It'll be worth it, I thought.
I trust you. Just don't give us a fucking hekatangatanga. Just don't give us those. I don't want it.
You're only level 4.
I don't care. You might give us a baby one and it still will kill us.
What the fuck is a baby hecaton? What is it, 10 hands? The fuck is a baby hecatonker?
Could be. Could be.
I'm gonna make you fight a fucking kraken now.
No, I fought a kraken before. You were there. You were there. You were there. I fought a kraken. I killed it all by myself.
Did it?
They're like CR54 god slayers. You shouldn't be engaging ever.
But they're statted.
You're not gonna ever see Dimple want to interact with that shit. If people start charging in to fight that, she's gonna be like, "You're on your own." I only recently agreed to be a hero, and at no point did any of that mean charging blindly into suicide. That is suicide.
Hey, listen, I told you, running away is a valid option.
It always is a valid option. You can't tell me otherwise. I do it all the time. I do it all the goddamn time. I'm getting a little bit better at the accent. I'm kind of all over the place still. But I'm getting better. I'm getting better.
Especially from my problems.
Especially from no, that's the other one. That's the cat-looking one.
You can't catch me problems.
You can't catch me problems. I'm too fucking fast. I'm too fucking fast.
Choco dash, choco
I've
dash,
got Choco Dash. I don't need to face my problems.
Spam choco dash. No matter how fast I quit, I can't outrun the pain.
No, that's the thing where it's just Dimple would be like, oh yes, I'm running away from my problems. I'll confront them at another point, but when things are a little bit better, then we can maybe perhaps talk about it. Trin's like, fuck problems. Fuck problems. Choco Dash.
It's just like a Philly Frank, me just like throwing shit in the trash cans.
Yep.
There where you belong, problem.
Know your place, trash. Oh, fuck.
See, Miles deals with his problems in a healthy way by bifurcating them with a sword.
Or you repress them and it turns into a mental illness later on in your life.
Later on.
Later. You mean now. Okay. Alright.
It's been 7 years.
9th level feats, Celestial Magic. So we've got prerequisites for this one. You have to be either Angelkin, Lawnbringer, a Mosquito Touched, or other lineage that is associated with Celestials. So you have to be Celestial one. You possess Celestial Magic. Choose 2 of the following spells: Clear Mind, Everlight, Humanoid Form, Revealing Light, Share Life, or Sure Footing. You can use each of the chosen spells once per day as second rank Divine Innate spells.
Ooh, rank 2 divine.
Angel can typically take Clear Mind and Humanoid Form. Lawbringers typically have Everlight and Share Life. And Muse Touched typically have Revealing Light and Sure Footing. But you don't have to stick to that.
Yep.
Divine Countermeasures.
I love how they say, you can pick it. Usually it's like this, but fuck it. You pick.
Yeah, I like how they say typically, because like if you want to stick to the core of what your heritage is or what you're going for,
Yeah.
you might
What you're
want to
theming.
pick these to stick to your theming, but doesn't mean you have to. So I like that they say typically.
Nice.
So
It's the little things that matter.
yeah, divine countermeasures. You've studied your extraplanar heritage with the intent of better defending yourself, whether against creatures aligned with or opposed to your extraplanar lineage, and you found that your techniques are equally powerful against celestials, fiends, and other divine entities. You gain a +1 circumstance bonus to all saving throws against divine effects. So this one doesn't have any prerequisites, but if you use it on like a Hellspawn or a Fiend one or things like that, then sweet. You just don't have to worry about divinity as much. Divine Wings. It says here divine something morph Nephilim. So frequency, once per day. With effort, you can call forth magical wings from your back, similar in appearance to those of your extraplanar forebearer. Whether they be elegantly feathered wings or ominous bat wings, these wings remain for 10 minutes. You gain a fly speed equal to your speed while you've manifested your wings. Neat.
Yeah, you get a fly speed. That's badass.
Yeah. Fiendish Magic. So prerequisites: Grim, Pit, and Hellspawn. You possess Fiendish Magic. Choose 2 of the following spells: Disguise Magic.
Oh. Just I don't know if you went over it, but ranks, when they say second rank, they mean second level spell slot.
Oh. Okay.
They change spell slots to spell ranks.
Oh, okay. Okay. Fair. Following spells: Disguise Magic, False Vitality, Invisibility, See the Unseen, Shatter, or Paranoia. You can use each of the chosen spells once per day as second rank Divine Innate spells. Grimspawn typically take False Vitality and See the Unseen. Pitborn typically take Paranoia and Shatter, and Hellspawn typically take Invisibility and Disguise. Okay, and then it's just a matter of knowing what those spells are. 13th level, Celestial Mercy.
I like Disguise Magic because you can really fuck with people, especially because that means something, because Counterspell requires you to be able to identify the magic.
Okay.
Yep.
And if you're disguising it, then it doesn't work. Okay.
How it starts off is you have to have the spell, then you have to know the school of spell, and then it's like hey, now you can get the third level, which is just a whole bunch of bullshit, depending on what you want to do to somebody who has the audacity to cast a spell with you in rage of them existing.
Okay. Alrighty then. Sweet.
It's either disperse, eat it, get a spell slot back, or turn it right back on them, among other things.
Which is also why Yuri has subtle spell, can't counter something you can't see being cast.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, you fucking little bastard. Are you gonna take spell casting too, you ass?
Don't give her ideas. She probably already has the idea though.
Probably.
Maybe. Why wait? Okay.
She's just sitting there, and then just thunder explodes across the battlefield. She hasn't even moved.
Celestial Mercy at level 13. Prerequisites: Angelkin, Lawbringer, Muse Touch, or another lineage associated with Celestials. Your Celestial powers allows you to remove lesser afflictions with ease. You can cast Cleanse Affliction twice per day as a 4th rank Divine Innate spell. Hell yeah.
That's a whole lot of debilitation. You just say, nah.
It says lesser afflictions. So does that mean most of them though? But
it depends on like the tier of how bad the affliction is. It could be a myriad of things, but a lot of stuff starts off small. Some of the things don't start small. But something like, I guess things like, if I remember it right, things like Fuse, Clumsy, let me double check. It's Cleanse Affliction. Cleanse Affliction. Affliction, let's see.
Okay.
Okay, so it's okay. So afflictions can be a myriad of things. Stages. Okay. The example they have here is arsenic alchemical items. It notes that you can't reduce your sick condition while the item notes you can't reduce your sick condition when afflicted with arsenic, and it shows how it works. DC 18 fort save. Onset takes 10 minutes. Maximum duration is 5. Stage 1 is a D4 poison and sicken for 1 minute. Stage 2 is a D6 of damage and sicken 2 for 1 minute. And stage 3 is 2d6 of poison damage and sicken 3. That is a lot. It's basically it's taking your actions and shit. So, for example, if you drank a glass of wine laced with arsenic, you would attempt an initial fort save listed of DC 18. If you fail, you get stage 1. Because of the onset time, nothing happens to you for 10 minutes. But once it passes, you take a D4 of damage and become sickened 1. And as noted, you're not able to reduce a condition you gain. So usually with sickened, you have to retch up what's making you sick to get rid of it. You can't with this one. So you can't get rid of it out with normal means. So the interval stage is 1 minute, and so you attempt a new save after that. If you succeed a DC 18, you reduce it by 1, which is recovering. But if you fail, it goes to 2, and then, if your original save, the first one, was a critical failure, you go straight to stage 2, and after 10 minutes, you take a D6 and then become sickened 2 automatically. But if you succeed your second save, it will put it back to 1, where you would only take another D4 after 10 minutes. But failing would make it a stage 3. If you reach stage 3, either by failing stage 2 or critically failing at stage 1, you take 2d6, become sickened 3. If you fail a critically fail your saving throw while at stage 3, you would repeat the exact same effects of a stage 3 poison. And for 5 minutes, the worst possible scenario, for 5 minutes, 50 rounds of combat, you take persistently fucking 2d6 poison damage that you just can't get rid of.
Wow.
And again, after 5 minutes, if you're still alive, you're fine. But you can't get rid of it by retching. You need someone else to help get rid of it for you.
But with this feat, you just kind of.
It would probably be latest. Hold on, if it's Cleanse Affliction, that's just an example.
That's where damage resistance really comes in clutch, though. Persistent damage.
Yep.
Okay. Okay.
Let me look up the spells. That's in Starfinder, not this one. Cleanse. It's weird. What's this? I can't find. Is that not what it's called in this edition?
This is a remaster.
God damn it. It's not giving me the remaster. What would it be called before? I don't know. Cleansing. No.
It says class cleanse affliction is what it's now going to be called.
Here it is. It's called it's fucking restoration. Okay. Anyway, so let's see. Restoration. It's a 2nd level spell. It counts as necromancy and healing. It's funny. Restorative measures, toxins or conditions that prevent a creature from functioning. When you cast restoration, choose either reduce a condition or lessen the effect of a toxin. And creature can only benefit from 1 resto spell each day, and cannot benefit from restoration more than once to reduce a stage of the same exposure to a given toxin. Less than toxin, any toxins you suffer reduced by 1 stage. This can't reduce the stage below stage 1 or cure affliction. Reduce a condition, reduce a value of a clumsy, enfeebled, or stupefied condition by 2. You can reduce 2 conditions by 1 each, which is a lot. Which could be a lot. Because stupefied, enfeebled, clumsy, those are nasty debuffs, man. Which is why skill feats in combat are really good. At 4th level, you add drained to the list of conditions you can reduce. When you lessen the toxin, it's -2 now. You also gain a 3rd option that allows you to reduce a target's doomed value by 1. You can't use this to reduce a permanent doomed condition, though. Doomed means that you need to fail less saves to die.
Okay.
I think that's what doomed was. I think doomed is like, I gotta double check doomed, but I'm pretty sure that's right.
Yeah.
Doomed condition. Yeah, your life's ebbing away. Some things can inflict doom on you. Doom always has a value. The maximum dying value at which you die is reduced by your value. For example, if you're doomed 1, you would die upon reaching dying 3 instead of 4. If your maximum dying value is ever reduced to 0, you instantly die, and when you die, you're no longer doomed.
Huh. Also,
Doomed
hi,
value.
Fitness. How we doing?
Hello. Also, your doom value decreases by 1 each time you get a full night's rest. That's it. It doesn't say it goes down by any other mean, besides, I guess, obviously, high-tier magic spells, or just sleeping for like a week.
So what I'm hearing is that when you reach level 13, Celestial Mercy is really good.
When you hit level 13, shit's going to fucking annihilate you if you ain't ready.
Okay. All right. Okay, so interesting. So
that's some nasty stuff. It's great.
Yeah. So slip sideways, which prerequisites Grimspawn, Pitspawn, and Hellspawn, or other lineage associated with fiends or the Maelstrom. Like many fiends, you have the supernatural ability to teleport yourself to safety. Once per day, you can cast Translocate as a 5th rank Divine Innate spell. Okay.
Ooh.
So you can just poof.
You can just go into another plane for
You
a
can
bit.
just not be there.
You can just leave.
Fuck. You can just leave. That's fucking hilarious. Okay. Alrighty.
You don't want to go to the Maelstrom, but you can just go there.
But you can go. You can teleport. Well, it says teleport to safety. It doesn't mean like another plane. You can just teleport to safety. I don't know what translocate mean is, but like, so I don't know if there's a limit to where you can and can't go. But yeah, that's not bad. Especially if shit starts getting scary around 13th level. Sometimes you might just want to start choosing your battles, and this is a good way to just get the fuck out. So, summon Nephilimkin. So any Nephilim lineage feat. You have a connection to the outer planes, allowing you to summon a divine ally. Choose either Summon Celestial, Summon Fiend, or another 5th rank spell capable of summoning an extra planar creature appropriate to your lineage. Once per day, you can cast the chosen spell at a 5th rank divine innate spell, but the creature summoned must be from the same category as your own lineage, such as a creature with the angel trait if you are an angel kin. Okay.
Neat.
Yeah, okay. You can summon. It's got to be essentially somewhere in your lane, but you can summon. Divine Declaration, which is 17th level, is only 2 feats. You call forth a holy or unholy word from the realms beyond to punish your foes. Once per day, you can cast Divine Decree as a 7th rank Divine Innate spell. Okay,
Probably
pretty...
called. I should probably called that the thing for Nihilist, but all right.
Yeah. And
Divine
then...
Decree instead of Imperial.
Yeah. And
Oh,
then...
yes. If you want, I can read you what Divine Decree is, because this sounds like a badass fucking thing.
Yeah, no, go read it out.
It is a 7th level spell. 40 foot range, 40 foot emanation, a fort save, duration that can vary. You utter a potent litany of your faith, a mandate that harms those who oppose your ideals. Choose an alignment your deity has, I guess, or you would have. So chaotic, evil, good, or lawful. You can't cast a spell if you don't have a deity or your deity is true neutral. The spell gets a trait alignment you choose. You deal 7d10 damage in creatures in the area. Each creature must attempt a fort save. Creatures with an alignment that matches the one you chose are unaffected by it. Those that neither match nor oppose it treat the result of their saving throw as 1 degree better and don't suffer the effects other than damages. If they critically succeed, they're unaffected. If they succeed, they take half damage. If they fail, they take full damage and is enfeebled too. Not great. If they critically fail, the creature takes double damage, is enfeebled 2 for 1 minute. If you're on your home plane, a creature that critically fails is banished with the effect of a failed banishment save. A 10th level creature or lower must attempt a will save. On a failure, it's also paralyzed for 1 minute. On a critical failure, it dies.
Huh.
And then you can heighten cast it.
Obviously.
Every spell slot higher, damage increases by a 1d10. And the level of creatures that must attempt a second save on a critical failure increases by 2.
Wow.
So it goes from a 10th level creature at 7th for a 7th level spot to an 8th level slot to making it need to be 12th level, and then 14, 16. Yeah, that's it. Because of the 10th level, it would have to be a level 16 creature, or lower,
Wow. Fuck.
Divine Decree, baby.
Yeah, and you can just have it. You can just have it.
And also, enfeebled means that they take a status penalty equal to the condition on any strength-based roll and DC, including strength-based melee attack rolls, strength-based damage rolls, and athletics checks. So enfeebled 2 means you just take a -2 to all of that until you're for 10 rounds. Good luck.
Okay. All right.
But also, the other thing is probably more important. The part where if they critically fail the second save, they have to die.
Yeah. And then the last feat here, Eternal Wings. Prerequisites, you have to have the Divine Wings feat, which fair. Your wings are now a permanent part of your body. You gain the effects of Divine Wings at all times rather than just once per day for 10 minutes. All right, and then you have wings all the time now. Okay, then that's pretty good. That is very, very,
Very juicy.
Some of these are pretty cool. Hell yeah. Alrighty. Let's see, which post was this one? So then, an ongoing theme of the remaster is looking at what people really used a lot and liked the most, and then remixed all that to make them better and take more community feedback and stuffs like that. The book has 8 classes, Fighter not receiving many changes, but both Witch and Wizard were changed pretty significantly. Fighters got the open trait removed from a lot of their feats because no one even used the trait right, Lamau.
Yeah.
Okay, so...
Everyone assumed the open feat was nothing really because they just use it all the time. It's only for the opening.
Yeah.
Another attack.
Alrighty.
Stupid. Oh, I remember this. People who liked playing wizards really started bitching because the min-maxes mostly, because cantrips don't take off your modifier anymore. So damage and cantrips don't. So if you have a +4 int, that doesn't mean your cantrip flame bolt's gonna do a d6 +4 anymore.
Huh.
Which, fair, but shut up, it's a cantrip. It's free. It's free damage every round. Shut up.
Fighter feats by name. Okay, so I'm guessing these are the fighter feats. So lunge, Requirements: you're wielding a melee weapon. You attack an enemy at the edge of your reach. Make a strike with a melee weapon, increasing your reach by 5 feet for that strike. If the weapon has the disarm, shove, or trip trait, you can use the corresponding action instead of a strike.
Ooh.
Rebounding toss. Requisites: you are wielding a thrown weapon. You bounce your weapon off one foe to strike another. Make a ranged strike with a thrown weapon. If this strike hits, the weapon rebounds towards an enemy within 10 feet of the original target. Make an additional strike against the second target. Both attacks count towards your multiple attack penalty, but the penalty doesn't increase until after you've made both attacks.
Oh, oh, that's awesome.
I don't know what that means.
So, you have 3 actions, right?
Yes.
Which means you can make 3 attacks in a turn.
Oh, so it still counts as one attack.
Yes, but every attack after the first, unless you're using an agile weapon, which takes a -1 to those, it's always going to be a -5 then -10.
Okay.
To every attack roll after the first. But again, agile weapons can go from 5 and 10 to 4 and 9.
Okay.
But throwing your weapon at the start means that it attacks twice with your full modifier.
Oh.
Which means you don't have to worry about multi-attack penalty at that point for the opening of that attack.
Okay. I feel like I have to see it a little bit in action, but I think I understand what you're getting at now. Okay, that's cool. Let me just... I got a notification. I'm just like, what's going on?
Also, lots of things can have a thrown trait, including shields. So Captain America is already obviously. I'd argue most things should have a thrown trait, but I'm not a game designer, so. Which I would also include enemies that you can pick up. I'm just saying. But bring back blood raging barbarians, man. I built a blood rager. For one, he was a lizard man. He literally could pick people up and use them as a weapon with his full mod to attack his enemies with his enemies. He also had the blood rage also got a thing where they can Kali Ma somebody and then gain status by eating their organs. Because they really went hardcore in first edition with really wild bullshit and really weird bullshit. But mostly the wild bullshit of I can actually just eat someone's liver while I'm fighting them and then get strength from it and then kill them. Like, as a lizard folk, I didn't care about that because they canonically will eat people if they die.
Yeah.
They don't see people as really people. They have lizard brains. Food is food.
Also, hell yeah, chocolate mousse. I haven't had chocolate mousse in a long time. I've just not craved chocolate in my adult life as much. It's weird.
I eat it if it's there, but I don't really go out of my way.
Yeah, if it's there, then I'll eat it. Alrighty, okay, so that's really cool, and that's a feat too. So I'm not sure why it's before 4th level, so that's cool. All right, so sleek reposition. You are wielding a finesse weapon or pole arm is the requisite. While your opponent is still recovering from your prior attack, you snag its armor, clothing, or flesh to move it as you please. Make a melee strike with a finesse weapon or pole arm. If you hit a target that is your size or smaller, you can automatically reposition it with the same benefits as the reposition action, including the critical success effect if your strike was a critical hit. If you used a weapon with reach, use the weapon's reach for this reposition. This strike has the following failure effect. Failure. The target becomes off guard until the end of your current turn. Okay. 4th level, you've got barreling charge, which the prerequisite is being trained in athletics. You rush forward, moving enemies aside to reach your foe. You stride, attempting to move through your enemy's spaces and make a melee strike. Roll an athletics check and compare the result to the fortitude DC of each creature whose space you attempt to move through during your stride. Moving through their space on a success, but ending your movement before entering their space on a failure. You can use barreling charge to barrow, climb, fly, or swim instead of stride if you have the corresponding movement type.
Burrow is so overpowered in any kind of tabletop game, dude. I'm not even kidding. Because if you can burrow, everything assumes you have direct line of sight at someone. If you're burrowed, you're just down there. How the fuck are you going to attack someone underground?
Yeah.
How can you possibly be hurt? And then you can just fuck them up, because if you have burrow, you probably have tremor sense.
Yeah. Huh. Okay.
Burrowing enemies are like swimming combat's rough. Flying is risky as shit. Burrowing's just a bad time.
Okay.
Burrowing enemies are just a bad time, period, because you're always on the ground.
All right. Double shot. You're wielding a ranged weapon with reload 0. You shoot twice at blindingly fast succession. Make 2 strikes, each against a separate target, and with a -2 penalty. Both attacks count towards your multiple attack penalty, but the penalty doesn't increase until after you've made both of them.
Same difference of multi-attack, but instead of that, you take the -2 from your attacking stat, and then multi-attack will then you just get to do the Legolas thing.
Yeah.
That being said, if you try to make a third attack, well, that's going to be just a -5 at that point.
Okay.
Which, that could be, if you got really good mods, at that point, like 4th level feat, that's probably like a -2, like a +2 still. It's still not bad.
Interesting. Okay. Dual-handed assault. Your requisite, you are wielding a one-handed melee weapon and have a free hand. You snap your free hand over to grip your weapon just long enough to add momentum and deliver a more powerful blow to your opponent. Make a strike with the required weapon. You quickly switch your grip during the strike in order to make the attack with 2 hands. If the weapon doesn't normally have the 2-hand trait, increase its weapon damage die by 1 step for this attack. Rules on increasing dice size appear on page 276. If the weapon has the 2-hand trait, you gain the benefit of that trait and a circumstance bonus to damage equal to the weapon's number of damage dice. When the strike is complete, you resume gripping the weapon with only 1 hand. This action doesn't end any stance or fighter feat effect that requires you to have 1 hand free.
I don't know. Just move. Okay, so make a shrine, strike.
Do you want me to read anything again? It says here one more time. It says, make a strike with the required weapon. You quickly switch your grip during the strike in order to make the attack with 2 hands. If the weapon doesn't normally have the 2-handed trait, increase its weapon damage die by 1 step for this attack. It says rules on the die appear for...
It's like D6 to D8, 10, 12, yada yada.
If the weapon has the 2-hand trait, you gain the benefit of that trait and a circumstance bonus to damage equal to the weapon's number of damage dice. When the strike is complete, you resume gripping the weapon with only 1 hand. This action doesn't end any stance or fighter feat effect that requires you to have 1 hand free.
So when it talks, okay, that's what threw me off. It says it's talking about if it's a versatile weapon, which can be 1 or 2-handed.
Okay. All right.
Okay. So yeah, that's interesting because it. I can do that. That is, you have to build around that kind of thing, but that's really tempting. More tempting than double shot, depending if you're not doing the archer build, like an archer kind of thing going on.
Yeah.
But,
all right. Ooh, parting shot. Requisites. You're wielding a loaded ranged weapon or a ranged weapon with reload 0. You jump back and make a quick shot that catches your opponent by surprise. You step and then make a ranged strike with the required weapon. Your target is off guard against the next attack.
It means their AC is reduced by 2. It's flat-footed.
Yeah. All right. Powerful shove. Prerequisites: aggressive block or brutish shove. You can push larger foes around with your attack. You can use aggressive block or brutish shove against a creature up to 2 sizes larger than you. When a creature you shove or knock back with a shield, pole arm, or club's critical specialization effect has to stop. When the creature you shove or knock... When a creature or... Oh my god, I can't read the sentence. When a creature you shove or knock back with a shield, pole arm, or club's critical specialization effect has to stop moving because it would hit an object, it takes damage equal to your strength modifier, minimum 1.
All right. I wonder if it can. I wonder if you can at some. I'm gonna look up how shove. I'm gonna look up shove.
Yeah, you need either aggressive block or brutish shove. So when a creature you shove or knock back with a shield, pole arm, or club's critical specialization effect has to stop moving because it would hit an object, it takes damage equal to your strength modifier. I'm guessing that Lynn's either AFK or something's kind of got her tied up, because she's been a bit quiet for a little bit, so I might wait a bit. Or she's just trying to process what's I'm saying, or doesn't have much to say about some things. I don't know. I don't want to assume for Lin. Okay, though. That... If I'm understanding correctly, it sounds pretty cool. Oh, sorry. Gum.
So a shove is you need at least one hand free, and the target can't be more than one size larger than you.
Yeah.
So you can shove. So if it's a large creature, yeah. If it's a huge, and happening. Unless you're also large or huge, depends.
But with powerful shove, you can now shove anything up to 2 sizes larger than you.
Yeah.
So like if you're small, you can do medium and large. If you're medium, you can do large and maybe whatever comes after large. Huge. And then if you're large, it's huge, and then whatever after is after huge.
I think it's gigantic.
Yeah. So if you're large, then you can shove huge and gigantic, and then
you could shove a Hecatoncheires off a cliff.
Oh, yay. Yay.
Well, no. Yeah, and equal to your strength mod. That's not bad. That's free. It's like, it's guaranteed. It's free. It's guaranteed if it hits an object. Mm-hmm. Or if it just falls off a fucking cliff, because fall damage is stupid.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Next one.
And also, I love how it says, if it would hit an object. It does not say if it hits a wall, if it hits a solid...
If it hits anything. If it hits anything.
If it hits... Oh no, my bar stool. It's a fucking 8 damage.
Yeah,
my ottoman, 8 damage.
If it hits anything.
My teacup, 8 damage.
My cat, 8 damage. It's gonna trip on my cat.
Tripped over the cat, 8 damage, and then persistent bleed effect.
Fuck. Quick reversal. Ooh, excuse me. You are flanked, or requisites, you are flanked by at least 2 enemies. You turn your foes flanking against them with a quick reverse. Make a melee strike against one of the flanking enemies and make a second strike with the same weapon or unarmed attack against a different enemy that is flanking you. The second strike has the same multiple attack penalty of the initial attack and doesn't count towards your multiple attack penalty.
So that's just again, it's just free. If you open with it, it's free. A guaranteed 2 hits without any negatives.
All right.
More or less. It's not guaranteed. You hit with your full modifier against 2 enemies in 1 attack.
All right.
Which is fucking strong, bro. I like the fighter thing. It's just, hey, it doesn't matter where I'm at. I'm gonna bug the absolute dog shit out of you, and you can't really stop me.
All right.
I like fighters. I like Pathfinder fighters more than 5e fighters, but mostly because I'm still upset about Warlord from 4th edition.
Yeah.
I'm never gonna let go of that, because Warlord was just, hey, I'm the fighter, but I also give everyone else buffs because I can coordinate them and give them free movement to stab people.
Yeah.
And then they turned that into Battle Master, and Battle Master's bad.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right. Shielded Stride. When your shield is up, your enemy's blows can't touch you. When you have your shield raised, you can stride to move half your speed without triggering reactions that are triggered by your movement, such as reactive strikes. You can use Shielded Stride while flying or swimming instead of striding if you have the corresponding movement type.
Yeah. Also, reactive strike is attacks of opportunity.
Yeah, no, I figured that one. Yeah. Slam down.
Also, I like that because not everything has attacks of opportunity, but things that do have that are the actual most cancerous shit you have to fight against.
Yeah, I hate reactive attacks.
It's great.
Last one here. Slam down, or at least on the 4th level, because they probably more on the other page, but they're not showing it. So, slam down. Prerequisites. Trained in athletics. You make an attack to knock a foe off balance, then follow up immediately with a sweep to topple them. Make a melee strike. If it hits and deals damage, you can attempt an athletics check to trip the creature you hit. If you're wielding a two-handed melee weapon, you can ignore Trip's requirement that you have a hand free. Both attacks count towards your multiple attack penalty, but the penalty doesn't increase until after you've made both of them. Okay. Neat.
Getting knocked prone is fucking dangerous.
Oh yeah, no, it is. It's that, honestly, whenever I'm playing fucking Marile, she's just the one that makes things prone. That's her role in the group. It's make it prone.
It's even worse for second edition, because then that means in second edition the range you need to crit something has been reduced by a number, and that number is not good if you're the one that's on the ground.
Oh.
Because again, it lowers your AC, because if you're on the ground, you have less AC, which means you have an easier chance of people to get over 10 to hit you.
Yeah.
So, so that kind of shit is also, you have to put on the debuffs. Enfeebled, stupefied, clumsy. Mm-hmm. Clumsy also reduces AC. So if you're clumsy too, and on the ground, that's a -4 to your AC. Which means that's a +4 to them to try and crit you with.
Fuck.
Essentially. It's not actually giving them a +4, but the required number to crit you has just been reduced by 4. Mm-hmm. And so,
Alright. Okay, so next one here says, Cleric had a decent bit of changes due to the removement of alignment. Sanctification is a mechanic that is mostly used by a cleric to add holy or unholy to their spirit damage attacks that harms things that are opposite of that, similar to the old good and evil types. Okay, so this is what a couple things they've changed to cleric. So doctrine. Even among followers of the same deity, approaches vary. At first level, you select cloistered cleric or war priest and gain the benefits of its first doctrine. At third level and every 4 levels thereafter, you gain another benefit from your doctrine. Okay, so cloistered priest. You are a cleric of the cloth, focusing on divine magic and your connection to your deity's domains. First doctrine, you gain the domain initiate cleric feat, page 113. Second doctorate, third, your proficiency rank for fortitude saves increases to expert. Third doctrine at 7th level, your proficiency ranks for the spell attack modifier and spell DC statistics increase to expert. Fourth doctrine at 11th level, you gain expert proficiency with your deity's favored weapon, simple weapons, and unarmed attacks. When you critically succeed at an attack roll using your deity's favored weapon, you apply the weapon's critical specialization effect. You can use your spell DC in place of your class DC.
Ooh.
Fifth doctrine at 15th level, your proficiency ranks for the spell attack modifier and spell DC statistics increase to master. Final doctrine at 19th level, your proficiency ranks for the spell attack modifier and DC statistics increase to legendary.
Ooh. That's how you get close.
Marile downing Mecha Dragon like it's nothing. Yo, that's one of my best moments. Fucking big flying mechanical dragon. It was like, I'm gonna do this to it. I've knocked it prone. What happens? Does it just fall into the ocean? Yeah, I guess that's what happens.
Yeah, I guess that is what happens.
It's like we're in the air and I've knocked it prone. So it fucking falls into the sea. It's dead now. That was probably Marile's best moment. War Priest. You have trained in the more militant doctrine of your church, focusing on both spells and battle. First doctrine. You're trained in light and medium armor, and you have expert proficiency in fortitude saves. You gain the shield block general feat, page 262, a reaction to reduce damage with a shield. If your deity's favorite weapon is a simple weapon or an unarmed attack, you gain the deadly simplicity cleric feat at page 1113. At 13th level, if you gain the Divine Defense class feature, you also gain expert proficiency in light and medium armor. Second doctrine, third, you've retrained in martial weapons. You're trained in martial weapons. Third doctrine, 7th level, you gain expert proficiency with your deity's favorite weapon, martial weapons, simple weapons, and unarmed attacks. When you critically succeed at an attack roll using your deity's favorite weapon, you apply the weapon's critical specialization effect. You can use your spell DC in place of your class DC. Fourth doctrine, your proficiency ranks for the spell attack modifier and spell DC statistics increase to expert. Fifth doctrine, your proficiency rank for fortitude saves increase to master. When you roll a success at a fortitude save, you get a critical success instead. Final doctrine at 19th level, you gain master proficiency with your deity's favorite weapon, a spell attack modifier, and spell DC. Okay. So cleric feats, second level. At second level and every 2 levels thereafter, you gain a cleric class feat. These begin at page 113. Skill feats, at second level and every 2 levels thereafter, you gain a skill feat. Skill feats can be found in chapter 4 and have the skill trait. You must be trained or better in the corresponding skill to select a skill feat. General feats, at third level and every 4 levels thereafter, you gain a general feat. General feats are listed in chapter 5. Okay, so skill increases. At third level and every 2 levels thereafter, you gain a skill increase. You can use this increase to either become trained in one skill you're untrained in or become an expert in one skill in which you're already trained. You can use any of these skill increases you gain at 7th level or higher to become a master in a skill which you're already an expert, and any of these skill increases you gain at 15th level or higher to become legendary in the skill in which you're already a master. Ancestry feats. In addition to the ancestry feat you started with, you gain an ancestry feat at 5th level and every 4 levels thereafter. The list of ancestry feats available to you can be found in your ancestries entry in chapter 2. Perception expertise. You remain alert to threats around you. Your proficiency rank for perception increases to expert. Resolute faith. Belief provides a bulwark against insidious thoughts. Your proficiency rank for will saves increase to master. When you roll a success at a will save, you get a critical success instead. Reflex expertise. You've developed a knack for dodging danger. Your proficiency rank for reflex saves increases to expert. Divine defense. Your training and your deity protect you from harm. Your proficiency rank in unarmed defense increases to expert. Weapon specialization. You've learned how to inflict greater injuries with your weapons. You deal 2 additional damage with weapons and unarmed attacks in which you are an expert. This damage increases to 3 if you're a master and 4 if you're legendary. Miraculous spell. You're exalted by your deity and gain truly incredible spells. You gain a single 10th rank spell slot and can prepare a spell in that slot using cleric spellcasting. Unlike with other spell slots, you can't use 10 rank slots with abilities that give you more spell slots or that let you cast spells without expending spell slots. You don't gain more 10th rank spells as you level up, but you can take the Maker of Miracles feat in page 121 to gain a 2nd slot. Cleric feats. And we only go into the first little bit of them, but we'll read them anyway. So at each level, you gain a cleric feat. You must satisfy blah, 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 blah. So key terms here. You'll see the following term in many cleric class features: unholy and unholy. These traits mark something like your character or a spell that belongs to one side of the battle between celestials and fiends. Generally, fiends and undead are susceptible to holy abilities and celestials to unholy ones. So Lynn already created the ultimate killing machine in Pathfinder 2. I'm not sure. Sanctified. If you are holy or unholy, your sanctified spell actions and spells gain the same trait. Spell shape. These actions tweak your spells. You must use a spell shape action directly before casting the spell you want to alter. If you use any action, including free actions and reactions, other than cast a spell directly after, you waste the benefits of the spell shape action. Effects added by a spell shape action are part of the spell's effect, not of the spell shape action. Okay. So, some first level feats. Deadly simplicity. Prerequisites. Deity with a simple or unarmed attack. Favored weapon. Trained with your deity's favorite weapon. When you are wielding your deity's favorite weapon, increase the damage die size to that weapon by 1 step. If your deity's favorite weapon is an unarmed attack, such as a fist, or you worship Irori, and its damage die is smaller than d6, instead increase its damage die size to d6. To a d6. Okay. Divine castigation. Prerequisites. Holy or unholy trait. Your deity's grace doesn't extend to your sworn enemies. When you cast a harm or heal spell, you can add your holy or unholy trait to it. If you do, the spell deals damage to creatures with the opposing trait, even if it wouldn't normally damage them. The spell deals spirit damage when used this way. For example, if you are holy, you could add the holy trait to a heal spell and deal spirit damage to a fiend that has the unholy trait. So, essentially, if I'm understanding this, if you're fighting a fiend, you can use this feat to turn heal into an offensive spell.
If you are fighting anything that has the unholy trait, which can be normal people.
Mm-hmm.
Which means if you are fighting, let's say, a fucking easy, a cultist of
Occultist, yeah. I was saying occultist sounds like...
cultists can be both ways, but
yeah.
Let's say a devil-worshipping cultist. Mm-hmm. They do their sanctification on themselves. They give themselves the unholy trait, but they boost their unholy spells. You do maximum fucking heal on them with holy. All of that healing damage now will fucking rip their muscles apart because now they're unholy and they take damage from holy spells.
Yeah, so now you've turned you can turn your heal into a holy spell.
Or you can turn your heal into an unholy spell.
And do the
same thing
reverse.
to holy creatures.
Yeah. Okay, that's really cool. Hell yeah.
Because spirit damage takes the form of, like, force damage, like, magic missile or something.
Yeah. Okay. And then, Domain Innate. Your deity bestows a special spell related to their powers. Select one domain, a subject of particular interest to you within your religion from your deity's list. You gain an initial domain spell for that domain, a spell unique to the domain and not available to other clerics. Each domain's theme appears on page 39, and domain spells appear on pages 372 to 381.
The variety of those spells is too long for me to list.
No worries. Domain spells are a type of focus spell. It costs 1 focus point to cast a focus spell, and you start with a focus pool of 1 focus point. You refill your focus point pool during your daily preparations, and you can regain 1 focus point by spending 10 minutes using the refocus ability to pray to your deity and do service toward their causes. Okay, so that's a bit of the cleric rework changes that they did. Other changes to cleric include you not needing to invest in charisma for their divine font. You just get the 4 or 5 divine font spells base. Better armor and weapon proficiency for the war priest. Built-in feats for heavy armor instead of needing to invest in a dedication, etc.
Listen, man, clerics are scary, and they were one of my favorite classes.
Cloistered cleric got more fun tools that they don't go very much into, just changes to make it play smoother and feel better in general. Which class has the greatest amount of changes, buffs, and tune-ups? Patrons are more involved and have more flavor and feel compared to the older patrons. Your familiar gets a new ability from your patron and affect you when you sustain your hexes. Okay, so now we're looking at witch.
Let's look at the warlocks.
Alrighty. So witch feats by name, we've got basic lesson, cackle, cantrip expansion, cauldron, ceremonial knife, conceal spell, counter spell, coven spell, double. We've got a lot here. Alrighty.
I love that when they made the witch, they're just like, let's just make every fucking possible obvious reference and throw it into the fucking pot here.
Double. Effortless concentration. No, it's okay. Keep going.
I was saying that one of their final level feats is just having the Baba Yaga house.
They really leaned in.
That's just the 20th level. You could just have the chicken house. It's literally just that.
Let's see. Effortless concentration, enhanced familiar's language, greater lesson, hex focus, hex master, incredible familiar, major lesson, merc sight, patron's claim, patron's presence, patron's truth, quicken casting, reach spell, reflect spell, rites of convocation, rites of transfiguration, siphon power, spirit familiar, split hex, steady spell casting, stitch familiar, sympathetic strike, widen spell, witch's armaments, witch's bottle, witch's broom, witch's charge, witch's communication, and witch's hut. Alrighty, so let's look at some of this. Face Flamekeeper. Your patron contacted you in a moment your willpower was close to sputtering out. Their reassuring presence was like breath and kindling, bringing an ember back aflame. Their magic giving you the strength to carry on and bring others to your cause. Your patron is likely a divine being like an angel or aeon, acting covertly. Though the possibility exists, they might be a more sinister entity, using you to unknown ends. Spell list: divine, patron skill, religion. Lesson of Fervor's Grasp. Your patron has taught you that nothing can seize the heart like faith, whether used to inspire or direct. You gain the Stroke of Heart Hex cantrip, and your familiar learns command. Familiar of restored spirit. Your familiar is pleasantly warm and soft, seeming to wash away worries with its mere presence. When you cast or sustain a hex, one willing creature within 15 feet of your familiar gains temporary hit points equal to 2 plus half your level, which lasts until the start of your next turn.
Very nice.
The Inscribed One. No words passed your patron's lips in the moment you met. Instead, words and glyphs danced across their skin while symbols and numbers swam to the depth of their eyes, spelling out their will in a torrent of words and wisdom. Your patron might be a powerful archmage and even one of their abandoned artifacts searching for a successor. Spell list Arcane, patron skill Arcana. Lesson of Glyphs Supremacy. Your patron teaches that the written word can accomplish so much more than it seems. You gain the Discern Secrets hex, and your familiar learns Runic Weapon. Familiar of Flowing Script. Your familiar is covered in a pattern that looks similar to letters of an unknown language, one that seems to draw attention even as it eludes understanding. When you cast or sustain a hex, the letters begin to rapidly change, causing a distraction. Until the start of your next turn, your familiar can provide flanking for you and your allies as though it were able to attack and had a reach of 5 feet. This is a visual effect. Anything?
Repeat that, my head's cut out.
Oh, do you want me to read the flowing script familiar again?
Yeah, it's a little blurry. Pen looks like a... Yeah, I can't read that.
No, it's okay. That's why I'm reading it, because I know it's hard to see. So your familiar is covered in a pattern that looks similar to letters in an unknown language, one that seems to draw attention even as it eludes understanding. When you cast or sustain a hex, the letters begin to rapidly change, causing a distraction. Until the start of your next turn, your familiar can provide flanking for you and your allies as though it were able to attack and had a reach of 5 feet. This is a visual effect.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, the Resentment. A feeling radiated from your patron in the moment you met them, as palpable as heat from a fire, the desire to see every tall poppy felled and every proud nail hammered down, whether to righteously bring justice for small folk or the base urge to see the powerful defeated. Your patron is likely far from the upper echelons of its kind, such as a hag ousted from its coven, or a quasi-divinity or a lower-rank demon. This leaves it only subtler and weaker tools to see its ends met. Curses, hexes, and you. Spell list, Occult. Patron skill, Occultism. Lesson of Strengths, Impermanence. There you go. Your patron has taught you that power can be taken much more easily than it can be built. You gain the Evil Eye Hex cantrip, and your familiar learns Enfeeble. Familiar of Ongoing Misery. Your familiar seems hostile to all creatures other than you, hissing at them if they get too near. When you cast or sustain a hex, your familiar can curse a creature within 15 feet of it, prolonging the duration of any negative conditions affecting it by 1 round. This is a curse effect. This prolongs only conditions with a time duration, such as 1 round or until the end of your next turn, and doesn't prevent conditions from being removed by other means.
Okay.
Alrighty. Silence in Snow. Bitter cold heralds your patron's presence. In the depths of the winter solstice, or on a frozen peak at the end of the world, your patron might be a winter hag, ice yai, or other spirit of the cold. But one thing is clear as ice: their power is not to be underestimated. So, primal spell list, nature patron skill, lesson of winter's chill. Your patron taught you the power of winter firsthand by subjecting you to frost and snow. You learn the clinging ice hex cantrip, and your familiar learns Gust of Wind dance. Gust of Wind. Familiar of Freezing Rime. Your familiar is cold to the touch, its breath always visible. When you cast or sustain a hex, you can cause ice to form in a 5-foot burst centered on a square of your familiar's space. These squares are difficult terrain until the start of your next turn. Okay.
All right. You got the whole ice witch thing going on.
Yeah. Spinner of threads. You met your patron in a memory of an encounter yet to come, or a premonition of something long since past, as they untangled and respun the tapestry of time and fate. Was your patron a Norn? A Norn? A herald of a deity like Pharasma, Alceta, or Grandmother Spider? Could it even be a single individual appearing at 3 or more points in its timeline? Multiple versions of the same being, parallel threads converging on a single moment.
I love Grandmother Spider. It's great.
Occult spell list, occult patron skill, lesson of fate's vicissitude. Oh, okay, that's a word.
No, I'm sorry. I thought I said never mind. That's a different word.
Yeah,
Vicissitudes.
Yeah, vicissitudes.
So hard to read.
It's a bit blurry. I'm kind of wondering if this is just either shitty screenshots or they purposely put like lower res things so that people don't just take it, but it's whatever. I thankfully can still kind of read it. So your patron's harsh lesson is that fate spares no one, rising and falling in turn for all. You gain the nudge fate hex cantrip and your familiar learns sure strike. Familiar of balanced luck. Your familiar has a spot on its body that looks like a good luck charm or a bad omen depending on the angle. When you cast or sustain a hex, one creature within 15 feet of your familiar gets your choice of either a +1 stat bonus to its AC or a -1 status penalty to its AC until the start of your next turn. Starless Shadow. Your patron first contacted you at the witching hour, as your body lay paralyzed by sleep while your mind had yet to escape the waking world. Sounds like a sleep paralysis demon.
Yeah, it does.
Your patron might be a creature of the netherworld or a long-forgotten spirit of twilight. All you remember of them are haunting eyes of moonlight offering you power from the darkness. Another occult, occultism, list and skill and patron. Lesson of Night's Terrors. Your patron taught you that the darkness can hide all manner of things best left unseen. You gain the Shroud of Night hex cantrip and your familiar learns Fear. Fear of stalking night. Your familiar is dark of fur or feather, and light seems to disappear into it. When you cast or sustain a hex, and your familiar is adjacent to an enemy to which it's concealed, hidden or undetected, the enemy becomes frightened 1.
Ooh.
Okay.
It just becomes it. There's no roll.
Yeah. Wilding Steward. When your patron appeared before you, they moved with the grace and ferocity of the wilderness, their voice, the creaking of trees, and the sound of hoof against unspoiled earth. They might have been a dryad queen or a primeval beast, but it seemed all of nature was theirs to defend. So primal spell list and nature patron skill. Lesson of wild speech. Your patron has taught you the complexities of nonverbal speech, letting you influence and call animals and plants to you. You gain the Wilding Word hex cantrip, and your familiar learns your choice of summon animal or summon plant or fungus. Familiar of keen senses. Your familiar has glinting eyes, twitching ears, or some other sign of a beast's powerful senses. When you cast or sustain a hex, your familiar gains your choice of an imprecise scent, tremor sense, or wave sense with a range of 60 feet until the start of your next turn, and it can immediately point out as a free action. Okay. Witch lessons. A witch's knowledge takes the form of lessons, which you can learn by selecting feats like Basic Lesson on page 186 or Greater Lesson on page 188. Each lesson grants you a hex and teaches your familiar a new spell, adding it to the spells you can prepare using your witch's spell casting. You gain the spell even if it's not on your tradition's spell list. Basic lessons. Lesson of Dreams. Dreams can be a window to greater insights. You gain the Veil of Dreams hex, and your familiar learns Sleep. Lesson of Elements. Natural disasters and inclement weather hold more power than the mightiest creature. You gain the Elemental Betrayal hex. Your familiar learns your choice of Breathe Fire, Gust of Wind, Hydraulic Push, or Pummeling Rubble.
Hydraulic Push is so fun.
Lesson of Life. Life can be shared. You gain the Life Boost hex and your familiar learns Spirit Link. Lesson of Protection. An ounce of protection is worth a pound of cure. You gain the Blood Word hex. Your familiar learns Mystic Armor. Lesson of Vengeance. Suffer not even the smallest slights. You gain the Needle of Vengeance Hex, and your familiar learns Phantom Pain. Greater lessons. Lesson of Mischief. Nothing's wrong with some mischief now and then. You gain the Deceiver's Cloak Hex, and your familiar learns Mad Monkeys. Lesson of Shadow. The shadow is far from empty. It contains something of the person who casts it. You gain the Malicious Shadow Hex, and your familiar learns Chilling Darkness. Lesson of Snow. Emulate snow, for it can snuff one's life despite its gentleness. You gain the Personal Blizzard Hex, and your familiar learns Wall of Wind. Okay, and I'm guessing there's more here, but again, this is just a preview, so we don't see what else is there. They buffed a lot of the cool, flavorful class feats, and including a lot more thematic feats that draw from classic witch and folk magic stuffs. More feats that have effects originate from your familiar, so they can feel more active instead of just sitting in your pocket. Let's see. Sample of which. So we have Hedge Witch. With an eccentric personality and unconventional magic, you and your familiar support your allies and undermine your enemies. Attributes. Intelligence fuels your spells, dexterity and constitution provides solid defenses, while charisma can help you influence people. Skills, crafting, diplomacy, occultism, and society. Patron, spinner of threads. Lessons, basic, protection, greater, mischief, major, renewal. Cauldron, first, basic lesson, second, greater lesson, 6, witch's bottle, 8th, major lesson, 10th, has X focus, 12. Okay. Alrighty, and I'm guessing these are more feats. This is there's 6th level, 8th level. Alrighty. Let's see here.
Stitched familiar.
So, you gain your patron's magic into one of your witch alignments, causing them to shine with runes, light, or another signifier of your patron. Make an unarmed... Okay, so this is one that I unfortunately don't know what the name of it is. Make an unarmed strike with one of your witch's armaments. If you hit, you establish a sympathetic link with the target, making it easier for your patron to affect them. Until the beginning of your next turn, the target takes a -1 circumstance penalty to its saves against your hexes, or a -1 penalty to your triggering strike if the triggering strike was a critical hit. Okay. I don't know what that one is, but I'm guessing it's a 4th level feat.
Yeah,
Because it's going... Yeah. Okay. 6th level, Ceremonial Knife. You have prepared a special knife to direct energies when spellcasting. During your daily preparations, you and your familiar can perform a short ritual over a weapon, in the knife group, typically a dagger. This causes the knife to function as a magical wand, containing one...
First rank spell.
Yeah, any one first rank spell your familiar knows. You and only you can activate the knife to cast the spell within it. As normal for a wand, GM Core 282, you can attempt to overcharge the knife, and this can break or destroy the knife as normal. At 8th level, and every 2 levels thereafter, the maximum rank of spell your ceremonial knife can hold increases by 1.
Yeah.
Greater lesson. Your patron grants you greater knowledge. Choose a greater or basic lesson from the list on page 185. You gain its associated hex, and your familiar learns the associated spell. Steady spellcasting. Confident in your technique, you don't easily lose your concentration when you cast a spell. If another creature's reaction would disrupt your spellcasting action, attempt a DC 15 flat check. If you succeed, your action isn't disrupted. Witch's Charge. You forge a magical link with another creature, granting you awareness of that creature's condition and creating a conduit for spellcasting. During your daily preparations, you can designate one willing creature as your charge. You are always aware of your charge's direction from you, its distance from you, and any conditions affecting it. In addition, you can cast spells with a range of touch on your charge from a range of 30 feet. These effects persist until your next daily preparations. Special. This feat has the trait corresponding to the tradition of spells you cast: arcane, divine, occult, or primal. All right.
That includes things like heal, like just heal, which by one action heal is a touch.
Mm-hmm.
So you can use one action heals at 30 feet range.
Okay.
On
Wow.
someone.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Fuck
So you
yeah.
don't have to use 2 actions to cast heal. You just use one to give someone some quick HP and then do other things.
Yeah. Okay.
Among other stuff, there's also touch buffs.
Hmm.
There's all kinds of touch abilities, but you can use it on this charge that you choose.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. 8th level, we have Incredible Familiar, which the prerequisite is Enhanced Familiar. Your familiar is imbued with even more magic than other familiars. You can select a base of 6 familiar or master abilities each day instead of 4. Special, add the bonus familiar abilities you gain for being a witch to this amount. Merc Sight.
That's a lot of customers. That's really good for, pet things.
Yeah. Merc Sight. Your vision pierces through non-magical fog, mist, rain, and snow. You don't take circumstance penalties to range attacks or perception checks caused by non-magical precipitation, and your targeted attacks don't require a flat check to succeed against a target concealed only by such effects.
Now, that might sound niche, and it is, but, because it does say non-magical.
Precipitation. So
Yeah.
it's like, if it's magical rain, then you're fucked.
Yeah, because like fog, cloud, darkness, etc. That sucks. But naturally occurring things like that, I mean, it can happen.
Yeah.
Weather affects other things.
Yeah. Spirit Familiar, Divine or Occult Patron prerequisite. Your familiar can sustain its body to become pure spirit. Oh, subsume its body. Your familiar gains the Shed Spirit activity. Shed Spirit, spirit frequency, once per 10 minutes. Effect. Your familiar spirit exits its body, leaving its empty shell behind before flying at an enemy within 20 feet and dealing 66 spirit damage with a basic will save against your spell DC. If the familiar dealt damage, it then flies to an ally within 30 feet of the enemy, restoring hit points equal to half the damage dealt. Your familiar then reforms in its original square at 9th level, and every 2 levels thereafter, the attack deals an additional 2d6 damage. Wow.
Yeah.
That's actually kind of cool.
And hearty and healy.
Yeah, it's a hurdy healy. Stitched Familiar, Arcane or Primal Patron prerequisite. Your familiar can shed its material form, becoming a mass of animated magic. Your familiar gains the Stitching Strike activity. Stitching Strike, frequency once per 10 minutes. Effect. Your familiar unravels into magical fibers that encompass an enemy within 30 feet and deal 66 slashing damage with a basic reflex save against your spell DC. On a failure, the target is also immobilized for 1 round or until it escapes against your spell DC. Your familiar then reforms in its original square. At 9th level and every 2 levels thereafter, the attack deals an additional 2d6 damage. Okay, it's kind of on the same thing, but it doesn't have the healy, but it's still pretty cool.
Instead of heals, it's crowd control. It makes something stay still and deal damage.
Yeah.
Which immobilization is powerful.
Yeah, no, it's still good. It just becomes a matter of, do you want to be a healy or do you want to be a prony?
Oh no, 1 second. Let me look at the immobilized conditioning, because I want to think of something. It can't use any action with the move trait if immobilized on holding in place. If an external force would move you out of your space, that force must succeed a check against either the DC of the effect holding you or the relevant defense of the usually fortitude of the monster holding you. You can't use anything with the move trait. Would that mean things like, let's see, slow, drag, slams, yes. I don't know. From moving 1 space to another. So, I guess you can still make reflex saves even though you're pinned in place. I guess. I'm gonna do some research into that more.
Yeah, I'll take a quick potty break. I won't go on BRB screen. I'll be really quick. But no, this is, I don't know what witch was before this, but this is kind of cool. This is cool.
Sounding pretty similar, but it seems a bit tuned up more to be good.
And now I go potty.
Huh.
Alrighty. What have we found? What have we learned?
Immobilize and paralyze don't affect reflex saves in any way, shape, or form.
Is that good or bad?
Mechanically, it exists because nothing else would can force fortitude or will saves into being shittier by having a condition like immobilized for them. But paralyze does not affect reflex saves, and immobilize doesn't either. Paralyzed means you're paralyzed, but it doesn't affect your reflex save. You literally can't do anything, but you can still critically succeed a reflex save. So yeah, you can critically succeed at making that reflex save against a fireball. If you're paralyzed or immobilized, you can just not take full damage.
You can just roll away.
It's not that you move. It's just you take. Some other people. The more we talk, I'm reading it. It's more like it doesn't necessarily mean dodge. It means because like dwarves can get a bonus against trip effects.
Mm-hmm.
Like they can get a circumstance bonus for reflex saves against trips.
Yeah.
It's not that they dodge it. It's more like you can't move them. They brace so they don't get tripped. It's not literally dodging. It's your reflex of reacting to something more. Mm-hmm. But also, but mechanically speaking, it exists because immobilize can be done by like grappling and shit. You can find a lot of ways to immobilize something. You can't do it so easy with fort and will saves though. Mm-hmm. Those things require a lot more work to try and get those debuffs.
Yeah.
Immobilize not so much, which is why it doesn't affect reflex. Because if immobilization or paralyzation did negatively affect reflex saves, then spellcasters would do nothing but take things that would, one, immobilize you, and two, target your reflex, so they would just absolutely crit the fuck out of you. Not crit, but, blow you up, because they would just use spells that require reflex saves. Because if you immobilize someone, that would negatively affect reflex, or anything, really, anything that could target reflex to deal damage or cause problems, those things would do it by immobilizing you to give them a better chance at that. Mm-hmm. That's why it doesn't affect it. Same with paralyzation. Even though paralyzed literally says your body is frozen, you are flat-footed, you can't act except recall knowledge, and use actions that require only the use of your mind as determined by GM. Your senses are functional, but only in the areas you can perceive without moving your body, so you can't seek while paralyzed. Most of the time you attempt a saving throw, you don't have to use your actions on your reaction, even though and immobilizes, you can't use any action with move. If you're immobilizing something holding you in place, nothing that has a move trait. So tumble, seek, trip, move through, squeeze, swim, etc.
Yeah.
But yeah, your body is frozen in place. It does not affect reflex saves. As raw, which fair. I don't think I could willingly change that for homebrew without having to find some way to have fort and will equally as easily affected. But yeah, it's maybe fortitude probably would fit that too, because maybe shoves, because it would be athletics. I don't know. That's athletic, not fort. Or poison? No, that wouldn't work. I had to think about it, but I wouldn't be able to change that without serious thought, because it doesn't seem fair, because just debuffing anything doesn't seem particularly fun. It's like, hey, this one thing just gets punished because I think it's stupid reasoning, but I get it. I think it's dumb. I think it's silly as shit.
Oof.
But yeah, it's just by rules as written. It's those immobilized and paralyzed don't actually affect your ability to avoid things that require reflexes somehow.
Okay. All right.
How actual fluff on that? Good question. Bleh.
Yeah.
And again, and from saving throws as an action. Okay, so saving throws aren't affected by paralyzed or immobilized. And some people are trying to argue, like, consider what a reflex save is. Does it mean you move? How much are you actually moving to get out of the way? Do you even move to make for some saves? Do you just backflip out of everything? Can you backflip out of everything? You know, it's more like, you know, don't you move from the square when you make a reflex save? Do you provoke any attack from our team? Yeah, you and also you don't make any attacks of opportunity by doing reflex saves, because that would be bullshit. And also, you know, if you do duck out of the way, you would move in a direction that's not towards an opponent, which means the opponent would fucking be able to hit you if you make a reflex save with that logic.
Yeah.
Or it could be with that logic. You could go down that route, which is just a whole non sequitur, which doesn't help anybody and starts muddying the fucking waters on what the problem is. And the problem is, rules written are usually dumb no matter what system they're in. But I don't have an alternative. I don't have one. A lot of people don't seem to have an alternative to that reasoning, so it is what it is. I thought it would, but I don't know. I guess it just makes sense mechanically, I suppose.
Yeah.
But the point is, they're also immobilized, so you can just dump shit underneath them, and then they can have to deal with that. There's nothing stopping you from doing things that just affect an area, and now, good luck. Now they're just like dropping like a damaging AoE on something. Now they're just stuck in that AoE for a little bit. You know, save or no, if they're stuck in a zone that does persistent damage, well, they're stuck there. You know, stuff like that. So it's not really that big a deal. There's other options. You gotta get creative. But it's just silly. I just think that's really interesting and weird. Mostly paralyzed is the one that's really getting me. Like, it literally says you cannot do anything. You are frozen in place. You cannot do anything but recall knowledge and make saving throws against things. But that includes reflex, which I don't. Like some people point out, reflex just like an archaic term. It's just like, you know, it's a legacy term for some stuff. Which, it's fair. It does give some it does make some assumptions appear in your head as a reflex, right? So fair. But it's not always like physically moving out of the way out of things. So it could just be, again, you just brace yourself for the fucking impact of whatever the fuck's happening. But I don't know. It's interesting.
Yeah.
Just there's not really much else I can go down. This discussion doesn't really seem to have a lot of people having any real answers for an alternative. So I don't know. I sure as shit can't find a reason that I could actively choose to ignore that without, you know, punishing things that target reflex saves.
And that's all in, like, relative to this whole Stitch Familiar thing, right? Or
that's just my research of immobilized, and it turns out paralyzed is under the same umbrella as immobilized. In terms of, these two things don't affect saving throws of any kind, including reflexes, which is just confusing, because you are paralyzed completely, or you literally cannot move or do any actions that require movement. Saving throws are neither of these things that requires movement or any real action.
Okay.
Because you don't use an action to make a saving throw; it just happens. So that's like the disconnect between, like, things that would make sense, that logically play out if it were real in a real setting, and things that are from a gamey mechanical perspective.
Yeah.
So it's that dissonance between the two, which is interesting to have found out about. It's just that's my findings on if immobilization affects anything else. Besides, you know, which it doesn't affect anything negatively in terms of being able to deal with, like, things that require saves, at least.
Okay. All right.
It's a whole other option, but you know, for that, that's just a fun thing I found while doing the digging.
Neat. Hell yeah. Okay. I just realized that it was like, I forgot that whenever we're in, like, the game screen stuff that there's no music playing. I was like, oh yeah, let me fix that. So I just unmuted 14. I've literally just had 14 just... I'm on a menu, so it's just the song playing, which is just funny. But
funny.
that way it's not super duper quiet. But okay, so then next one is Witch's Bottle, which prerequisites is Cauldron. You spend 10 minutes and 1 focus point brewing a special potion containing the power of one of your hexes that targets a creature. A creature that consumes this potion is targeted by the hex. If the hex has a sustained duration and you have Cackle on page 284, you can cast Cackle into the bottle just before you seal it. If you do, the hex's duration is extended as if you had cast Cackle the round after the hex was cast. Typically, this extends the duration by 1 round. Your cackling laugh sounds out when the potion is unsealed. Any potion you create this way loses its power the next time you make your daily preparations. While the potion is in your possession, you can render it inert using a single action that has the Concentrate trait. You can't regain the focus point you spent to create the potion or the focus point you spent to cast Cackle until the potion is consumed or loses its magic. Okay. 10th level, Double. Prerequisites, Cauldron. For each temporary oil or potion you brew during your daily preparations, you brew 2 copies of it. This allows you to brew 2 temporary oils or potions each day, 4 if you have master proficiency in DC and spell DC, or 6 if you have legendary proficiency. Okay. Major lesson.
That's some fucking strong shit.
I was saying like that. So now, if depending on your proficiency, you can make double or triple or, quadruple or awesome. Major lesson. Your patron grants you even greater secrets. Choose a major, greater, or basic lesson from the list on page 185. You gain its associated hex, and your familiar learns the associated spell. Special, you can select this feat a 2nd time if you're 14th level or higher, and a 3rd time if you're 18th level or higher. Choose a different lesson each time. Okay, that's awesome. Quickened casting, that one sounds good. Frequency to only once per day. You accelerate your spell casting if your next action is to cast a witch cantrip or a witch spell that is at least 2 ranks lower than the highest rank witch spell slot you have. Reduce the number of actions to cast it by 1, minimum 1 action.
That's really strong.
Yeah. Huh.
What level spell slots do witches get at 10th? Let me check.
Yeah. While you do that, I'll go over Witch's Communion, which is the prerequisite of Witch's Charge. You can keep watch over multiple charges. Each day during your preparations, you can designate a number of charges equal to your intelligence modifier instead of just 1. Okay.
Fifth level is the highest, so they can make any 3rd level spell or lower 1 action.
Wow.
Or reduced by 1 action to a minimum of 1.
Huh.
Which increases the higher level they get.
Yeah.
General charges. Yeah, and then Witch's Communion is really fucking cool. That means because int is their spellcasting key attribute, which means the whole party and maybe more than that even. Imagine a single touch heal across 6 people.
Wow. Fuck.
At 30 feet in a 30 foot radius.
Fuck.
That's nothing to shit. That ain't nothing to shit on.
No, seriously, that's good. Fuck.
Or a touch buff that's just like, hey, not this can't be done. I'm pretty sure, but bless. Imagine that.
Yeah. Fuck.
Just to like 6 people instead of like 3 or 2 or 1 in this scenario, or something like that. I don't know all the touch abilities, but I know there's some fucking wild shit.
Blade ward.
Yeah, that. Just make everybody resistant to physical damage.
It only works on self, but yeah. Okay.
It's a touch, but whatever. It doesn't choose self, but you're okay. Yeah, that's the thing.
Just let the DM decide from there.
But what other touch? Like, what kind of other touch spells are there? I'm gonna go through that.
Okay, 12th level feat. This is the only one they have because if there's more, it doesn't show. Coven spell. And then there's a weird little arrow on it that's like a reversey thing, but trigger.
That's a reaction.
Okay. Nope. Trigger. An ally within 30 feet casts a spell. Okay, that's what. Okay. Oh, okay. Now I'm starting to understand little symbols. Your rhyme with your allies' incantations. You rhyme with your allies' incantations or echo their movements, linking your magic to empower their spell in two ways.
So, real fast.
Yeah.
Let's see the black arrows. Those are how many actions? 1 to 3.
Yeah.
The white empty one is a free action. So quicken casting's a freebie. You don't have to use any of your other actions to do that.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah. And things like that. There's not really many other symbols besides those ones and reaction there, but it's
Yeah. Okay. All right. So yeah. You rhyme with your allies' incantations or echo their movements, linking your magic to empower their spell in one of two ways. 1. If their spell deals damage and doesn't have a duration, you grant that spell a status bonus to damage equal to its rank. Or, if their spell doesn't have a spell shape effect applied to it, apply the effects of any one spell shaped feat you know to the spell. The spell shaped feat must be one that can be applied to the triggering spell. You must be able to use it. For instance, if the spell shaped feat is usable only a limited number of times per day.
So what I'm hearing here is that if there's no duration, add its spell slot rank to its damage.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can meta magic it, do it.
Yeah.
Which can be a fucking lot of things.
Okay.
Like widen or reach or something like that.
Okay.
So that turns that 30 foot like a 20 foot fireball into like a 30 or a 40. You can do spell shaping is just what I'm understanding meta magic.
There's still so much here. Okay,
Yeah.
So we just finished that one. Wizard spell school changes. What if the wizard schools were actual schools? Things like curriculums or academies. Very much remixing. Taking the themes of the older schools and revamping them to make them more flexible. Lets them expand to make even more schools in the future.
So things like evocation, transmutation, conjuration, abjuration. Those are gone. Necromancy, gone. Spells are spells. And it depends on what school you went to that specializes in the spell. Literal, like actual, did you go to evocation Hogwarts or transmutation Hogwarts or necromancy Hogwarts?
Okay.
Which are the different, they really changed that stuff up. And also, I already see legendary spellcaster is bullshit and I like it.
Yeah, I'm guessing this is from a different school, but it's cut off, obviously.
Alrighty. The Lin returns.
We figured you were gone for a little bit.
We figured you were gone for a little bit. So while you were gone, we went over some witch changes. We went over cleric changes, and then I think you were only around you weren't around for the fighter changes. Did you want me to go over some of them again, or?
Lin heard most of it.
Oh, okay, perfect. Did you have anything you wanted to say about some of the stuff, or? Because I would love to hear your input on it. We just finished like the little witch preview.
Also, did you hear my fucking 15-minute tangent?
She was making noodles, then making Alfredo sauce, then making Alfredo.
Delicious.
Hell yeah.
Did you hear my fucking tangent on immobilization and paralyzation being stupid as raw, but I can't find an argument to go against it?
And I do mean making noodles. Got a machine for it and everything.
Of course you do.
Man, I need one of those. Making spaghetti is hard, but I want to do it.
You just need the machine.
And hey, if you think conditions are weird in second,
Yeah.
Hey.
consider the following.
Go on.
In 5th edition, there's stunned, incapacitated, restrained, paralyzed, and unconscious.
Yeah, I know. Stunned is OP.
And they all do radically different things.
Yes. What I'm saying is, like, paralyzed and immobilized don't affect reflex save, so if you're paralyzed completely, you can still make the reflex save to do anything. Hey, guess what? You're immobilized and paralyzed, but you can still not get tripped. It's a bad example. Trip isn't really reflex, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. I still have so much curry.
Well, in 5th, paralyzed means you auto-fail strength and dex saves.
That's what I was thinking paralyzed meant in Pathfinder, too. I thought that's what it meant. Turns out it doesn't. But yeah, no, both tabletop mechanics are silly and dumb. they're fucking dumb.
Yeah. Oh. Alrighty. There's still a lot here in this little preview. Like, Phoebe fed us real good. So...
But being incapacitated just means you can't take actions or reactions, no other side effects, and it's so dumb.
That means you can move, right? Because movement is not an action or a reaction.
It is.
It is? Huh.
Move action.
I hate terminology.
But you know what isn't dumb?
What isn't dumb?
These garlic Alfredo noodles I made, or
Hell
the
yeah.
tri-type I put in it.
Hell yeah. I've never made like home. I know making udon noodles homemade is really easy. It's just water and flour, and then you just keep kneading it, and then you let it sit for an hour, and then you keep kneading it again, and then you just cut them into your like desired length and girth, and that's it.
Yep.
That's all you do to make udon noodles. It just becomes a matter of, do you want to dedicate about 2 hours, one of which where it's just sitting. But it sounds really cool. Alrighty. Any other things you wanted to say about some of the things, or anything you wanted us to quickly go back over?
These are
Lynn?
water, flour, garlic, and some butter.
Hell yeah.
Well, okay.
Yeah.
Well, the non-dirty way to use length and girth in the same sentence.
For one, yes, hydraulic push is the best.
Funny druid with water staff make pushy push.
Push. Push.
Even if you fail, you get moved 5 feet. Go fuck yourself. Wee. Or even if you succeed, but not critically, you still move.
Wee.
If you fail, if it's a crit, then you fucking get moved 10 feet into a fucking wall. Haha, hoo-ha.
For 2, Pharasma is great. All my goth nobles love Pharasma.
Erasmus is one of the fun deities.
Hell
I like
yeah.
my inventor worships Desna because creativity. Also, my robot has a clockwork gun on it. Isn't he adorable?
Beep boop.
Inventor is great. I call it a confetti cannon. It shoots confetti, which does piercing damage.
It's not confetti, that's shrapnel!
And hooray, they made War Priest not a troll pick.
Yeah. Unlike other games that did that. Or original War Priest.
Any comments you want to say about the witch? I've been having fun reading all of this.
It's a good time.
Yeah, I thought more of this would go over my head.
Not enough hat, 0 out of 10 moving on.
Not enough hat.
Like, this has been fun because first off, again, it's not going over my head as much as I thought it would. And I think that's good because this is supposed to be the remaster that's supposed to be a lot more friendly for newbies to understand. And so I like what they're doing so far. They're kind of getting to the point, and if they have to explain, they're trying to give you an example.
It's very nice.
How good do the curses feel? Also, you are right about the hat. Alrighty.
So, I found out there's a spell where you can just where you just store stuff in your stomach as like a magic portal dimension.
Yep.
You can just have that be your hat as a flavor thing, because it's just a spell that lasts almost 24 hours. I was like, no, its heightened version can last an entire day. Its normal version can last 8 hours. So you can just pull stuff out of your hat, or take the prescient planner feat, which just says, hey, I actually did buy this item before I left. Ha ha ha! I do have it. Fuck you. It's pulled out
So
of your
you're
hat.
saying I get it and cast permanence on it?
Probably.
Probably.
Why not? It can hold an entire bulk of something, which a bulk is a lot. Like a weapon is bulk. Like a sword can be bulk 1, which is, just pull a fucking claymore out of your hat. Or
A rabbit
anything.
is also bulk 1.
Yes. You can literally pull the rabbit out of a hat. The rabbit you're familiar now, it's going to cast fucking strangle on someone.
Yeah, that kind of works with that one familiar thing where it was like, your familiar is a comforting presence. It is cute and fluffy, and I'm like, it is a bunny. It is a bunny.
It is a bunny.
It
It is
a
very
bunny.
cute. It just fucking tore someone's throat out with its bare hands.
Yes, it's a Monty Python
Or a
rabbit.
capybara if you're Logan.
Yeah.
You pull a capybara out of your hat, and you pull a little orange that goes on the top of its head.
Yeah, just get a little bath towel. Go off and conquer. Alrighty. So wizard feats. So now they're schools. They're actual
Yep.
schools. Okay, so
Yeah.
I'm gonna skip the legendary spellcaster. Arcane schools. Your arcane school is where you devoted yourself to the study of spellcraft. Whether you learned in the storied halls of a formal institution via an apprenticeship with an archmage, or taught yourself from secondhand tomes, your arcane school indelibly set the curriculum and direction of your magic. Curriculum spells. You automatically add some of the spells listed in your school's curriculum to your spellbook. At first level, you add a cantrip and 2 first-rank spells of your choice. As soon as you gain the ability to cast wizard spells of a new rank, choose one of the spells from your curriculum of that rank to add to your spellbook. A superscript U indicates an uncommon spell. Your GM might allow you to swap or add other spells to your curriculum if they strongly fit the theme. Spell slots. Each day, you can prepare an extra cantrip from your curriculum. You also gain an extra spell slot at each spell rank for which you have wizard spell slots. You can prepare only spells from your school's curriculum in these extra slots. Any spell listed in your curriculum of a suitable spell rank is eligible to be prepared in each of these extra slots, regardless of how you added the spell to your spellbook. School spells. School spells are a type of focus spell. It costs 1 focus point
No
to...
one joins swine lumps. No one likes swine lumps.
It costs 1 focus point to cast a focus spell, and you start with a focus pool of 1 focus point. You refill your focus pool during your daily preparations, and you regain 1 focus point by spending 10 minutes using the refocus ability to study your spellbook or conduct arcane research. Focus spells are automatically heightened to half your level rounded up, much like cantrips. Focus spells don't require spell slots, and you can't cast them using spell slots. Certain feats give you more focus spells. The maximum focus points your focus pool can hold is equal to the number of focus spells you have, but it can never be more than 3 points. The full rules
Really though, ever take a moment to think of how weird and gross a name Hogwarts is?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's what you meant by pig lumps. Okay.
Yeah.
Swine lumps. The full rules for focus spells appear on page 289. No one's ever done a parody of Harry Potter and called it Swine Lumps Academy, have they?
But they should.
They should. Swine Swine lumps.
It's fucking really good.
Swine zits is also applicable.
Oh, ew. No, that sounds disgusting.
Yeah.
You don't think about Hogwarts because because most of the time, half the time, I don't even remember what the fuck a wart is. So then it's like,
Hee.
or like there's certain herbs and stuff that are called something wart.
Yeah.
So you think of an herb or a plant or a spice.
Yeah.
So I didn't think about like gross shit growing off of bodies and stuff. But yeah, no, when you say swine lumps, it's just like, oh yeah, that's a wart. That can be a wart. Ew. Alrighty. The fuck was I reading? Yeah. School of Ars Grammatica. Runes and words, numbers and letters, they underpine all magic, making them the logical subject for a wizard who studies fundamental forces. Perhaps you studied at the Pathfinder Society School of Spells or a similar institution like Swine Lumps, but whether you're lacing your words with magic to compel others...
Oh hell way, School of Grammar Nazis, sign me up.
Oh my god.
But whether you're lacing your words with magic to compel others, casting wards around your workshop, or destabilizing the very structure of an opponent's spells, you know this unassuming school carries elegant power. Curriculum. Cantrips, message, sigil, first command, disguise magic, runic body, runic weapon, second, dispel magic, translate, third, enthrall, veil of privacy, fourth, dispelling globe, suggestion, fifth, sending, true speech, sixth, repulsion, spell rack, seventh, contingency, plan your spell, eighth, quadri, unrelenting observation, ninth, detonate magic, school spells, initial, protective words, advanced, rune of observation. I just list you fucking spells.
Yeah. Just tells you what they count as curriculum spells. These are ones you get access to.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
It's really more or less the same as the old one, but there's not fucking 12 of them.
Yeah. Okay. School of Battle Magic. Magic is power, and there are always those who will use power for the art of battle. You may have studied in the military of a nation of the brink of war. Sheliax and Andorian perhaps, or Geb and Nex. You summon whirling energies that can lay waste to both soldiers and armies, while being sure not to neglect arcane countermeasures for common tactical complications, or the shields and defenses that keep combatants alive on the battlefield.
You know what I fucking love in fantasy settings that deal with magic and shit?
Yeah.
How does magic affect war? How do they organize spellcasters for war? Like, how do you deal with enemy, and what do you do when you fight a legion of enemy wizards? An actual legion of spellcasters, how do you fight that? And they find ways to do it. It's great. I love seeing that shit in Warcraft especially, because they do put that up there. How do magicians affect conflict? And the answer is, they fucking tip the scale almost the other way if you let them.
You find out the answer by playing Final Fantasy IX.
That too. Yeah, how do you deal with how do you deal with a legion of black mages? You don't.
You don't. you fucking run.
If you don't have arcane countermeasures, you don't deal with them. You lose.
You lose.
And like that's like in 14 especially, the war of white and the war against
What do you do when a bunch of mage factions start duking against each other? You don't get involved.
That was Nim, and that's why they're Tonberries now.
You stay the fuck out. You mind your damn business.
Apparently, the Maki War, it was so cataclysmic it caused the fucking fifth calamity.
Yeah, of course it fucking did.
Like they just not to mention all the actual physical damage it did before that point.
I could see in a setting using war mages as being a war crime because of how destructive they can be.
Yeah, like it's actually in all reality, a 20th level wizard, a 20th level anything in fantasy settings by lore standard is a fucking rare. It's like a 1 in a million that someone gets that strong, right? Like they're very, very rare, and they know what they do. They are supremely confident in their power because of it.
a 20th level wizard is something that nobody wants to fuck with. Because a 20th level wizard can actually alter the fabric of time and reality if they want to.
Yeah, there's like 120th level entities on the planet generally.
Yeah, 100 on a planet that can maybe match the population of Earth of like a few billion people. 100 of them are 20th level. Like, fucking magic is bullshit, and old people who have magic are the worst offenders of bullshit. Don't fuck with them. Don't do it. Like,
And most of them are evil.
Yeah. It's fucking weird. I guess because if they
Lich
were good,
is
you
yo.
know. There's good aligned liches. Rare, but they exist. They look like shit, but they exist.
Nah.
I think they call them arc liches or something. But yeah, no, liches,
Yeah.
fine. Yeah, then you get liches. But then again, liches themselves, a 20th level wizard can maybe do a wizard duel between a wizard and a lich. Probably not a good time for anyone. Anywhere.
Yeah. Also, when mages fight each other, nothing happens until they explode. Counter spell battle.
It really is a game of, like, who can outplay the other. It's like chess, but with, like, reality-breaking magic.
Fuck, that sounds like chaos. Holy shit. Alrighty. Curriculum.
Magic wizard battles, baby.
Leeches need to eat souls to maintain their undeath. Also, you need to do
And
some
good
evil
ones
shit
are
to
usually
become one.
heads of state or organizations and are way too busy to deal with your shit.
Yep.
That's what they have. They just go like, and true polymorph. I'm going home now.
Let's see. There are no good liches. Alrighty. So, curriculum, cantrips, shield, telekinetic projectile. First level, breathe fire, force barrage, mystic armor. Second, mist, resist energy. Third, earthbind, fireball. Fourth, wall of fire, weapon storm. Fifth, howling blizzard, impaling strike. Sixth, chain lightning, disintegrate. Seventh, energy origins. No, energy aegis, true target. Eighth, arctic rift, dissicate. And ninth, falling stars. School spells, initial. Force bolt, advanced energy absorption. Okay. I sometimes hate the fact that I have such a small mouth.
So, as what Server is saying, there are no demi-liches are liches plus, but they're just ahead. An arc lich hasn't shown up in second and fourth edition of D&D at least. An arc lich is a good aligned lich. There are such a thing as good aligned liches. They're called arc liches. They are actually good aligned.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. So so they can exist. They just don't exist in 5th edition D&D at least, and I think they should. I think that is an interesting thing.
Huh. Okay. Alrighty. So
I mean, like, why wouldn't
They are liches of great power who call themselves arch-liches, but they're more archmages who are liches.
yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So unfortunately we can't go into School of Civic Wizardry, but it does have the paragraph. So it says here, whether you studied in Manicates Orichalcum or Alcolularium, or the Academy of Applied Magic, you learn that the fruits of arcane studies, like any other field, should ultimately help the common citizens. You've learned the humble art of construction, of finding lost people and things, of moving speedily across among buildings and moats, yet these same arts can be turned to demolition, and the constructs you animate to build bridges can just as easily tear them down.
Literally civic engineers, but magic.
And you're just engineers.
Yeah. Instead of knowing
An archlich is a whole other and much more complicated ritual that generally only happens if a god gives the go-ahead.
And a demi-lich is just a lich head because they're so powerful they disintegrate all but their fucking head.
Okay, there's a bunch of pictures here. Going over...
Demi-liches are degraded, not more powerful. I thought they were more powerful. Maybe I'm getting my power rankings mixed up in my head. Yeah, it's been a while since I thought about lichdom.
Alrighty. Going over a lot of the different chapters and going over the skills and general feats. New reposition action to move people around. Added a feat that gives you a scaling non-combat pet, Lamal. Assistive items are core now, and formulas cut down on the prep time.
Why is it scale? If it scales, why is it non-combative? What's the fucking point?
Otherwise, demi-liches are liches who really need a strong emotional connection to something before they can feel proper attraction.
Hey.
Yeah.
Ha 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 ha.
I'm very funny.
You're so fucking cute.
Alrighty, so this one seems to be a little bit scattered. I'm not sure if this if this comes back to Wizard or Warlock or whatever it was, but well, we'll read it anyway. Skills, Arcana, Athletics. Okay. So falling. When you fall more than 5 feet, you take falling damage when you land, which is bludgeoning damage equal to half the distance you fell. If you take any damage from a fall, you're knocked prone when you land. You can grab an edge as a reaction, page 418, to reduce or eliminate the damage from some falls. More detailed rules for falling damage appear on 421. Multiple attacks with athletics. Several athletics actions have the attack trait, meaning that using them more than once in the same turn makes them less accurate. Since these actions use your free hand, you use the traits for your first attack to determine the multiple attack penalty. So your fist's agile trait applies. Therefore, you take a -4 penalty if the action is your second attack of the turn, or a -8 if it's the third. Some weapon traits allow you to take these actions using a weapon, in which case the penalty might be -5 or -10 if the weapon doesn't have the agile trait. Some characters can get unarmed attacks without the agile trait as well. If it's unclear which penalty to use, the GM makes the call. Alrighty. So we're looking here at Arcana, which is, I guess, intelligence.
Yep.
Arcana measures how much you know about arcane magic and creatures. Even if you're untrained, you can recall knowledge. Recall knowledge, also on page 231, about arcane theories, magic traditions, creatures of arcane significance, like constructs, beasts, and elementals, and the astral plane, elemental planes, and the netherworld. Arcana trained actions. You must be trained in Arcana to use it for the following general skill actions. Decipher writing, page 228, about arcane theory. Identify magic, page 230, particularly magic of the arcane tradition. Learn a spell, page 230, from the arcane tradition. Borrow an arcane spell. It says concentrate and exploration. Alright, if you're an arcane spellcaster who prepares spells, you can attempt to prepare a spell from someone else's arcane spellbook, arcane witch familiar, or the like. The GM sets the DC for the check based on the spell's rank and rarity. It's typically a bit easier than learning the spell, page 230. You prepare the borrowed spell, success. You prepared the borrowed spell as part of your normal spell preparation. On a failure, you fail to prepare the spell, but the spell slot remains available for you to prepare a different spell. You can't try to borrow the spell again until the next time you prepare spells. Athletics, which is strength. Athletics allows you to perform deeds of physical prowess. Most athletics actions lets you move about the environment. Climb, high jump, long jump, swim, or control your opponent's movement in combat. Grapple, reposition, shove, trip, and disarm. Escape. When you use the escape basic action, page 416, you can use your athletics modifier instead of your unarmed attack modifier.
Huh.
Climb. Requirements. You have 2 free hands. You attempt an athletics check to move a maximum distance of 5 feet up, down, or across an incline. You're off guard while climbing unless you have a climb speed. The GM determines the DC based on the nature of the incline and environmental circumstances. You might get an automatic critical success on an incline that's trivial to climb. If your land speed is 40 feet or higher, increase the maximum distance by 5 for every 12 feet of speed above 20 feet. Critical success. You move along the incline, increasing the maximum distance by 5 feet. Success. You move along the incline. Critical failure. You fall. If you begin the climb on stable ground, you fall and land prone. Simple climb tasks. Untrained. Ladder, step slope, low branch tree. Trained, rigging, rope, typical tree. Expert, wall with small handholds and footholds. Master, ceiling with hands and footholds, rock wall, or legendary smooth surface.
Imagine being so good at climbing, you just climb up a sheer
You're
cliff.
just Spider-Man. You're just Spider-Man.
I like how Master implies that. I think Egg Legendary just implies things like you're just a goat now.
You're just Link.
Yep.
Using your body. So force open. Using your body, a lever, or some other tool, you attempt to forcibly open a door, window, container, or heavy gate. With a high enough result, you even smash through walls. Without a crowbar, prying something open takes a -2 item penalty to the athletics check to force open. Critical success, you open the door, window, container, or gate and avoid damaging it in the process. Success, you break the door, window, container, or gate open and it gains the broken condition. If it's especially sturdy, the GM might have to take damage but not be broken. Critical failure, your attempt jams the door, window, container, or gate shut, imposing a -2 circumstance penalty on future attempts to force it open. You make it worse. Sample force open tasks. Untrained, fabric, flimsy glass. Trained, ice or sturdy glass. Expert, flimsy wooden door, wooden portcullis. Master, sturdy wooden door, iron portcullis.
It's portcullis.
Portcullis, okay. Metal bar, legendary, stone or iron door. Alrighty, grapple. Requirements, you have at least one free hand and your target is no more than one size larger than you. You attempt to grab a creature or object with your free hand. Attempt an athletics check against your target's fortitude DC. You can grapple a target you already have grabbed or restrained without having a hand free. I read that weird, I'm sorry. Critical success. Your target is restrained until the end of your next turn unless you move or your target escapes. Page 416. Success. Your target is grabbed until the end of your next turn unless you move or your target escapes. Failure. You failed to grab your target. If you already had the target grabbed or restrained using a grapple, those conditions on the target end. Critical failure. If you already had the target grabbed or restrained, it breaks free. Your target can either grab you as if it succeeded at using the grapple action against you, or force you to fall and land prone. Alright. High jump. You stride, then attempt a DC 30 athletics check to jump vertically. If you didn't stride at least 10 feet, you automatically fail. This DC might be increased or decreased due to the situation as determined by the GM. Critical success. You leap up to 8 feet vertically and 10 feet horizontally. Success. You leap up to 5 feet vertically and 5 feet horizontally. Failure. You leap normally. Critical failure. You fall prone in your space. Long jump. You stride, then attempt a DC 15 athletics check to make a long jump in the direction you were striding. If you didn't stride at least 10 feet, you automatically fail your check. The GM might increase or decrease the DC depending on the situation. At a success, you leap a distance equal to your check result, rounded down to the nearest 5 feet. You can't jump further than your land speed. Failure, you make a normal horizontal leap. Critical failure, you make a normal horizontal leap, then fall and land prone. Reposition. Requirements. You either have at least one hand free, or you're grabbing or restraining the target. Your
For
target...
the record.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Previously, if you wanted to jump any farther than your base, it was a DC 30 check. And seems it still is for high jump.
Yeah, for high jump it is, but for long jump it's half of that. For better or for worse. Okay. So reposition. You either have at least one hand free, or you're grabbing or restraining the target. The target can't be more than one size larger than you, unless you're a fighter with that like strong shove, or whatever it was. Okay. You muscle a creature or object around. Attempt an athletics check against the target's fortitude DC. Critical success. You move the creature up to 10 feet. It must remain within your reach during this movement, and you can't move it into or through obstacles. Success. You move the target up to 5 feet. It must remain within your reach during this movement, and you can't move it into or through obstacles. Critical failure. The target can move you up to 5 feet as though it successfully repositioned you. Leap. There's a bit here of leap and forced movement. So leap. The leap basic action is used for high jump and long jump. A horizontal leap lets you jump up to 10 feet horizontally if your speed is at least 15 feet, or up to 15 feet horizontally if your speed is at least 30 feet. You land in the space where your leap ends, meaning you can typically clear a 5-foot gap if your speed is between 15 feet and 30 feet, or a 10-foot gap if your speed is 30 feet or more. A vertical leap lets you leap up to 3 feet vertically and 5 feet horizontally into an elevated surface. Force movement. Reposition and shove force a creature to move. When an effect forces you to move, or if you start falling, the distance you move is defined by the effect that moved you, not by your speed. Because you're not acting to move, this doesn't trigger reactions triggered by movement. See page 422 for full details. Okay. Shove. Requirements. You have at least one hand free. The target can't be more than one size larger than you. You push a creature away from you. Attempt an athletics check against your target's fortitude DC. At a critical success, you push your target up to 10 feet away from you. You can stride after it, but you must move the same distance and in the same direction. Success. You push your target back 5 feet. You can stride after it, but you must move the same distance in the same direction, so the same shit, just less. Critical failure, you lose your balance, fall, and land prone.
Yeah.
Schwam! You attempt an athletics check to move a maximum distance of 10 feet through water. The GM determines the DC based on the turbulence or danger of the water. In most instances of calm water, you get an automatic critical success. If your land speed is 40 feet or higher, increase the maximum possible distance by 5 feet for every 20 feet of speed above 20 feet. If you end your turn in water and haven't succeeded at a swim action that turn, you sink 10 feet and get moved by the current, as determined by the DM. This doesn't apply if your last action on your turn was to enter the water. Critical success. You move through the water, increasing the maximum distance by 5 feet. Success. You move through the water. Critical failure. You make no progress. If you're holding your breath, page 437, you lose 1 round of air. Okay. What's here? Oh, this one's nice and fucking clear. Either they just decide. Oh, what about the next one? Is the next one also clear? No, we go back to fucking shitty blurry. Okay. I don't know why this one. I'm guessing this tells me that the poster is probably definitely lowered the quality of each scan, and I guess this one just kind of they forgot. But whatever, we can read it nicely. So, legendary professional. Okay, this is just down the table of contents eventually. So now this is just feats. This is between the L and P. So, okay. So legendary professional. Prerequisites, legendary in lore. Your fame has spread through the lands. For instance, if you have warfare lore, you might be a legendary general or tactician. This works as a legendary performer above, except you gain higher level jobs when you earn income with lore. Legendary sneak. You're always sneaking unless you choose to be seen, even when there's nowhere to hide. You can hide and sneak, even without cover or being concealed. When you employ an exploration tactic other than avoiding notice, you also gain the benefits of avoiding notice unless you choose not to. See page 438 for more information about exploration tactics. Legendary survivalist. You can survive indefinitely without food or water and can endure severe, extreme, and incredible cold and heat without taking damage from doing so. Legendary thief. Your ability to steal defies belief. You can attempt to steal something that is actively wielded or that would be extremely noticeable or time-consuming to remove, like worn shoes or armor. You must do so slowly and carefully, spending at least 1 minute, and significantly lower for items that are normally time-consuming to remove, like armor. Though this duration, you must have some means of staying hidden, such as a cover of darkness or a bustling crowd. Even if you succeed, if the item is extremely prominent, like a suit of full plate armor, onlookers will quickly notice it's gone after you steal it. Lengthy diversion. When you critically succeed to create a diversion, you continue to remain hidden after the end of your turn. This effect lasts for the amount of time that depends on the diversion and situation as determined by the GM. Minimum 1 additional round. Lie to me. You can use deception to weave traps to trip up anyone trying to deceive you. If you engage in conversation with someone trying to lie to you, use your deception DC if it is higher than your perception DC to determine whether they succeed. This doesn't apply if you don't have a back and forth dialogue, such as when someone attempts to lie during a long speech. magical crafting. You can craft magic items, though some have other requirements as listed in GM Core. When you select this feat, you gain formulas of 4 common magic items of second level or lower.
Oh yeah.
Magic shorthand, expert in Arcana, Nature, Occultism, or Religion. Learning spells comes easily to you. When you succeed at learning a spell, it takes 10 minutes regardless of the spell's rank. If you would succeed on the check, you critically succeed instead. If you fail, you can try again after a week or after you gain a level, whichever is first. You can use downtime to learn and inscribe new spells. This works as if you were using earn income with the tradition's associated skill, but instead of gaining money, you choose a spell available to you to learn and gain a discount on learning it. Learning it for free if you've earned income equals or exceeds its cost. Monster crafting. You can use...
The thing about crafting. You would need to learn the formulas to make stuff after a while. You can disassemble items using crafting to learn them. That includes, once you get magic crafting, any magical item with any magical effects. By the way, how enchantment works is it's called runes. These runes are I think it's like potency and then something else. Potency is just it can go +1 onward. And how this works is you take a rune, or the rune stone, and then you kind of slap it on there, and the rune stone now becomes empty. But the effect's on there. At any point, you can just be like, I want to take this off and put on something else. Swing. There we go. I know it's now a mundane weapon, but the +4 is here in this little rock, so now I'm going to put on this new thing I have.
Okay.
And that doesn't fix like flaming weapon, so you can put that rune on anything. You can also take it off, etc., etc. And yeah, you just need the time and the resources, but you can do it when you get your hands on it.
I see.
Just monster crafting mean.
You can use the parts of monsters to aid in crafting. You can use the body of a monster to help craft items, using survival instead of crafting for the craft activity when you do so. If parts of the monster's body are valuable, you can expend them towards the item's raw material cost as well. The GM makes a determination if the monster's entry doesn't list any valuable materials from its body. If you spend additional days working on the item, reduce the price using the monster's level instead of your own. Certain items may require specific creatures in their craft requirement.
So there's a class called a beast gunner.
Yeah.
It's a gunslinger kind of class. It takes specific legendary monsters, and you get to make guns out of them. This can include things like a basilisk, which will, when you shoot someone, will petrify them.
Oh.
Turning them to stone like a fucking asshole, and then they're just.
So I heard you
stone.
like Monster Hunter.
Yeah. Monster Hunter.
Have you seen already the 2 feats that I plan on making a character out of?
Oh, fuck.
And those are just 2 out of the ones I have planned.
Alrighty. Multilingual. You easily pick up new languages. You learn 2 new languages chosen from common languages, uncommon languages, and any others you have access to. You learn an additional language if you are or became a master in society, and again if you are or become legendary. Magical Bard, redeeming hydrate. I ran out of coffee. Okay,
Hi there, Leech.
Also hi.
And also Bard.
How you doing? How are you doing? I hope you are nice and well rested and are having a good day. I'm going to open a Peepsy.
How have you all been enjoying our run through of just a few little snippets of the rework for Pathfinder?
I read that wrong. You're doing the do? Excuse me?
What does that mean?
What?
I don't know if I should be. I don't know. I don't know if I'd feel impressed or insulted if someone was
Just
watching
texting
a
in
Twitch stream.
mid-coitus, apparently.
Yeah, right. I don't know if I'd be impressed at the ability to multitask or insulted by it.
It's okay, it's chill, I'm vibing.
Honestly rude to the partner.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
At
turn
least pretend
off.
you're into it.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
right.
can't turn it off. It won't go away. Ah! How fucking zoomery do I gotta make my status updates? Bard, I'm older than you. You don't have to speak zoomer to me. Does she have to pretend?
She have to pretend.
What are you what?
Fucking.
You don't have to speak zoomer to me. I'm older than you. I'm pretty sure.
Is that better or worse?
I don't know. I see do the do and I'm just like, sir, first off, wow, we stand a multi-talented king, or a multitasking king, but two, rude. A little bit rude. Either way, my liege, how did you get convinced to look at this? How did you get convinced? If you mean me looking at like Pathfindery stuff, I mentioned it, I don't know if I've mentioned it a couple times in my streams. I feel like I have because I talk too much, but I've been kind of wanting to learn more about like certain TTRPGs, so I've been wanting to learn more about how D&D works. I've been wanting to learn more about Pathfinder, and luckily for me, Pathfinder is going through a remaster where they're kind of changing a lot of things, scrubbing a lot of OGL D&D stuff, and overall trying to be more beginner friendly with how it words things, how it blocks things out. And I'm just kind of wanted to I was gonna play Final Fantasy XIV. Right now it's just in the background providing me music, but I wanted to kind of look through this since it's pretty fresh and new, and I thought it would just be fun to look over it. So that's where I'm kind of like, I'm actually really, again, I mentioned it earlier, but I'm going to say it again. I'm really happy that this isn't completely going over my head, because I know I call myself like dumb and silly and stupid, and most of the time I do say it in jest, but there are times where I do think I'm kind of fucking a freaking numbskull when it comes to things like this. So I'm happy to see to some extent that me exposing myself to this and giving myself the patience and the time to learn this stuff has been paying off. Din din, mwah, just finished my shift and walking home. Hell yeah, you saucy bitch.
Okay.
So yeah, I just kind of wanted to look through this. Phoebe Bain is someone on Twitter and also on Twitch, which I did shout them out earlier, but I can shout them out again, who normally goes through TTRPG stuff. Let me also freaking shout you out, Magic Bard. I have to remember that you have the underscore. So first off, I'm gonna shout Bard. And then I'm gonna use my other shout out because I am smart and I have more than one. I can never fucking spell Phoebe. And there we go. Or, you know, it doesn't want to work. Make me look fucking dumb. Actually, do I have it as shout out or do I have it as S? Oh god, I can't remember my own fucking commands. I can't remember my own commands. What are my commands?
Stay, roll over.
No! No, not that. Is freaking Cloudbot on? It probably isn't. Freaking Cloudbot eating ass, like always. This is why I don't use Streamlabs for, like, mostly anything. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Go to dashboard. Cloudbot. Cloudbot. Do your fucking job. Are you even on? I'm gonna turn you on. Do your fucking job. Now what's my shout out command? Where the fuck? ¿Dónde en el diablo? Why can't I remember anything? Oh, okay, it's SO because I didn't want to type. I have no clue how to do shoutouts.
Also.
So the way you do shoutouts using Twitch's own shoutout system, Dindin, is you put / shout out the word and then the person's name. But I also have a shoutout command through Streamlabs because you can only shout out with Twitch there's a cooldown on it essentially. There we go, that worked. You have a bit of a cooldown on it, so you can't do it multiple times. And that's dumb, but you know what, it is what it is, but that's why we have other ways to do it. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-da. But yeah. Alrighty. Where was I? We finished reading multilingual. And then the next one was natural medicine. So you have to be prerequisites trained in nature. You can apply natural cures to heal your allies. You can use nature instead of medicine to treat wounds, including higher nature proficiency, letting you attempt more difficult checks. It doesn't replace medicine for uses of the skill other than treat wounds or for feat prerequisites. If you're in the wilderness, you might have easier access to fresh ingredients, allowing you to gain +2 circumstance bonus to your check to treat wounds using nature, subject to the GM's determination.
That's really good. There's some really good feats when it comes to natural shit.
Yeah.
Funny enough, my druid has healing plaster, which is just I need dirt and I mix it with water or spit or something and I make plaster that heals.
Hell yeah.
And I have on my character, and it's on the sheet, and it's a thing I've talked about. He just has a bag of dirt on him at all times.
Yes, that's the hyena-y one, right?
Yes, that's my null Radagast.
Hell yeah. Fuck yeah.
It just every 10 minutes I make more plaster because it lasts 10 minutes. I'm just always doing it.
And then just grab more dirt.
Yeah, it's my bag of dirt. It says dirt on this.
Should have been yeah, no, I remember. You should have been putting in a jar of dirt. That way you have a jar of dirt.
Well, I would have, but I was out of money.
That's fair.
I can only afford to throw that sack.
That's fair. It still works. It holds the dirt.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Nimble crawl. Prerequisites, expert in acrobatics. You can crawl incredibly swiftly up to half your speed rather than 5 feet. If you're a master of acrobatics, you can crawl at full speed, and if you're legendary, you aren't off guard while prone. Okay. No cause for alarm. Prerequisites, trained in diplomacy. You attempt to reduce panic. Attempt a diplomacy check, comparing it to the will DC of creatures in a 10-foot emanation around you who are frightened. Each of them is temporarily immune for 1 hour. At a critical success, reduce the creature's frightened value by 2. At a normal success, reduce the creature's frightened value by 1. Oddity identification. You have to be trained in occultism. When you become aware of a magical effect or see a spell being cast, you can immediately determine if it twists minds with the mental trait, fights against fortune with the fortune or misfortune trait, or reveals secrets with the detection, prediction, revelation, or scrying traits. At the GM's discretion, similar effects can also fall into these categories. When you identify magic or recall knowledge to learn more about these effects, you can always use occultism without penalty and gain a +2 circumstance bonus. That's cool.
Hey, what's this big shit do? I don't know. Let me find out. It's back in 10 minutes.
Alrighty. Pet. Petto. You have a pet. A tiny animal of a type you choose, such as a cat, bird, or rodent. It has the minion trait, meaning it gains 2 actions during your turn if you use the command an animal action to command it. This replaces the usual effects of command an animal, and you don't need to attempt a nature check. A pet can't make strikes. Level. Your pet's level is equal to yours. Modifiers and AC. Your pet's save modifiers and AC are equal to yours before applying circumstance or status bonuses or penalties. I feel a sneeze coming on.
Bless you.
I still feel it.
Hey.
Fuck. It's like there, but it's not. Oh, I hate it. Okay. It uses 3 plus your level as its modifier for perception, acrobatics, and stealth, and just your level as its modifier for other skill checks. It doesn't have or use its own attribute modifiers and can never benefit from item bonuses. Hit points. Your pet has 5 hit points per level. Senses. Your pet has low light vision and can gain additional senses from pet abilities. Also, Din Senpai noticed you? Hell yeah. Alrighty, speed. Your pet has a speed of 25 feet. You can choose to instead have an aquatic pet, which breathes in water instead of air and has the aquatic trait, no land speed, and a swim speed of 25 feet. Pet abilities. When you gain your pet, choose 2 of the following abilities. If your pet is an animal that naturally has one of these abilities, for instance, an owl has fly speed, you must select that ability. Your pet can't be an animal that naturally has more pet abilities than the maximum. In some cases, the GM might add some familiar abilities described on pages 212 to 213 to the pet abilities you can choose. Amphibious. It gains the amphibious trait, allowing it to breathe in both air and water, and has both a land speed and a swim speed, each equal to its highest land speed or swim speed. Burrower. It gains a burrow speed of 5 feet, allowing it to dig tiny holes. Climber. It gains a climb speed of 25 feet. Dark vision. It gains dark vision. Echolocation. Your pet can use hearing as a precise sense within 20 feet. Fast movement, increase one of the pet speeds from 25 feet to 40 feet. Flyer, it gains a fly speed of 25 feet. Manual dexterity, it can use up to 2 of its limbs as if they were hands to perform multiple manipulate actions. Scent, your pet can use scent as in a precise sense within 30 feet. Tough, your pet's max HP increases by 2 per level. Special, you can gain a new pet by retraining this feat, releasing any previous pet you have. If you later gain a familiar or other companion that uses the pet feat, you can immediately retrain this feat. Okay. Pickpocket. Trained in thievery. You can steal or palm an object that's closely guarded, such as in a pocket, without taking the -5 penalty. You can't steal objects that would be extremely noticeable or time-consuming to remove, like worn shoes or armor or actively wielded objects. If you're a master of thievery, you can attempt to steal from a creature in combat or otherwise on guard. When doing so, stealing requires 2 actions instead of 1. You take a -5 penalty. Plane your survival. You can subsist using survival on different planes, even those without resources or natural phenomena you normally need. For instance, you can forage for food without penalty, even if the plane lacks food that could normally sustain you. A success on your check to subsist also prevents damage done by the plane to you and anyone else you support with subsist. This applies only to damage dealt by the general conditions of the plane, not smaller hazards. Okay. I think I get what that means. I think.
Hey man, I gotta try this fucking rock stew I just made.
What stew?
Rock.
Rock?
We're on the plane of Earth, it's only rocks. Eat this rock. Edible. Like forest.
Okay.
With a pickaxe.
Okay. Okay. Now I understand. Okay.
What do you mean you can't eat
We aren't
ham?
playing Zelda
Watch it.
Gorthos.
We are now.
Alrighty. Now it's back to fucking Blurry McBlurrington Town. Alright, fuck. Now it's time to guess what I'm reading and I'm gonna slip up everywhere. I was sounding like such a fucking teacher and now I have to fucking like double check every single word. First off, I like these little pictures. Adventures pack, healer's toolkit, musical instruments, thieves toolkit, religious text, bullseye lantern, flint and steel, torch, water skin, manacles, writing set, repair toolkit, and traveler's chair. That is a wheelchair.
You can put weapons on it.
But what?
You can literally have a gun chair.
Oh hell yeah. Okay. Alrighty.
It's a wheelchair meets a chariot.
Yeah. Okay. Explorer's clothing is sturdy enough that it can be reinforced to protect you. Even though it isn't a suit of armor, it comes in many forms, though the most common resemble clerical vestments, monks' garments, or wizards' robes, as members of these classes likely avoid wearing armor. For more information on Explorer's clothing, see pages 273 to 273. More expensive finery or clothes for specific climbs cost more. I said the number twice because this is what I mean. It's Blurry McBlurry Town. So we've got compass, concealed sheath, crowbar, detective's kit, disguise kit, dueling cape, fishing tackle, flint and steel, formula book, grappling hook, healer's toolkits, lantern, lock, magnifying glass, and manacles. Okay. Yeah, we'll go through it all. Why not? All right. A compass helps you sense direction or navigate, provided you're in a location with uniform magnetic fields. Without a compass, you take a -2 item penalty to these checks, similar to using a shoddy item. A lensatic compass gives you a +1 item bonus to the checks. Okay. Concealed sheath. This leather sheath is large enough to hold an item of up to light bulk and is typically used for daggers, wands, thieves' toolkits, and similar objects. You can affix it to the inside of a boot, under a bracer or sleeve, or in other inconspicuous locations to gain a +1 item bonus to stealth checks and DCs to hide or conceal the item within. Crowbar. Did you say leather sheep? No? Leather sheath. Sheath. Crowbar. When forcing open an object that doesn't have an easy grip, a crowbar makes it easier to gain the necessary leverage. Without a crowbar, prying something open takes a -2 item penalty to the athletics check to force open. A levered crowbar gains you a +1 item bonus to athletic checks to force open anything that can be pried open. Detective's kit. This leather satchel contains empty vials, a pair of tweezers, a supply of small linen clothes, a set of brass calipers, and a knotted string for measuring distances. Several pieces of chalk, a pen, a blank notebook for keeping note. Every component of a detective's kit is of exceeding quality, and thus a detective's kit adds a +1 item bonus to checks to investigate a crime scene, a clue, or similar details. Like other toolkits, a detective kit uses one hand if wearing the kit, and 2 hands otherwise. Disguise kit. The small wooden box contains cosmetics, false facial hair, spirit gum, and a few simple wigs. You usually need a disguise kit to set up a disguise in order to impersonate someone using the deception skill. An elite disguise kit adds a +1 item bonus to relevant checks. If you've crafted a large number of disguises, you can replenish your cosmetic supply with replacement cosmetics suitable for the type of your disguise kit. You can draw and replace a worn disguise kit as part of the action that uses it. Dueling cape. You can pull a dueling cape you're wearing from your shoulder and wrap it around your arm with an interact action. Blah, blah, blah. While wielding the dueling cape this way, the cape uses that arm and hand, and you can't hold anything else in that hand. While you do so, you can spend an action to hold it in a protective position, giving you a +1 circumstance bonus to AC and to deception checks to feint against the start until the start of your next turn. Okay. Fishing tackle. This kit includes a collapsible fishing pole, fish hooks, lure, lines, and a fishing net. Professional fishing tackle gains a +1 item bonus to checks to fish. Flint and steel. Flint and steel are useful in creating a fire if you have the time to catch a spark, though using them is typically too time consuming to be practical during an encounter. Even in ideal conditions, using flint and steel to light a flame requires using at least 3 actions and often significantly longer. Formula book. A formula book holds the formulas necessary to make items other than the common equipment from this chapter. Characters of the alchemist class, player core 2, typically get one for free. Each formula book can hold the formulas for up to 100 different items. Formulas can also appear on parchment sheets, tablets, and almost any other medium. There's no need for you to copy them into a specific book as long as you can keep them on hand to reference them. Grappling hook. You can throw a grappling hook with a rope tied to it to make a climb easier. To anchor a grappling hook, make a ranged attack roll using your simple weapon proficiency against a DC depending on the target, typically at least DC 20. This attack has the secret trait. On a success, your hook has a firm hold, but on a critical failure, the hook seems like it will hold but actually falls when you're partway up. Healer's toolkit. This kit of bandages, herbs, and suturing tools is necessary for medicine checks to administer first aid, treat disease, treat poison, or treat wounds. Expanded healer's toolkits provide a +1 item bonus to such checks. If you wear your healer's toolkit, you can draw and replace them as part of the action that uses them. Lantern. A lantern sheds bright light and requires 1 pint of oil to function for 6 hours. A bullseye lantern emits its light in a 60-foot cone and dim light in the next 60 feet.
We believe in you.
I'm doing my best! A hooded lantern sheds light. If I'm reading this and I sound obnoxious, please tell me and I'll try to adjust my reading style. I'm kind of going like full audiobook reader mode. because I used to like do I used to actually do voice stuff for audiobooks. It was mostly geared towards children, so it was a lot of speaking as clearly and slowly as possible without being too slow. So that's kind of been tapping in. I've been tapping into that a little bit. A bullseye lantern emits a light in a 60-foot cone and dim light in the next 60 feet. A hooded lantern sheds light in the 30-foot radius and dim light in the next 30 feet, and is equipped with shutters, which you can close to block the light. Closing or opening the shutters takes an interact action. Lock. Picking a poor lock requires 2 successful DC 15 thievery checks. A simple lock requires 3 successful DC 20 thievery checks. An average lock requires 4 successes at DC 25. A good lock requires 5 successes at DC 30. And a superior lock, 6 successes at DC 40. Fuck.
That being said, it is entirely probable that a master level, a legendary level, character could make that DC 46 times.
Oh yeah.
People, this game, the higher end shit, you need to be that good.
Yeah. All right. Damn. Okay.
But yeah, but also if you want to ensure that something probably can't fuck with you.
Magnifying glass. This quality handheld lens gives you a +1 item bonus to perception checks to notice minute details of documents, fabric, and the like. Manacles. You can manacle someone who is willing or otherwise at your mercy as an exploration activity, taking 10 to 30 seconds depending on the creature's size and how many manacles you apply. Fuzzy ones are optional. A 2-legged creature with its legs bound takes a negative 15-foot circumstance penalty to its speeds, and a 2-handed creature with its wrist bound has to succeed at a DC 5 flat check anytime it uses a manipulate action or else action that fails. The DC and the page cuts off! Fuck. Oh well, kinky.
Yeah.
I actually have a hand of fuzzy, like a thing of fuzzy handcuffs. I got them a long time ago because I thought I was in that phase where I was like, ooh, kinky stuff, I guess. Like, actually, like, okay. I guess.
So and my girlfriend, then she found out the cuffs are too small for my wrists.
Fuck, that sucks. Like, first off,
but they were small enough for her, so.
First off, my wrists are tiny, so like even at like, if I'm remembering correctly, I still have them. But first off, the fuzzy part is removable, which I thought was kind of cool.
Anthony to Chad for your kinks.
my wrists are. I'm gonna measure my wrist right now because I have small wrists. So inch wise, my wrist is a little less than 6 inches all around. Handcuff wise, you have to put them almost completely full, and at that point you're out of notches, so then it gets loose and I can try to squeeze my hand out. So handcuffs, too big for me. I remember when I was buying them where I was just like, do you have anything other than like these fluffy handcuffs? What would you recommend? I don't know why I was asking this person for advice, but I was just whatever. And then they pulled the fucking the shibari rope, and they were like, I actually prefer these are more comfortable. And I was just like,
They bought the body rope. It's like, oh.
You can
No, go on.
I don't remember too much about the shibari rope, but like, again, because I was just asking because there was like normal handcuffs and then the fuzzy ones, so then I was like, oh, which one do you recommend for just even outside of like kinky stuff, just in general when you're doing like whatever and you, I guess, need a pair of handcuffs? And he was like, shibari rope. And I'm like, oh. And like, because of how the shibari rope was displayed, it had like the cardboard that was kind of shaped like a human torso, and like how the shibari rope would be tied around them. So I looked at that and I was like, like they had it on that thing, and then like one of the mannequins actually had like some lingerie and a shibari rope around it. So it was like, so he showed me the shibari rope on its like packaging, and then a mannequin with the shibari rope. And I was like,
that's what I look at that and I'm like, that's too much effort. Too much effort.
I
Just
I was like early 20s. That was when I still worked at the mall. Because I bought it. It was at a Spencer's. That's it. It was at a Spencer's. Alrighty, spell changes. Cleanse Affliction. They just mashed all the condition removal spells together into one spell, so you don't have to suffer if you didn't prepare the exact right removal spells. Updated the magic weapon and fang spells to scale so they don't suck after level 2. Alrighty. Okay, so we kind of missed one here because of the cutoff. We've got a couple here. Alrighty, what else is here? Okay. Okay, so these are some spells. I'm gonna have a quick potty break. I'll be right back. I'm not gonna go BRB screen because I feel like not doing that today. I will be right back.
bye-bye.
Alrighty, Din Din says, I remember passing by a sex shop on a window display, and there was a mannequin with a thong made out of candy. My thought was, by the time the candy's eaten, you're probably too full and to wanna bother doing anything else. I've heard that they're tough because they're meant to be worn on the body, but also I heard they're kind of I can't talk. I've heard that like edible underwear and stuff like that tend to be almost on the leathery side in terms of like how they feel, because they're also
I'd be like, nah, I ain't playing that game.
they're more like fruit leather texture instead of like candy. Like it's not like having a fruit by the foot on you, because human bodies sweat. Human bodies produce fluids, and getting that all up on your supposedly tasty erotic treat.
They'd kind of have to be, so they can still roughly serve as worn material.
Exactly, and if it doesn't, then it's just going to freaking disintegrate, or get all mushy and sticky, and then you're looking at possible like infections and irritations and things like that. No, it was made of those candies similar to those heart-shaped Oh yeah, no, I've seen those. Those are like, they're like hard candy base, but it's like stringed candy. Yeah, it's like if someone took a candy necklace and just made like a thong, or yeah, those are stupid. Those I don't get it. I don't get why you would want to get either one of them. The one with the messages on it. Yeah, it's kind of like those like chalky candy ones, and those, they already have to have a bit of a powder on them, so wearing them for a long time, especially if you've got like freaking if you've got a fucking hoo-ha, you're risking getting something. Also, again, sweat and fluids that makes them gross, makes them disintegrate and degrade, and it's gross. Honestly, the only candy anything I would probably ever introduce is the Jawbreaker ball gag, because at least I'll have candy in my mouth. But I've heard that those can be too big, and I have a small mouth. Like, earlier I was chewing, I've got like these little icebreaker ice cube candy thing, gum things, and they're pretty small. So I put like 2 in my mouth, and it just was too much. But 1 doesn't feel like enough, and it's just like, god damn it. So, yeah, that's, I've been restrained by a cat. He is on my mouse hand. Oof. Alrighty then. Now that that's... I've never actually seen, like, edible underwear or, like, erotic candy in like, face first. Face on? IRL? I've never seen it. I've never seen it. So I don't know how good they actually are. I've just seen like reviews of it and they suck. they suck. But charm. Traditions. So you need arcane, occult, and primal. The target, your words, are honey, and your visage seems bathed in a dreamy haze. It must attempt a will save with a +4 circumstance bonus if you or your allies recently threatened it or used hostile actions against it. You can dismiss the spell if you use hostile actions against the target. The spell ends when the target... I feel like I should be reading this one as Modile.
Go for it, why not?
Then there's whipped cream situation, but you end up all sticky.
Yeah. Never been one for food and fucking at the same time.
This is...
That's just me, I'm just old-fashioned that way. Who knows?
Do I want to talk about my... You guys don't have to know about my experiences. We don't have to talk about my experiences.
Why draw lines now?
Because it's a little embarrassing.
No shit! You don't say! I'm shooketh.
Look, okay, so here's the thing. Now, I've mentioned before that I'm a fucking gremlin when it comes to, like, certain sexually lewdy stuff. But I can dish it, but I can't take it, okay? Why do you think freaking Bard has such a foothold on me now, somehow?
So you are a bottle.
No! Baby! Look, listen!
I am looking and listening. Go on.
All I'm gonna say, based on my experiences, is that whipped cream needs to be tended to immediately because whipped cream gets freaking slushy and melts really quickly depending on the type you get.
Yeah?
That's why you can use pudding instead. Anywho!
So, did you use pudding instead?
Kind of. You can utilize pudding.
Was it flan or was it pudding?
No, it was like pudding.
Like Jello? Cup? Pudding cups?
Yeah, like a pudding cup. Or you can like get like a pudding mix, and then you can like make pudding. Only thing is that if you do that, you better let your milk sit out for a bit, or else it's cold as fuck. and then the mood is just ruined. Because you're like, this shit's cold as fuck.
Sounds like an experience.
If you're going to utilize, if you're gonna use pudding, just get pudding at the store and let it sit until it's room temperature.
Thanks, Betty Crocker.
It's a good thing. that's Martha Stewart, but the point being, God fuck. Anywho, unless it's whipped heavy whipping cream, yeah, but you have to go through the process of beating the whipped cream, and if you're doing it by hand, it's going to take forever, and then if you're using a beater, then there you go. Anywho, charm.
Too much beating in one day, clearly.
Charm. It requires the traditions of occult, arcane, and primal. Why is my... Okay, there we go. Charm. To the target, your words are honey, and your visage seems bathed in a dreamy haze.
It must attempt a will save with a +4 circumstance bonus if you or your allies recently threatened it or used hostile actions against it. You can dismiss the spell. If you use hostile actions against the target, the spell ends. When the spell ends, the target doesn't necessarily realize it was charmed unless its friendship with you or the actions you convinced it to take clash with its expectations. Meaning you could potentially convince the target to continue being your friend via mundane means. Critical success. The success, the target
Merrily
is
going over her spell cards while Nicolo drives.
the target is unaffected and aware you tried to charm it. Success. The target is unaffected, but thinks your spell was something harmless instead of charm, unless it identifies the spell. See identifying spells on page 303. Failure. The target attitude becomes friendly towards you. If it was friendly, it becomes helpful. It can't use hostile actions against you. Critical failure. The target's attitude becomes helpful toward you, and it can't use hostile actions against you. Heightened. Fourth. The duration lasts until your next daily preparations. Height, 8th level. The duration lasts until your next daily preparation. And you can target up to 10 creatures. There you go. And that is all you need to know in terms of the renewed charm spell for Pathfinder 2nd edition. Edition, not audition.
My Pathfinder second audition.
Oops.
Join me next time for my Pathfinder third audition.
I really want this role.
Please,
Chilling.
I'm desperate.
I'm so sad I don't know how to make Spanglish like you. I just sound like a Spaniard with basic English knowledge. Being around my mother helps. Chilling darkness, traditions divine. You shoot an utterly cold ray of darkness tinged with unholy energy. Make a ranged spell attack. The ray deals 5d6 cold damage. If the target has the holy trait, you deal an extra 5d6 spirit damage. Critical success, the target takes double damage. Success, the target takes full damage. If the ray passes through an area of magical light or targets a creature affected by magical light, chilling darkness attempts to counteract the light. If you need to determine whether the ray passes through an area of light, draw a line between yourself and the spell's target. Heightened +1. The cold damage increases by 2d6, and the spirit damage against holy creatures increases by 2d6. Okay.
That's pretty good.
Clairaudience. Arcane occult traditions, cast 1 minute, range 500 feet, duration 10 minutes. You create an invisible floating ear? Yeah, you create an invisible floating ear at a location within feet, even if it's outside your line of sight or line of effect. It can't move, but you can hear through the ear as if using your normal auditory senses.
500 feet.
500 feet.
Yep. There's a range of 500 fucking feet.
Yeah? And good for
Good.
10 minutes.
Yeah.
It's a concentration spell. Clairvoyance. You create an invisible floating eye at a location within range. It's the eye version of it. Cleanse Affliction. Range touch, cast 1 minute, targets one willing creature. Gentle restorative magic pushes back the effects of toxins and more complex maladies. Choose an affliction on the target, such as a curse, disease, or poison. If it has advanced past stage 1, reduce the stage by 1. This reduction can be applied only once to a given case of an affliction, with the case ending when it's completely cured. Although the reduction can't occur again, heightened versions of the spell attempts to counteract with each casting.
Oh, this is what it's restoration. It's the update for that, for the thing that
Yep.
Nephilim we're talking about.
Heightened third, attempt to counteract, page 431, the affliction if it is a disease or poison. Heightened at fourth, attempt to counteract the affliction if it is a curse, disease, or poison. Cleanse cuisine. You transform all food and beverages in the area into delicious fare, changing water into wine or another fine beverage, or enhancing the food's taste and ingredients to make it a gourmet treat. You can also choose to remove all toxins and contaminations from the food. This spell doesn't prevent future contamination, natural decay, or spoilage, nor does it make the food any more nutritious. Heightened +2, add another cubic foot to the area, which must be contiguous with the rest. Okay. Clear mind. You drive mental contamination from the target's mind, applied to counteract
431, an effect of your choice imposing one of these conditions on the target, fleeing frightened and stupefied. If you failed to counteract the effect, but you would have if its counteract rank were 2 or lower, instead suppress the effect until the beginning of your next turn. The effect's duration doesn't elapse while it's suppressed. This spell can't counteract or suppress conditions that are part of curses, diseases, or natural state of the target.
Hey, look, a touch move that I talked about.
Yeah. So heightened at fourth, add confused and controlled to the list of conditions. Heightened sixth, add doomed to the list of conditions. Heightened eighth, add stunned to the list of conditions. Okay, command. You shout a command that's hard to ignore. You can command the target to approach you, run away as if it had the fleeing condition, release what it's holding, drop prone, or stand in place. It can't delay or take any reactions until it has obeyed your command. The status depends on the target's will save. Success, the target is unaffected. Failure, the creature must spend the first action on its next turn to obey your command. Critical failure, the target must use all its actions on its next turn to obey your command. Heightened fifth, you can target up to 10 creatures. Confusion. You befuddle your target with strange impulses, causing it to act randomly. The effects are determined by the target's will save. You can dismiss the spell. Critical success, target's unaffected. Success, the target babbles incoherently and is stunned 1. Failure, the target is confused for 1 minute. It can attempt a new save at the end of each of its turns to end the confusion. Critical failure, the target is confused for 1 minute with no save to end early. Wow. Contingency. Oh wait, heightened eighth, you can target up to 10 creatures. Contingency. You prepare a spell that will trigger later. While casting contingency, you also cast another spell of 4th rank or lower with a casting time of no more than 3 actions. The companion spell must be one that can affect you. You must make any decisions for the spell when you cast contingency, such as choosing a damage type for resist energy. During the casting, choose a trigger under which the spell will be cast, using the same restrictions as for the trigger of a ready action. Once contingency is cast, you can cause the companion spell to come into effect as a reaction with that trigger. It affects only you, even if it would affect more creatures. If you define complicated conditions as determined by the GM, the trigger might fail. If you cast contingency again, the newer casting supersedes the older. Okay, heightened at 8th, you can choose a spell of 5th rank or lower, 9, 6 or lower, 10th, 7 or lower. Control water. Range 500 feet, area 50 feet long by 50 feet wide, dense fortitude, see text. By imposing your will upon the water, you can lower the level of water in the chosen area by 10 feet. Creatures that have the water trait and are in the area that you cast a spell must attempt a fortitude save with the effects of the slow spell. Cozy cabin. You shape a cabin 20 feet on each side and 10 feet high. This cabin has the structure trait and the same restrictions as magic items that create structures. The walls of the hut are simple and wooden, with small, square glass windows and has 1 wooden door. This doesn't include its own lock, but it has a fastener to which a lock can be applied. The interior contains 3 cots, 1 chamber pot, and a small fireplace holding a magical fire. The interior is lit with a small magical light that you can light or extinguish at will using a sustain action. The climate inside the hut is comfortable and allows creatures inside it to withstand most hostile weather conditions, but incredible heat and cold, powerful storms, and winds of hurricane force or greater destroy the hut. Okay, I think I read that weird. Other creatures can freely enter and exit the hut without damaging it, but if you exit the hut, the spell ends. You can dismiss the spell. Create food. You create enough food to feed 6 medium creatures for a day. This food is bland and unappealing, but it is nourishing. After 1 day, if no one has eaten the food, it decays and becomes inedible. Most small creatures eat 1/4 as much as a medium creature, 1/16 as much for most tiny creatures, and then I guess it goes into more things on the next page, which we don't have.
Behold, Archon Loaf.
Archon Loaf. Alrighty. That's an example of the Sanctuary spell, I guess. This is some spell that we didn't get, so we're cut off on that one. Ring of Truth. You designate an area in which lies are revealed. Creatures in the area also take a -2 status penalty to deception checks. Each time a creature in the area speaks a true statement, the soft ring of a bell sounds in the area. Creatures are aware of the magic, therefore they can avoid answering questions to which they would normally respond with a lie, or they can be evasive as long as they remain within the boundaries of the truth. If a creature is in the area when the spell is cast or later enters the area, the creature attempts a will save. It uses the result of this initial save if it leaves and re-enters this area. Critical success. The target is so convincing that the bell rings even when they lie. Success. If the target lies and succeeds at their deception check against all targets, the bell still rings. Failure. The bell accurately sees through their deception and will never ring if they lie.
Hit.
Wait.
I like it.
Oh, okay. Okay, I understood. Okay, now I get it. Okay, that took me a second. Runic Body. Glowing runes appear on the target's body. All its unarmed attacks become +1 striking unarmed attacks, gaining a +1 item bonus to attack rolls and increasing the number of damage dice to 2. At 6, the unarmed attacks are +2 greater striking. At 9th, the unarmed attacks are +3 greater striking. Runic Weapon. The weapon glimmers with magic as temporary runes carved down its length. The target becomes a +1 striking weapon, gaining a +1 item bonus to attack rolls and increasing the number of weapon damage dice to 2. At 6th, the weapon is 2 greater striking. At 9th, it is 3 major striking.
Good shit.
Safe passage. You make passage through the area safe for a brief amount of time. Anyone passing through the area gains the following benefits against harmful effects of the terrain and environment, including environmental damage, hazardous terrain, and hazards in the area. The spell grants a +2 status bonus to AC and saves against such efforts, and resistance 5 to all damage from such effects. Furthermore, the spell prevents anything in the area that's prone to collapse, such as a rickety bridge or an unstable ceiling, from collapsing except under extreme strain that would collapse a normal structure of its type. Safe passage protects only against harm, not inconvenience, and it doesn't reduce difficult terrain, remove the concealed condition caused by precipitation, or the like, nor does it protect against creatures within the spell's area. Heightened 5th increases to 10, and the area can be 120. Heightened at 8th, 15 resistance increase, and the area can be up to 500 feet long. Sanctuary. You ward a creature with protective energy that deters attacks. Creatures attempting to attack the target must attempt a will save each time. If the target uses a hostile action, the spell ends. Critical success. Sanctuary ends. Success. The creature can attempt to attack and any other attacks against the target this turn. Failure. The creature can't attack the target and wastes the action, and it can't attempt further attacks against the target this turn. Critical failure. The creature wastes the action and can attempt to attack the target for the rest of the sanctuary, and can't attempt to attack the targets for the rest of the sanctuary's duration. Scouting Eye. You create an invisible floating eye, 1 inch in diameter, and a location you can see within 500 feet. It sees in all directions with your normal visual senses and continuously transmits what it sees to you. The first time you sustain the spell each round, you can either move the eye up to 30 feet, seeing only things in front of the eye, or move it up to 10 feet, seeing everything in all directions around it. There is no time limit for how far from you the eye can move. There's no limit to how far from you the eye can move, but the spell ends immediately if you and the eye never cease to be on the same plane of existence. You can attempt seek actions through the eye if you want to attempt perception checks with it. Any damage dealt to the eye destroys it and ends the spell. Okay. Scrying. You magically spy on a creature of your choice, scrying words like clairvoyance, page 320, except that the image you receive is less precise, insufficient for teleport and similar spells. Instead of creating an eye in a set location within 500 feet, you instead create an eye that manifests just above the target. You can choose a target either by name or by touching one of its possessions or a piece of its body. If you haven't met the target in person, scrying DC is 2 lower, and if you are unaware of the target's identity, perhaps because you found an unknown creature's fang at a crime scene, the DC is instead 10 lower. The effect of scrying depends on the target's will save.
Critical success. The spell fails and the target is temporarily immune for 1 week. The target also gains a glimpse of you and learns its rough distance and direction from you. That can be dangerous.
Yeah, it can.
Fuck. It's like, not only can you not scry on it for the next week,
Drama.
it knows where you are. That's, ooh. Success. The spell fails and the target is temporarily immune for 1 day. Failure. The spell succeeds. Critical failure. The spell succeeds and the eye follows the target if it moves, traveling up to 60 feet per round.
I like that. Even
Yeah.
if you fail, something interesting happens.
I think, and it would apply to fucking players getting scryed on.
Yeah, it makes scrying potentially risky.
Yeah.
See the unseen. Your gaze pierces through illusions and finds invisible creatures and spirits. You can see invisible creatures as though they weren't invisible, though their features are blurred, making them concealed and difficult to identify. You can also see incorporeal creatures like ghosts phase through an object from within 10 feet of an object's surface, as blurry shapes seen through those objects. Subtler clues will also grant you a +2 status bonus to checks you make to disbelieve illusions. Heightened at 5th, the spell has a duration of 8 hours. Okay. We don't know what See's Soul is because it cuts off there, but that's okay. So far, these look really good. Scrying is the one that really caught my attention, like, holy shit.
Yeah.
That where it fails, it kind of knows where you are, is like, ooh. All right, the character sheet. Now cleaner, more printer friendly, and not a horribly gaudy character sheet. Yeah, new cleaner, more printer friendly. I can read it now. Okay, so this is what the character sheet's gonna look like.
Still not enough locations for the lore.
It still is a lot, obviously, but now it's not as scary. Ah, fuck. Okay, yeah, this is just one solid picture. So you've got your skills down there, your languages, your melee weapons, okay.
They numbered all of your feat gains for every level.
Yeah. That's cool. Alrighty. Yeah, no, that's pretty cool. You've got your held items, your consumables, worn items, invested bulk, your wealth. Okay.
No, you can give you little reminders down there. Look at that reminder. Holy shit. Next to class do you see at the bottom?
Yeah, I see it. Reminders proficiency +0. Okay. Oh, they've got the single action, 2 action, 3 action, free action. Okay.
A lot of shins.
That's cool. Blank lore, skill notes. Okay.
And they even have extra long boxes for the skills that get penalties from armor. Acrobatics, athletics, stealth, and thievery have an extra slot for armor penalties.
Yeah.
That's so nice.
That's cool. Alrighty. Game core time. Made it less cluttered and a way more detailed sidebar for navigation. Variant rules reduced to ABP, free archetype, level 0, and proficiency without level. Building and modifying creatures is a core part of the game with clearer laid out rules. Okay, so obviously the table of contents, they are less cluttery, so they kind of go straight to the point. Detailed sidebar for navigation, while this is just the author shit. So very simple table of contents. Running, building, whatever Age of Lost Omens is, subsystems, treasure trove. Okay. The next one is the campaign.
Age of Lost Omens is its setting.
Yeah, so
That's the current age of Pathfinder.
Yeah, campaign structure. So it's talking about structures, themes, what a brief campaign, extended, what an epic campaign is. 1 year weekly, 1.5 years bi-weekly. A general idea of how long certain campaigns can be, depending on how often you run them. Brief campaign, adventures. High adventure, gritty adventure. Okay. One shot. Adventure is 1. Typically a dungeon crawl, horror, intrigue, or mystery.
Brief campaign, 2 adventures, typically 1 dungeon crawl, followed by 1 high adventure. This format also works well for our horror adventures. Extended and epic. Technically, the games that we have, like Zelda and how Avatar was,
Yeah.
DMC, Devils Might Surrender, those are definitely technically epic campaigns.
They last a while.
And yeah, they're long running. Okay, not gonna worry about reading all of that stuff. Free archetype. Playing with free archetypes, level 0 characters. Before they were heroes, every proficiency without level, treasure. Okay. Building and modifying creatures is a core part of the game with clear laid out rules. Okay, creature XP, no level. Simple skills DCs, no level. Okay, and it kind of goes into all of this. I might not read all this. I know this is late, but Squeaky, you should teach a Spanglish class. I wouldn't suggest learning at a Spanglish class. I mean, I used to really want to be a teacher, but I'm not sure if I can teach things properly. I can kind of walk people through things and like be patient and try to be as clear as I can, because when it comes to teaching people things, I kind of teach the way I wish I could be taught. But I also try to, like, if I'm like reading something out, I try to make it like concise and clear and maybe a little bit engaging, because it's one thing if a teacher's just like, treasure, as the characters start with 5 GP, their adventures up to first level should account for the rest of a first level character's starting money. Like, there's a way to read something boring as fuck, and another way to kind of make it engaging, and having pep and emphasis in some things that kind of like an audiobook, but like in a good way. It's a bit of a skill. Am I proficient in said skill? I don't think so, but I'd like to think that I am better than most people. So there's that. Building creatures, so developing the concept, understanding statistics, push and pull, extreme increases. So it goes into a lot of this stuff. I'm guessing this is more on the DM side of things, so building enemies, building NPCs. So that's really cool. The lore is getting moved to the GM core book. Updated subsystems to make them feel better, like the research and chases system, and to have everyone engaged and not have to sit out. Took inspiration from Treasure Vault's layout to present them better and added new items. So the GM core book is going to have all the lore and stuff, while the player's handbook, I guess, will only have things relevant to creating characters. So Broken Lands, subsystems.
I love that image of the ship, because that can just happen. The flying ship, it's on fire, we're crashing, it's a good time.
There you go.
It's fucking hobgoblin with a fucking...
Structure trait, so whatever all this is. I'm guessing it's talking about items. Yeah, it's talking about items. Flying broomstick, madcap top, horn of exorcism, crystal ball, maestro's instrument. Okay. New items added to it too. Monster Core art spoilers. Cover shows an adamantine dragon crashing down into a bunch of fungus slushies. Also a small teaser for Player Core 2. Player Core 2 cover is supposed to be over the top and really cool, but they won't show it off until later. So...
Hey, a dragon turtle.
So there's some stuff here. A little rock boy. Little one-eye rock boy. That's so funny.
Look at that weird squid. And that little...
Yeah, it's like a turtle. It's like a frog squid.
It's a halfling. You can tell it by the feet. It's a halfling.
Yeah.
A frying pan. I like the cute little golem. Oh hell, that's an adamantine dragon.
Yeah, so
And a troll.
This is the Monster Core art that I think it's gonna be for the cover.
Also adamantine dragon.
Yeah. And then
the art's actually supposed to be cool, but that's all the iconics for all the classes.
Yeah, so they haven't shown what the Player 2 core cover is gonna look like. Okay, and
Almost
that's
all the classes.
And that pretty much wraps up the little preview here. I guess most of this was shown on a stream or something. But without going into the more DM side of things, that's pretty much the preview. I somehow spent 4 hours talking about this. But it was fun. It was a lot of fun. I think I think when it comes out, even if I might not read it right away, I wouldn't mind adding the book to my shelf. Yeah. Putting it alongside D&D so that for once the two games can fucking get along. So I'm definitely interested in kind of, because a little part of me a couple weeks to about a month or so back was considering buying the player's handbook for Pathfinder and trying to look through it and kind of learn through it. But because I knew the remaster was coming out, I wasn't sure how much it wasn't going to matter anymore.
Yeah.
So that's where I was like, okay, maybe I'll hold off until whenever this remaster comes out. And then maybe go from there in terms of like what I can understand, what I might need some more elaboration. Thankfully I have you guys who are more experienced in this sort of thing than me. And still never play the game. Still never play the game. But at least I learn things, and I like learning. So there's that.
I can try and run 2 games at once, I guess. If
No,
you're fucking...
I'm not saying it like that, okay? I'm mostly saying it in just like, obviously when it comes to certain systems and circumstances, right now I don't have the luxury of potentially playing a Pathfinder game, whether it be because I'm involved in too many things, or people are busy, or circumstances withstanding. It is what it is. I still have my little character sheet with my alchemist. I obviously, until I see more things, I don't know. And then there's also me slowly poking Logan, being like, so when are you going to finally tap into that Pathfinder 2 market? But that's really all I can do with Pathfinder, and that's okay. Because again, the more time in between now and me actually playing a game means more time to learn about it. That way, when I do start eventually playing the game, I don't feel as scuffed and as self-conscious as I have in my experiences with 5e, because I'm still learning 5e. I'm still getting used to 5e. I'm still kind of making heads or tails of it. Some of it still kind of goes over my head. But the learning is still happening. It's just a bit more, what's the term? It's a bit more haphazard, because I'm learning by what I feel is constantly fucking up, taking too much time, and just asking questions. And I know nobody at the table really minds that stuff, and everybody is always willing to help with that case, but me, as someone who's pretty anxious and self-conscious about that stuff, always feels bad when I take too much time to kind of discern my turns or do that sort of stuff. So the more time I have to kind of pick up and learn this, I feel the better I'll be whenever I get the chance, because I'll already be familiar with these terms, already familiar with how things sort of work. And I think will make the process less painful, not just for me, but for my fellow players. But yeah, so unless someone comes out with more stuff, that is, I guess...
Always remember, a smart person asks questions. It's a stupid person who chooses ignorance out of fear of judgment.
Yeah, I'm always a little scared of being like judged for not knowing things, but that's that thing where like the way I try to see it is that if I'm asking somebody questions and they treat me like I'm stupid, or are like, how do you not know this,
or don't have any sort of patience to try to teach me something, I feel like that says more about them than me.
Yeah.
Because that's that thing of, well, how is anybody supposed to learn if there aren't people willing to teach them? These books and these sorts of things are not as easy to immediately understand as one would think. And I'm sure that every person going into this has looked at these books and been like, man, I wish someone could just
Now, if
dumb
you're
it down
asking
for
the
me.
same thing for the 7th time because you weren't paying attention the first 6 times, that's on you.
Oh,
but
yeah, no,
overall,
of course.
yes.
Of course, it's understandable if maybe after the first or second explanation you still don't get it, and that's happened with me before. But if you're not engaging with whatever's trying to teach you, if you're just kind of zoning out while someone's explaining to you the thing, well, of course you're not going to get it. You're not paying attention. You're not paying attention. You're not absorbing what they're saying. You're not engaging with what they're saying. You're not going to learn. Snuggle time. But
Yeah, if you need it broken down into crayons, then that can be done, and you
Yeah.
can say it.
But like you have to try, you have to attempt, you have to be willing. And if you've got to say from step 1, hey, I don't get this, make it as to the point and as dumbed down as you can, because I feel if not, I'm going to keep asking questions. Then that can be worked with. There are some things that unfortunately cannot be broken down into like the bare into more bare.
Explain it to me like I'm 5.
Yeah. Like, explain it to me like I'm 5. If you can't, explain it to me like I'm 10. But just explain it to me. Or again, and if it's easier for you to teach by making examples, like how, like again with how the preview went into examples, like for example, doing this when you do that, like that's good too. Some people learn by trying to kind of imagine it in their head, then trying to process what you're giving them and then forming an image in their head. You can give them an image from the start point. So everybody learns a bit differently, but everyone can learn is essentially what I'm getting at. And it really kind of just depends on the time and patience that both sides are willing to give. The teacher on, you know, how often they're willing to repeat themselves, how willing they are to break it down, what they're willing to teach in the first place, and the learner by, you know, engaging with the material, processing the material, critically thinking about the material, and then maybe trying to find ways to apply it themselves. And of course, if they still don't get it, asking more questions. So it's very, very important. Like many things that involves interacting and being around other people, you need to be around other people, and you need to understand that you're interacting with other people. That's what I've learned, at least. So I'm gonna take another pee-pee break, and then we're finally gonna do Final Fantasy 14. And then we're finally gonna get to Final Fantasy 14, because I haven't done shit today. aside from this, but it was a lot of fun. But I will be right back. is put curry in the oven to warm up. Maybe in a little bit, I'll probably like make some quinoa or something, and that'll probably be my dinner. Just because we still have some leftover curry. But I forgot what I was gonna say. I drink so much fucking coffee. At least it feels like I drink a lot of coffee. Alrighty, how are my bunny boys? We've returned bearing a gift. What have you got for me? Go back. Back to the mines with you, bunny boy. What about my other bunny boy? My favorite one. Alrighty, level 74. Sweet. Cool. Actually, wait. Let's see. Field exploration. Yeah, we can send you on another one. Fuck it. Go for it. Thank you. Alrighty. So. 1 second. I don't have to screen share anymore because I'm done with this. Ba, ba, ba. There we go. Don't have to screen share anymore. Alrighty. Oh wow, the Wind of Ragnarok is huge.
What?
Here, I'll have to...
yeah.
It's fucking huge!
The big ship.
Ah, I forgot what you get this in. I think it's the new art book. Holy crap, it's fucking humongous. Alrighty. So I need to do my dailies. I think I have to do 2. The other day I did my Panda 12 and my Panda 9. So I still have to do Panda 10 and 11 to get some more gear for some of my other classes so that they're a little bit better item level wise. When it comes to currency, I still have a lot before the weekends. My Chloe book. This is a new one that's good till the 15th, which I haven't started that one. We've got fucking Shiva and Moogle. I can do a Crystalline Conflict. I can't do Suzaku on my own. I can do Sophia on my own. I could try Bismarck on my own. I'd have to do it probably as a Reaper, but I can do it on my own. So I can do some of these on my own. 90. I can do an Expert Dungeon. Alexander Metis. A Circle of Bythos. Okay, yeah, like that. So I can do that one. Okay. So all things considered, this isn't a hard Chloe book. So anything from ARR, I can do Stormblood, Shadowbringers. Oh no, Endwalker. These are Endwalker dungeons. Okay. These are totally doable. Alrighty. So... let's look on the Doo-Doo Finder. Doo-Doo Finder says... where am I on my... what's my PvP stuff looking like? Series Malmstones. I can get to level 16 by doing a frontline, or I can just do a Crystal Conflict and get that out of the way. Let's do a quick Crystal Conflict, even though it's not on the dailies. Let's do a casual match, and that should get my thing up. And gets that out of the Chloe book. We can do an Expert Dungeon. We can do, again, some of the easy stuff. Oh, Taoist Moogle! Look at him, he got a little hat. It's so fucking cute. God damn it. So many cute fucking minions. So many cute minions. Alrighty then. Oh, there we go.
Earlier before stream, I had to actually renew my subscription because I renew it every 3 months. So I had to like, that was something where I was like, should probably do that. But I never like attach a card or anything to it. I just buy the Krista. So then, and then like, there's always some leftover Krista that's just been stacking. So I think next time I renew, the next 3 months will essentially be already paid for after too, because it'll be just be so much. But yeah. So every 3 months I put $50 into the game. All right, we got 2 driver's licenses. And 3 driver's licenses. Hell yeah. 4. Ah! Just apologize before I even fucking start. Alrighty, I came in as a white mage, but I'm not good at either. I'm not good at PvP in general, but it's fine. All I know is that unless white mage has gotten shitty in the past season or so, I'm probably gonna try. They're probably gonna try to kill me first. Right, where's the crystal? There it is. Alrighty. Alrighty. Oh, fuck. That's fair, they would target me first. Very fair. Alrighty, let's see. Going this way. Where's the crystal? Ah, fuck. Dead again. I think we still got this. I think we still got this. Hell yeah. Fuck.
Oh fuck, they took the crystal from us that far already? Damn it. Fuck. I'm so squishy. God, they brought the crystal all the way down here? Fuck. One minute remaining. Okay. Hell yeah. Okay, sweet. We didn't get it to the end, but we won. Alrighty. Okay. 8 assists, 3 deaths. Oh, cool. I kill people. Sweet. Alrighty. I rarely play PvP as a fucking white mage. I like telling people to shut up as a bard more. Okay, so that gets me up to beep. Gets me more of these. I'm so close to the framers, but I just don't want to do frontline. Don't care about frontline. Duty Finder Dunjo. Expert Dungeon, which will be the latest dungeon. Leveling, trials. I should probably switch to red mage. And 78.
One moment, going
Yeah.
to feed critters, then I'll hop on.
Okay, I'll do some red mage stuff first so that we can do expert in a little bit. Inventory. Do I still have food? I do have some food, it's just... alrighty. Sweet rice cake. Oh, when did I fucking get gold saucer tickets? Oh, I don't care about these. Never mind. These are... I don't fucking care. Go away. Vesper Bay, Firmament. Okay. Okay, let's do a quick doo-doo finder. Let's do a normal raid and a trial. Those are usually really quick. There we go. Hell yeah. Quick queues. Let's go. Alrighty. Starting to get pretty darn hungry. I've only been doing some very light snacking, so I've only had like a cup of yogurt and then like some roasted seaweed. I've like not had a lot of food today. But curry's gonna probably be my biggest one, and then I'll just probably have it with a bowl of quinoa instead of a bowl of rice, since I had rice yesterday. And that's just kind of carbs. But quinoa's protein, so it's good for you. It'll definitely last longer. The cuff of the sun. Down the hatch. Oh. Ah. Oh, okay. Lordy. Mm-hmm. Swindler. Oh. It's too bad I don't know mechanics on this place. Alrighty, last boy. Only the healers are up. Alright, they're bringing back the tank. Bring back... Okay, so tank needs to focus on keeping them off. Astrologian. I mean, it's almost dead. They can take it. It's almost dead. They don't need the rest of the party, actually. There you go. Now I can just kind of revive myself. Hell yeah. Cuff of the Sun, these are all garbage. I don't want these. Garbo. Garbage. That took a bit longer than I thought for a freaking trial, but or normal raids. Alright, trials. I am so close to be able to use my near glams. Or any other glam I want to use. Which is mostly like Shadowbringer's glams. I'm looking forward to it. I like my current Red Mage glam, but there's something about wearing the class sets that I'm kind of just like, about overall. It's like, Red Mage is fucking right. I'm wearing just all red. I like it, but I also like kind of wearing other things. These boots are very nice, though. These Red Mage boots. But there's so many pieces for glams that I have that I need to be level 80 and up for, and it's just like, I can't do it if I'm not fucking level 80. It's not fair. Like, I think, if I actually tried to do my dailies, every day, because I don't, I probably would have at least been halfway through level 80 already, to the 80 levels. Probably, but I don't do them all the time. Catch your tears. Actually, I don't think I know. I think I'm not there yet at the class set for oh, the Shadowbringers is after I do the role quest, which I'm almost done. Well, I'm only on the first one. But what does this look like? Wild Rose. This is the level 90. Oh, I like the way that opens. That opened nicely. Holy shit. The sheath just opens up, and there's like an egg. That looks nice. Alrighty.
What are you fucking at the height?
Let's see. Let's put here, that way I can put them all together. Alright. Ooh, that's cute. So it's called the Atrophy set. Atrophy bottoms. Oh, the little like booty shorts with leggings. Always love it.
Good.
Summoner and Black Mage. Ah, and then yeah, you have your thigh-high boots. That's cute. As always, the hat, because of my enhancement, always kind of clips a little funny, but really cute. I'm just not a big hat person, but really nice. What is
Will
the...
you be a hat person once the sunglasses update comes out?
Yeah, I'll probably actually wear more hats when I don't have to choose between it and glasses. That's mainly for the most part why I haven't. Oh, the Black Mage set is nice.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Sure is.
Yeah, that's very pretty. And then I'm guessing you can take off the blindfold as needed. Summoner, of course, they give you a stupid horn. Convoker.
It's not
Oh,
dull.
that's
It's
nice.
to channel your ether better or something stupid.
The Summoner set is nice. I'm not a big fan of the horn. I understand lore-wise and everything why the horn exists. I just don't care for it. And then Ashura's Rod. Oh, wow. Hold on. Let me
It's a
take
stick.
Does it spin? Yes.
Oh, that one, yeah.
It spins.
Yeah.
And then this is just a book. Is that a Lynn right behind me? Being a sneaky? Hug. You just gonna keep poking me? You just gonna keep poking me? You're just gonna keep poking me?
You going to invite me?
I was going to! If needed a second. Alright, let me go back to White Mage. And then let me put a glam so that we match. And then let me change my portrait so that I'm not showing everyone my fucking driver's license. Now we can go. Now we can go. This matters, you see. We need to go
Hooray.
we need to go in style. It's the rule. I never got in a trial, but that's fine because I just like bleh. Let's do fucking experto. Hell yeah, instant. Instant coup. Alrighty. We've got one driver's license. Oh. Do a free stun. Show off my ass. say, where's the... I still love this stupid looking thing. Looks so silly. Like the damage never happened. Ah, fuck, I wasn't paying attention. But it didn't happen. Safe zone's right around here. It's gonna be the small ones first and then the big ones. Fuck. Which one? Fuck. Dead. Fuck. I think you guys can kill it. Alright, well. Died the death. There we go. They did it. I knew you guys would. Hello,
I hear it's
Mom.
the great equalizer.
Hello, Mom. How we doing? Great equalizer? Yes. Did I come in on Squeak dying? Yes, you did. In terms of Final Fantasy wise, you didn't really miss much. I was talking about, I was looking over Pathfinder stuff for like the first 4.5 hours. Doing good. I just got my power back after 15. Wow. Fuck. Sorry your power went out, dude. That's gotta suck. Well, you have it back now. No, I fucked it up. Oh wait, you're the reason you lost power? Well then. Gotta lay out all my dots.
I'm so excited that Paizo released the Starfinder 2nd Edition teaser.
Hell yeah.
and showing off one of the classes.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Because it's not just, it's supposed to be compatible with Pathfinder in every way.
Yeah.
And so and he made a soldier, which is not fighter in any way. It's a heavy weapons guy.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
There's a feat you can take at second level that when you're using suppressing fire on someone, you can either laugh like a maniac or it could be a battle cry, which adds on to more demoralization to them as you're just firing.
Oh.
Because, you know, why wouldn't you just cackle like a maniac when you're holding down the minigun button?
That gives me like Warhammer vibe settings, like Warhammer vibes.
Yeah, that's just a second level feat from the fucking soldier.
Yeah.
But they give a whole lot. They give up to like level 5 stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's fucking awesome. That's just good shit, dude.
Hell yeah.
Man.
So time to start screaming tiny baby man at your enemies.
Yeah. So your laughter or suitable war cry can somehow be heard over the din of your weapons fire. Attempt imitation checks to demoralize each creature within 30 feet of you. You suppress this turn. You get things like warning shot is level 1, pin down, quick swap, ready reload. Let's see. Yeah, wide. Your burst fire, new weapons, new weapon list. Fucking and 2 enemy types to give you an example of: computer glitch gremlin and a laser wolf.
Laser wolf.
It has a pouch in its throat which contains solar energy and it fires it like a laser out.
Hell yeah.
And they are pack tactic hunters that fire lasers out of their mouths.
Oh.
They're called laser wolves. Well, there's actually a name for them, but it's the most common name because, you know, it's a laser wolf.
Yeah.
I am excited for Starfinder stuff.
Hell
All
yeah.
that sci-fi shit. And apparently it's supposed to be able to be like, hey, you want to bring your Pathfinder characters into Starfinder? Drag and drop. There you go. You're good. You're good to go. Let's rock. Because Starfinder does have magic shit. It's not like magic's gone. It's literally
It's just in space.
It's just it's in lore. It's just countless thousands of years in the future.
So you can make a character, a Starfinder character, and then maybe through like plotty bullshit, you can play in a Pathfinder game.
Yeah, because there's a crashed spaceship in Galarian that has all this technology. That's why androids are playable. They're from this starship. That's why there's techno barbarians that ride mechas and fire laser guns at people.
Yeah.
Like, that's a thing. But, you know, there's not really a lot of stuff on that right now, but it exists. Like, it's there.
The possibility is there.
And time travel's a thing. There's people who are chronomancers and people who fall through time. It can go both ways. You can actually just fight a fucking red dragon with a laser shotgun, and it'd be like, yeah, this fits in the setting actually.
This is accurate. This works. Oh yeah, that's cool.
Or fight a space kraken with a fucking +4 magic sword and shield and just throwing fireballs at it. And it's just, yeah, on the deck of a space cruiser. It's just, sure, why not? I love shit like that. It's my favorite. Can't fucking wait, dude. It was just announced it. There's no like playtest materials or anything really. Just a little preview.
Attempts to fold laundry while cats want to lay in laundry basket. Nah.
Honestly, it would be pretty fun to play Starfinder.
Yeah?
Yeah, I have the beginner box.
And just visit Golarion.
Yeah.
Galarian's great. There's actually a planet because Galarian vanished, and it's just like you're on Space Station Absalom, which Absalom's where everything happens in Pathfinder.
Yeah.
Stupid weird plot rate things. Galarian just vanishes from existence. No one knows. But there is a fucking planet that is called
It's just it's a Disney World version of the map of Galarian. It's an amusement park. It's a fucking Disney World based on Galarian that people get wrong because they're just assuming shit and making things up because a lot of history's missing.
Yeah, yeah,
But
yeah.
it's there. There's an entire adventure path book for it. You just go to the carnival. You go to Disney World. It's got all the iconic characters. It's like people dressed up like that. It's so fucking stupid, but it's so funny. It's like having a Zelda game where you go to a fucking Termina and they have a little Hyrule World park just on the map. It's just look at all the things that get wrong. It's just low world or something.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Cat is kicking the laundry bowls.
Okay. Yeah, no. If people want to make the time to learn, run the beginner box for everyone, I have that and a whole campaign which I've read, and it might be one of my favorite fucking sci-fi stories I've read.
I mean, it's worth a shot. I'm not against it.
The adventure path is kind of, it goes high level, but it's six acts long, I guess.
Yeah.
It's fun. Beginner box as you part of Starfinders. By the way, on Space Station Absalom, the Pathfinders are called the Starfinders.
Yeah. I
that's
assume as
all.
much.
And the insignia is not just like a little, like you can have a little medallion, like they call it the Wayfinder. Yeah, that's their symbol. But you can also have people do new things with it. There's like digital ones, that ones like have chips that like projected up from under your skin or something, because sci-fi bullshit.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like Shadowrun cyber fantasy, but it's not grungy and sad. Like Shadowrun. But Shadowrun's also cool, but way too meh. I don't know. The more I got in the Shadowrun for a while, but the more I learned about, the more I got into it, it's like it's kind of just. It's not much. It doesn't have a lot for either side of the spectrum of fantasy or sci-fi. That's some stuff, but like, I mean, it has some cool stuff with shamanism and the fact that animal totems have real effects on you, and why insect totems are forbidden and you should never do it.
Oh.
Hive mind, mind control, destruction of all life, kind of thing. As you know, bugs. They're awful, awful creatures. Don't use your totems for that. Don't invoke them. They will fucking destroy them. And those other stuff. I do like that if in Shadowrun and in Cyberpunk, the more cybernetics you put in yourself, the more of your soul you lose.
Yeah.
In Shadowrun, if you actually break the threshold and just completely cybernize yourself, you lose your soul, you die as a character, and you become a golem. In Cyberpunk, you just go Cyber Psycho, which apparently they're adding in Cyber Psycho mechanics into the fucking Cyberpunk video game. Or something. It's like some people are talking about cyber psychosis.
Yeah.
But shouldn't be part of the fucking game, because you can trick yourself out really hard, and no one else but probably Adam Smasher could do that. And Adam Smasher's a fucking psychopath by default, so.
Yeah.
Like that's why he can't go crazy. He was always a fucking piece of shit, malicious bastard.
Ah, fuck.
That's why he's basically a fucking robot.
I think you guys got this.
I like the idea of cyber psychosis. That sounds like something that could happen to people.
Yeah.
You know, too much chrome and you start losing your fucking mind. Which, even if that was a risk, I'd still trick myself out. Give me that fucking Edge Runner Devastan shit, baby.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, no, Starfinder is Oh, the current edition is wildly different than Pathfinder.
Yeah.
Even first edition Pathfinder, because it splits damage into energy and physical damage and other stuff like that. So it's cool, and you can and you can also throw a sun at people, not even like a joke, or a black hole. Depends. Depends on what you want to cast at.
If the Puffin minion came out.
Hey, if there's a Puffin minion.
Yeah, in the
Oh wow.
the Aetherfront dungeon. I want a Puffin.
Oh, cool.
Didn't know this had a minion.
Yeah, it has a minion. I've only seen it once, but I didn't get it.
Okay, fine, you can have it.
Work smarter, not harder.
Puffin! Thank you for Puffin.
Let me read its descriptions.
Burb. It says here, wants to work smarter, not harder.
This.
And what's it say on the minion guide? Puffin. Native to the northern seas, this seabird is distinguishable by its orange bills and feet. It swims effectively using its short wings in lieu of fins and can catch several fish in a single dive. Having witnessed you vanquish fiends with ease, however, this creature decided to follow you in hopes of leading a comfortable life.
It's so fucking lazy, it just doesn't want to have to work anymore.
Work smarter, not harder.
Work smarter, get a sugar mom.
That's pretty much it. It's just like, why do I have to do that?
Why do I have to work to live? I'll just follow this one.
Oh yeah, exactly. You'll feed me,
But
right?
it chooses to come with you thinking life will be easier.
Fucking wait till shit hits the fan on that one.
Welcome to the new world, bitch.
You think it'll rest on you if you beckon on it?
We can try it out. Let me see. Let me pull out the Puffin. Minion. I've only seen it a few times.
I've never seen it once.
Yeah, I've seen a couple people have it, and I've seen it come up on the thing once.
I flaps the wings. Look at him.
Aww. Puffin.
Oh, if it's a lava fell, it'll sit on their head.
Yeah.
That's adorable.
Puffin.
There's a lot of games I want to run. One of the biggest ones on my list now that we're doing Theros right now is Fallout.
Mm-hmm.
Not the game setting because it's 2D20 and honestly reading through is kind of meh.
Yeah.
But using Wrath and Glory though, because you know, there are psychic people in Fallout, so the psychic mastery can just sit there.
Yeah. No, I've heard. I kind of knew that.
Psychers are fucking scary in Fallout, by the way.
I don't doubt it.
They're there's not a lot of them, and they're fucking wild.
Cool.
You never really get to fight that many in the late 3D games, but you know.
Yeah. Alrighty. That's 3 stickers in my Chloe book.
Have you ever seen anything about Fallout 4? Mama Murphy, the drug lady, she's a psyker.
Oh.
That's how when she sees the future, but the trigger needs to be she needs to ingest some kind
I
of
just enjoy Star Ocean, and the idea of playing a starfaring character stranded on a high magic low-tech world greatly appeals to the Lin.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, wait till second edition comes out, so it's the smoothest transition on Earth.
Yeah.
Liquid Jury Rig first edition Pathfinder if you really want it.
I only ever played one Star Ocean game, and that was till the end of time, and I never really got to finish it, but it was really pretty and really good.
I never even heard of Star Ocean till Digo started talking about a possible game being
It's the best one.
Yeah.
What's important to remember is that I like funny laser shotgun goblins.
I've played 4 up to the final dungeon.
Heh.
Okay. What do you mean up to the final dungeon?
Probably couldn't play it anymore after that. I never got to finish it.
Did the Blockbuster rental run out? I don't know how long ago you played this.
I do this thing a lot where I get to the final dungeon and then stop.
But ha.
Because then when you finish the game, it means it's over.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. It's the part of the. It feels good to finish it. It feels bad to finish it at the same time.
Yeah.
Then you come back. Then you come back to it and be like, man, I missed so much shit my first time through.
Yeah.
With 4, honestly it was because I wasn't that invested. Unqueue.
Unqueue quickly.
Unqueue?
Quick
Okay, one
hey.
sec.
Ha.
There we go. Sorry, I forgot that you wanted to train up Reaper.
Hey.
Wait, did I already do trials and just not pay attention? No, I didn't do trials yet. Okay, good. I was like, wait a minute, I never did trials. Yeah, so I still need to do trials, I still need to do leveling, and that will help. That should get me, not to 80, it won't get me to 80, but it should get me to at least 79. And then I'll probably just try to wrap up my Chloe book, and that should take me to 80. And then...
But 4 had fun combat, but I just did not care about the characters, which was what made Till the End of Time so good.
Yeah. I don't remember too much from Till the End of Time, but I do remember enjoying the time I played with it.
End of Time had such a good cast.
I remember when my brother was borrowing it, we also had the strategy guide. And while he was playing it, all I would do was just read that strategy guide. I was just reading it. And I had so much fun reading it. I loved reading books.
Yeah.
I loved reading books about video games.
Same.
Yeah. Those were kind of fun to read every now and then when I saw them.
I also have the guide around here somewhere.
Find it right now. This is not a request.
Yeah, I put one gum cube in my mouth and I'm like, I can use another one. And I put the other one in. I'm really struggling to much gum. But I
Dude,
do it
fuck.
anyway.
How do you have such a tiny fucking
It's
mouth?
definitely one of those games I'd have on my list for if I was streaming myself.
You gotta figure out what Zentrea uses.
Play it again and have good time.
Yeah.
Also, I don't know why my mouth is so small.
It's just so minuscule.
I don't feel like it's small, but it's until stuff like this where I'm like, why does 2 pieces of fucking cube-shaped gum? Like, if you ever had the Icebreakers Ice Cubes gum, they're not that big.
No.
But 2 in my mouth, I feel like my half of my mouth is full.
What?
I feel like I can't talk without it fucking dribbling out of my mouth.
I'm just trying to figure out how.
I have to like store it in my cheek like a chipmunk and push it back, and then I can talk.
Jesus fucking Christ. It's just really funny.
I don't know what to tell you, dude.
It's not, I'm just laughing because it's just funny. Nothing else.
Cause like with 5 gum or something, I can have more than 1 gum. But these Icebreaker Ice Cubes, that's like, no, it's too much for your mouth.
It's too much for your fucking dumb mouth. Dumb tiny mouth. Get a bigger mouth.
I would if I could. Lynn needs one of those little notebook computers to the side so they can use that for text-to-speech while their main computer is used for gaming streaming. That stuff requires train squeaky train, like that episode of Ranma 1/2. What does that have to do with anything? Ah. Fuck. I suck so hard with Gilgamesh's fight. Oh god. Fuck. There was an episode where they had to do eating contest and the train involved making their mouth bigger. Oh. I've never seen Ranma 1/2, or at least not a lot of it. Oh god. We're fucking dead. By the skin of my fucking teeth. Nah, too late, just raise. Why aren't you dual casting raise? Oops.
Also, it takes a lot of mana.
Yeah, no, it takes a lot of mana. I actually didn't know you can dual. I didn't actually know you could dual cast raise. That's my bad.
It's fucking cool.
Yeah, it doesn't seem.
It's
It
why
doesn't-
they call it Res Mage.
Okay. I know you can do. I know you can like. Again, it's one of those things where you can raise. Like, it's one of the few DPSs that can raise, but I didn't think about it as like, oh yeah, you can dual cast that. Cure plus raise. Yeah. For the damp pink flower things. Okay. If you stack on top, the center is fine. Yeah. Okay. Mmm. Since, yeah, it's been a long time since I've done Gilgamesh too. I have definitely not done enough Gilgamesh. It's a safe spot. Oh, fuck, wait for me, please. Divine epicness. I don't know why, but Gilgamesh reminds me of Jack Black.
Yes,
I feel like Jack Black could play Gilgamesh.
he could.
Especially now that I've seen what he can do for Bowser. Oh, fuck, get away, get away, get away. Okay. Boing. 14 Hildebrand movie when? Probably one of the better things they can make a movie out of. Everyone says they want a 14 anime. I do not agree. Where'd he go? Oh, damn. Okay, sweet. I already have the Yojimbo parting. I don't need this. I guess I could have sold it. No, you can't trade it. Okay, nope. Y'all can have it. I already have it. Yeah. Oh my god. I have to pee again.
Have fun with that.
I will be right back.
Will the heart rate monitor go over 100 this time again? Oh, wait.
Ha.
I feel like you can do a 14 anime, but you would need to focus on side stories like Hildebrand. Yeah, I feel like it couldn't be main game stuff.
Unless it's like a beat by beat adaptation, I don't think I would like it.
Yeah. It has to be just that. It just has to be Meteor as the fucking.
Which sucks because like the point. What would suck if Meteor was the protagonist is it would be so fucking. He would be so boring. He'd be so bland and boring because it's supposed to be you.
I mean, they did get away with it with Persona anime, where you was just a fucking shitter, and it was great. But
yeah,
I don't know if it works twice.
they'd have to give him some sort of personality, and it's gonna be an issue because some people already kind of have a general idea of how Meteor is, and it potentially ruins that perception of them. That's why there isn't a freaking Vocaloid Miku anime, because they want everyone to have their idea of Miku essentially be Miku. Miku is whatever you want Miku to be. It's kind of similar with Meteor. Meteor is kind of so easy to be plain and bland and boring because you're supposed to replace him with you.
Granted, Miku shows up in a bunch of anime.
Yeah, but not enough where she has a personality. She's just there.
Yeah.
No, there was never been a Vocaloid anime. There's never been an officially released Vocaloid anime. There hasn't.
Usually with a leak.
Yeah. There's a manga called like Hatsune Miku Mix, but that doesn't really count. It's like a gag manga. Alrighty. So let's see. What do we got here? Frontline can easily get us some good experience on our class, and then we just switch into what we want to do. But that depends on if you're good for Frontline. How do you feel?
Yeah.
Do you want to do a Frontline?
Good by me.
Alrighty, let's do a Frontline. Let's get some experience for our boobies. I haven't done my daily Frontline. I've only done a Crystal Conflict for the book. Miku anime back in the day. Nope, there has never been one. There has never been an officially sanctioned Vocaloid anime. Again, one of the reasons I heard at the very least was because they don't want to essentially associate a personality with Miku. They don't want to potentially ruin people's idea of Miku by essentially creating a sort of media that gives her a canonical, quote-unquote, canonical personality. Again, the video games and stuff, it's usually pretty safe because those are rhythm games. There's no real story behind them. Any media that features Miku usually steers clear of giving her any sort of agency or personality so that you can still project what you want Miku to be onto her. That's the point, that's the appeal.
Digital idol culture.
Exactly, it's digital idol culture. They don't want to piss off any Miku fans by giving her a personality and a life and relationships. They don't want to do that. That's why there probably will never be one. They would rather have instances where she appears as a little reference, doesn't say it, says maybe one or two lines and that's it, or they have a character dress up as her like they did with Lucky Star, where they had Kagami dress as Miku for a bit because I think it was like all a dream or something, but they never actually Miku herself. They don't want to do that. And
if we don't leave her blank, then people may not want to make them their waifu and give us money so they can jack it. So let's
pretty much. Again, it all comes back to generally idol culture. They want to keep her pure and let the audience project as much onto her as possible. Because through songs written and all that stuff, Miku can be anything you want her to be. She sings sad songs. She sings horror songs. She sings songs about getting revenge, about being broken up with, finding first love. She does so many. She can do and be so many things. they don't want to decide. They don't want the audience to feel like it's being decided for them who Miku is. That's why there's also, again, aside from that one a 4-coma gag manga that was a Miku mix or something, there's no Vocaloid manga either. Like, as far as I know, there's no Vocaloid manga aside from that one. Because they don't, again, same ideology. They don't want to really put that on her. Who's calling me? I'm being called by Jester. Hello.
Hello.
How you doing?
Good.
You coming out of work now? Yeah. I'm just here, still doing stuff.
How are we doing?
That's a great idea. I put the leftover curry in the oven, and
Is there enough for the both of us? I don't really think there is.
that's what I don't know. I haven't put any rice or anything to set because I was thinking of having it with quinoa instead, but I also know you don't like quinoa, so I could also just put on rice.
I was gonna say that you can have the rest of it then, because that's not a big deal to me. If there's not enough for the two of us, you can have the rest. And then there are. 1 second. There's something on my bookshelf.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, somebody's posting sticky notes of different gospel writings on our. Have patience. God isn't finished yet. When will he be finished?
What's he do? What's he doing?
Take it, Benedict. I don't know. He's also getting in his car right now, and he also got one. There's another one on my buddy's car, and it says, "It is God whose arms." What? Oh, okay. It is God who arms me with strength and keeps my way secure. Psalm 18:32. I got Philippians.
Yo, are they like they're like Psalm trading cards?
And then 1:6. Have patience, God's future. What the fuck is that? Why is it doing this? God, sorry, God. It's been millennia. I'm thinking that I will cook the last 2 smokies then, because we only have 2.
Uh-huh.
And I will leave the rest of the curry to you.
Okie
You
dokie.
can have it with your quinoa.
Alrighty, that works.
Okay. I was trying to figure out how much we had left.
It looks like it's still in the oven. It looks like enough for 2 people, honestly, but you can you can look and decide for yourself how you feel about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Scenario, either way, I'm fine. It was tasty last time, so I'm okay with eating more of it.
Yeah, you liked it?
The worst case scenario, I'll cook the last 2 smokies and just leave the rest to you, and that way you can make it with your quinoa.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna lose sleep over it either way.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
just wanted to make sure we had a plan before I came home.
Alrighty then. So you're just gonna come straight home?
Yeah, I'll be there in like 5 minutes.
Okie dokie.
Okay.
Alright, I'll see you in a little bit then. Yeah, bye-bye. Boop. Alrighty. Yeah, I think we have enough curry for at least 1 bowl for each of us, but... I kind of just stumbled into this fucking tomolith. I wasn't even paying attention. I was just running around so no one kills me. There's one literally right here. So if you were a cat, how much of a shitbag would you be? I don't know. I feel like I'd be a pretty chill cat.
I'd be probably a very needy one, honestly. I find myself to be pretty needy and clingy to people that I'm really attached to. So I feel like... Fuck. Yeah, I feel like I feel like otherwise it'd be a pretty chill cat, but just a very needy and clingy one. Like I would want to snuggle and like be on your lap all the time. And then if I ever felt like I decided like I didn't want to be around people, I'd be like fucking...
So one of my cats.
and then when I decide that I don't really care to be around people that much, I'd be like on my cat tower minding my own business and be there like all day. But I feel like I'd probably just want to be around people a lot.
Hey, Trent, when'd you get here?
What's that supposed to fucking mean?
What do you think?
I do not cling to people. Nor do I get attached to them. Don't need anybody. You all dragged me along with you.
Alright, see you later, Kata. Kicking you out.
You're just going to leave. You can't just leave him there. You can't just leave him.
Why? What do you care?
What the? What does he have to do with all of that? He didn't do anything. You can't just kick him out. He didn't do anything. Kick me out. This is right here. No, see, Trin's a tsundere cat. Trin's a cat that will, like, come up to you and be like, pet me, pet me, pet me. And then within, like, 3 minutes of pet me, fucking bites you. Like, Trin's the kind of cat that once it's got you petting it, suddenly doesn't want you to fucking pet it anymore. It's just like, no, I've changed my mind. I actually don't want anything to do with you. Fuck you. And then you stop petting it, and then it looks at you again with those freaking kitty eyes and be like, wait, why'd you... I didn't mean to actually stop petting me. Keep petting me. Just do it right this time. That's the kind of cat Trin would be. Trin's already that. Trin's already that. That's why they're so mean to Kato. But Trin doesn't want anybody to be mean to Kato, but they can be mean to Kato. Oh, the Scottish have infected. It's not really... Trin's accent isn't really Scottish. I don't think it is. It's more a little bit of just a little bit of like Cockney with just a general northern fantasy, just a little bit of a slangish, kind of a slangish kind of feel, slightly rooted in Cockney, but not quite. I never truly link my accents to any one particular thing because I don't want to tout it as that accent. It's just an accent. Ah, fuck. But yeah. Second place, but still doing pretty alright. I would have no idea. Didn't really match that game. Didn't really watch that game. Well, there you go. I have now done an explaining.
What? Explain of what?
Oh no, Eggy River was saying that it's like, oh, freaking Scottish. And it's like, no, Trin wasn't really Scottish.
She was from that general area, though. Not Scottish.
More so in the general area of Cockney. Very Cockney, very kind of like, again, slangish, lowbrow, considered low-brown or low-born. Kind of like the people in Monty Python, where they were like, the people who was like, where King Arthur was trying to tell people that here's their king. It's like, well, I didn't vote for you. That sort of general area, a bit more crass, a bit more rude, just general rude, crass feeling. Because Trin doesn't want to speak like that anymore. They kind of want to just be however they want to be. Also, when they were, you know, earlier traveling on their own, they were like, I don't have to put on a show. I don't have to speak super politely. I can just do whatever I want. And if I talk to like this, people will never assume that I'm anybody from any high bloodline, because no highborn person talks like this. And then it just became how Trin speaks.
Meanwhile, we go to one of the noble houses in the city, and they're all fucking talking like yelkals.
Yep.
It's like, huh? Wonder why that is. Why I think it might be some some rooted classism of why we assume people with certain accents sound more of some way than another.
Because I think the general idea is that they kind of just sort of picked up how to talk, not were properly taught how to talk. Like, it takes proper instruction and time to properly learn to articulate to yourself. And if you're lowborn, you're too busy working the fields and doing manual labor to actually have the time to learn from a professional. Instead, you just kind of pick up the pieces of what you can. I think is the general idea behind that, behind lowborn speak and highborn speak. You have someone teach you the rules of it, whereas the other one, there's kind of no rules, just whatever you can find.
Rule number one, there's no fucking rules.
Yeah. Damn. Oh, we did a good catch up until we all died. But yeah, I hope that makes a little bit of, I guess, a bit of a modicum of sense. Da 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 da. I want to grab the rock. I just want Trin to accidentally take over the world. I don't know how it will happen, but I want it.
Okay.
Didn't think I'd get this far, but it worked.
I also don't know how you got this far. I was here the whole time.
I thought Kijo would have killed me by now.
Same.
I thought Kijo was thought.
Same.
I'm sure somebody should have stopped me by now. How did you all just let this happen?
Let happen's a strong word.
Let happen. I'm going to say let happen because it's not like anybody put up a fight. There's no way anybody put up a fight. Okay, yeah, halfway to the next series.
Just want you to know.
Yeah.
Most structure damage in the entire game.
Hell yeah. Oh my god, I'm like a pinky toe away from a level up. It's bullshit. It's pinky toe. Baby pinky toe. Kijo can't hurt Trin because she is possessed by Trin's bio dad, not the Emperor. What?
Wrong.
Yeah, I was like, that's not a thing. No. No, that's not a thing. Bless you. Wait, what do you mean by the most damage? So you know how like in the PvP where we were attacking these rocks? That means that out of all the times we attacked rocks, Lynn did the most damage to the most rocks. Lynn did a lot of damage to those rocks. Alrighty.
So first issue with that theory.
I think we outright explained who Anima is. I think it was outright explained who Anima actually is.
Trin's bio dad doesn't give a shit about her.
Yeah.
Her dad is what we like to call in the business a fucking shitlord.
Yeah, Trin's dad doesn't really care about her. Excuse me.
Some of his other family cared, but their soul got scooped out.
Yeah.
Also her mom, but
They got scooped. No, not Anima.
nope. Anima is not related to any characters, and
Yeah.
biologically.
So even if you assumed that was the soul stone, his will would be to make her put a dress on and go be a broodmare for someone with clout.
Yeah. Mom was just left hanging, but Tish.
It's funny because she covers.
Cause she did. Cause she killed us. My theory is the Emperor of Doma isn't her bio dad, but it was one of her mom's guards who died, and Kijo has his soul crystal. Well, and I'm going to tell you right now that that's not the case. Her father is the Emperor of Doma. That is her biological father. She is not. She is not a secret adopted child. She is the. She
Though
is.
otherwise you're on track.
Yeah, you're on track, but the soul crystal does not belong to anyone related to Trin. So yeah, no, the Emperor of Doma is Trin's father. It's just he orchestrated a kidnapping of the possessor of Suzaku's bloodline, and then was like, I'm going to make her my wife. I'm going to have her bear my child, so that Suzaku's bloodline has now been returned to the royal family. And then, with the idea of Trin eventually having a male child, because they don't want girls, but he ended up with a girl, it's if she gives birth to a male, he will become the future Emperor of Doma and will, again, Suzaku's bloodline. The main idea of having Trin be in the royal bloodline is because it belonged to Suzaku was originally of the Doman bloodline.
But Suzaku fucking ran away.
Suzaku ran away, though. Upon the imprisonment of Rubicante, Suzaku ran away to Bajna, and that's where the bloodline hid away. Until around the generation of Trin's father found Suzaku's bloodline and then went to capture her.
Yep.
So your theory's not completely off base, Cerberus, but
Yeah, Trin and her mother, whose name hasn't been stated yet but I have it, were just tools to consolidate power.
Yeah, I never gave the DM.
There's no love there.
Yeah, I never gave the DM a name for Trin's mother because I was like, I didn't know how into play Trin's mother would be, aside from that she's where the blood of Suzaku comes from. So I didn't feel the need to give her a name. Whatever her name is okay, whatever. I don't know the name that was given to her. All I would say is that if I don't like it, if I could be allowed to change it. But
No, you don't see. No.
As far as I know, none of Trin's family members have outright names because I was fine with letting the DM decide that. But in this case, now that we're doing it as a comic,
Moment, I'll DM it to you.
Yeah,
I made it based on Trin's conventions.
Yeah, maybe I'll consider a different name, or if I'm fine with this one, which most likely will have to be what I'm fine with, is the case. Let's see, what is this? Seriously, at this point, Doma has been a rogue state for decades, and the Alliance really should have had done... Doma's part of the Alliance.
Yeah.
Doma is part of the Alliance. It's just, it's one of the bigger nations of the Alliance.
And a massive center of trade.
And a massive center of trade with Kugane. They're not going to fuck with it. Meanwhile, let me tell you about all the glory that is Luminous Wings. That's my point.
And Doma has a fucking thumb over Bajna the whole time.
Yeah, that's that thing of Doma. The Alliance is called the Alliance, but Doma kind of runs it. Like, Doma has a bit too much power. Again, it owns Kugane. It technically owns Bajna. It's,
The only thing it doesn't fucking own is Limsa and Lominsa.
Yeah, they just don't own Limsa and Lominsa. But it has a bit too much power, and that's the thing of, if the Alliance really wants to do something about Doma, they don't have enough help. They need help. And that's something that Trin also somewhat knows, that if they were to take over Doma, they could do something about that. They could work with that. Would they want to lessen the power Doma has? Not quite, but probably make it so that it's not as tyrannical as whatever their father turned Doma into. Their father, which now we learn through their uncle.
Think of the
their
Alliance
uncles-
like the United Nations.
Well,
They're
their
equal partners on paper, but certain
Yeah.
actors absolutely have more sway than others.
I actually just remembered Trin's father's dead. It's their uncle that
Yeah.
is technically running it, and it's not even their uncle. It's a demon disguised as their uncle. So of course, Doma's not being run by, for all intents and purposes, the proper people. It's being run by people that are turning it into a tyrannical demon state, apparently. And the reason they want Trin back is because, again, demons now want this, what is considered holy blood, or at least the blood of a deity, that just makes them more powerful. That's why Mateus wants Trin. That's my point.
Yeah.
Whenever a new country wanted to join the Alliance, they just let it become a part of Doma, thus increasing its power. It's kind of hard to say. It's kind of hard to talk about like the politics and things when it comes to like a fictional fantasy world. All I can tell you is that before, like, I don't know who truly established the Alliance. It would not.
But we'd
Yeah.
be here for a while.
We'd be here for a while, and all I can generally assume is that Doma had some saying in the founding of the Alliance, because it didn't want to join either the Republic or what's the other one
Empire.
called? The Empire. It didn't want to join either one of them. It wanted to still be its own thing. But then also took in other nations that didn't want to be a part of it. So even if it's called the Alliance, Doma is still the one is technically the one in charge. There's the Voice of Unity and all that, but there's also some stuff about the Voice of Unity that kind of puts this in question. So, and I honestly, I can't super speak too much on any of that stuff. Yes, there is a big power imbalance in the Alliance. That's something that Trin wants to fix. But they need to first assume the throne back. And until they found out what they knew, it was just overthrowing their uncle. But now it's Doma's being taken over by demons.
Doma's being run by demons, and that's not something you can easily take on. It's not something that you can turn over with politics and getting people on your side in a political sense. You have to fight.
You can't reason with creatures that won't reason. So, if you need demon slaying, guess who's really good at that? Dark Knights.
Yeah, so that's also sucked because her actual uncle seemed like a cool guy. Yeah, I went a little bit into it, and I think I'm more or less kind of over it. But at first, when it was happening, I was actually kind of disappointed that it turns out that Trin's uncle was an okay guy, and someone that apparently actually cared about her. It was just, I was too busy up until I had to take over, which is when they killed me. But apparently they were the only family member outside of Trin's mother before she offed herself that cared about Trin. But again, it's that thing of, if you're gonna play the card of, no, but they actually cared, they were just never around, it's just like, you might as well just have not. They could have just been absent, and that's it. They could have been like, I thought of you in passing, but not really. Like, it's fine. They could have been generally indifferent to Trin's existence. But the point being, they super really cared about Trin. They were super progressive, actually. And as soon as it was time for them to take over the throne because of the passing of Trin's father, they were immediately offed by demons and essentially body snatched. And that's okay. It's whatever. I'm fine with that. Does it mean Trin has to kind of now come to terms with this sort of stuff and redirect that rage? Yeah. Is it easier said than done? Yeah. Some would say it shouldn't be hard, but Trin likes to make their life overcomplicated. So there you go. But I'm no longer really upset about it. It is what it is. The point is their uncle's dead. Turns out they were all right, actually, and there we go. Do I kind of still wish their uncle was evil? I kind of wish they were, and they were just making a pact with demons. Because my original idea for the uncle was, aside from wanting Trin because it means that they can now super officially be Lord of Doma and not standing Lord for when Trin gets married or comes of age, quote unquote. I was down for it to be a little bit gross. I was down for this person for this uncle character to also just want Trin as like an object. And essentially kind of go the creepy uncle angle. But, and then in doing that also wanting to, essentially, has anyone ever seen The Swan Princess?
Yeah.
You know, like Rothbart?
Yeah, I know Rothbart.
Rothbart. Just make him creepy and gross, and Rothbart. That was the kind of idea in my head for Trin's uncle. I want to, as legally as possible, own this so other governments and stuff can't get on my case about it. But I want to fuck around with other powers that be, if need be, to maintain my control. Someone who you could see they're so thirsty for power that you could see them making deals with demons and entities like that, because it means that the longer they have their reign, the better for them. They want to stay in control as long as possible.
Because they're fucking little shits who are scared of not having power.
Essentially. It was that thing of, he was like Scar and Rothbart just mashed into one. That was my general idea. When I presented this idea to the DM. Obviously, I told him that you could change around, fix things and stuff, because honestly, I don't want to super decide based on my experiences with Blue, who didn't want his NPC motivations decided for them. I was like, here's an idea you can roll with if you're unable to think of something, but if you do think of anything and want to throw that in or mix it in, that's totally cool too. But the general idea is the uncle's bad. And they completely changed that to actually the uncle's not bad. And again, whatever. Okay. Still disappointed, but I'm not as gung ho about it as I was when it was happening. Let me get us
Doma, Bosja, and the Isle to the west, which I'll just call the Minsan Isle, formed the alliance, and are the largest players. Doma is the strongest military power right now, but there's a whole lot of maneuvering and shadow dealings at play for checks on Doman's strength. But I'd have to go into a bunch of particulars as to who controls the seas, the skies and the lands, and while these are relevant to the larger world, in regards to the story with the Warriors of Twilight, most of that will be
is where you cut off, Lynn. You cut off at most of that will be in regards to the Warriors of Twilight.
Most of that will be set dressing as it's circumstantially relevant.
It also sucks because her actual uncle seemed like a cool guy. Yeah, they did. They seemed nice. It's that thing of, again, let's be honest, is Doma really the strongest military power? The samurai seem to kind of suck. That's that thing where they've been the only way I can explain this is that they've probably been so comfortable in how much power that they have that they've kind of let themselves go. But again, if you were to go and charge into Doma Castle, then you're gonna meet some scary opposition. The samurai that were in the festival were kind of like hobby samurai, I guess is the way to put it. I don't know, honestly. I'm talking out of my ass on that aspect.
Oh, that's mostly because proper Doman samurai rarely participate in Kugana's games.
Yeah. Proper samurai don't have time to be in Kugane and be silly. They're more like hobby samurai. That's what I mean. Yeah. So and when it comes to advancement technology-wise, at least from what I was told, Doma is more advanced than the Empire, not as advanced as the Republic. They sit at a middle. Where like we had joked, like Doma has running water, plumbing, and bidets. But the bidets in particular are for more higher class domans, but generally average common doman living, you've got running water, you've got some semblance of plumbing, you've got maybe some basic lighting and things like that. It's in between because they've allowed themselves to, yes, keep doing magic and stuff, but they've also allowed themselves to embrace technology as a way to move forward, as a way to go around the shortcomings of those who cannot possess magic. Where the Republic...
And Doma has rebuffed the Empire in a defensive war that's been brought up a few times before.
Where the Empire tends to be mean to non-magic users and vice versa for the Republic, Doma still somewhat embraces both of them and is like, okay, well, if you can't use magic, that doesn't mean you suck as a person. You can still be very smart and very capable. You just need the tools to help you achieve your potential. That's where your technology comes in.
And a penis.
And a penis. You have to have the penis is your biggest shortcoming in Doma. Not the fact that you can't do magic. It's the lack of a dick.
Oh, that's not true. There's plenty of benefit for not having magic for the Empire. You're just labor force.
Yeah. Point is that you're more likely to be looked down on and underestimated as a woman than you are as a non-magic user or a magic user in the respective other places. My idea for Doma was that it was kind of better than the other two, but still had its issues that with time could be fixed or overlooked. And in Doma, it was the sexism. It was the sexism, a bit of racism, some classism. It had the other isms. It had the other isms than the magic ism.
The way I see it, the way I always understood it was the alliance is made up of satellite states, and the mainland is just the Cold War.
Yeah, so...
Russia and America.
But yeah. When it comes to Trin's uncle, it's like...
again, like I've said, I'm fine that they ended up being a good guy on
Doma's main issues stem from isolationist conservatism, like Japan before they were forced to open their doors.
Mm-hmm.
Are the Alliance.
Yeah. Knock knock. It's the Alliance.
Open
guns.
the door. Open the country. Stop having it be closed.
with guns and boats. Gunboats.
Good boats.
Gunboats. No, but like, again, I'm fine with Trin's dad being okay. Trin for the most part isn't, because now they have to find a place to direct all this rage, and it was so much more personal when it was a family issue, because that was something Trin did too. They didn't want to talk about the experiences with Doma. They didn't want to go in depth on it because it's none of your business. It's family issues. It's family matter. You don't have to know. I don't have to tell you. They can't use that excuse anymore. It's stupid, but that's Trin's coping mechanism. That's how Trin keeps people out.
It's kind of fucked, isn't it?
It is. So then it turning out that it was never his uncle, and now that this is more than just a family issue, you know, it's gonna take Trin some time to get over that. I'm hoping that maybe with time Trin can open up a bit more about that, and they'll get there. But now it's I can't use this as an excuse to block people out. I have to. It's kind of like how before they were like, I'll fix Doma by myself. I just need to convince people to work for me. I don't need to make friends. Like, shit like that. Trin's very weird about it. The stream's turned about, let's talk about Final Fantasy, and I'm all for it. That's what I love about doing my Final Fantasy 14 streams, because in one way or another, we'll start talking about Surging Shadow. But yeah, that's how it helps me get more into Trin's mind. Again, even though Trin has accepted Kato essentially as a partner, they're not over Eli. They're not. They still love Eli. It's just now they also love Kato. But, like, they're not gonna really act any differently towards Kato than they were beforehand. There's a part of me that still wishes the confession in Kugane didn't happen, because on the DM's part, it was definitely forced. I know why they did it, and it makes me sad that they thought that they had to do something like this because they were so adamant that I wasn't having fun in the game. I wish I can retcon it. I don't think Trin could ever go to Kato and be like, so can we just pretend that you confessing to me in Kugane just did not happen? Because I feel like that's too asshole-ish of Trin to do.
Even Trin has a limit.
Even Trin has a limit. That's really hurtful. That's too far. Maybe if they were ever in a fit of rage, like if Kato and Trin were arguing about things with Eli, in a fit of rage, Trin can be like, I just wish you never said what you did in Kugane, and then you can go from the drama from there. But Trin would never, like, start the conversation with Kato where it's like, can we just
Easier
pretend?
way to do it. Kato needs some progression.
Yeah. The easiest way, but not the way I think would be
Having
fun.
Kato call her out on it would be a lot better.
Yes, I want Kato to call her out on it. Because that's the thing. Kato has, like, had no initiative, no initiative to do anything, unless Trin is doing something, and it's
been like that for a little while. Yeah, I remember I think he used to do stuff.
he used to do so much more stuff, but then the DM kind of bent him into a simp for Trin, and I kind of didn't like that, because I liked the rivalry they had. They had a really nice rivalry that I really, really appreciated, and I wanted them to go from, like, a rivals to friends to lovers sort of thing. I was down for that, but the obstacle is that Trin needs to figure out what the fuck they are to Eli. He was a motherfucking dragon killer, yeah. Even if we still poked at Kato where it's like, you didn't slay the dragon on your own, Kato, blah, blah, blah. Kato still did something that was worth bragging about. And
he could back up his bullshit.
And it felt like after a couple sessions of teasing Kato about that suddenly that didn't matter anymore. Suddenly he wasn't bringing that up as a point of pride. And it was like, no, dude, you and 2 other people fell a dragon.
I don't know. I'm not convinced he can hold a sword.
And that's the thing, too. He hasn't had the chance to do anything of that because the DM just kind of shit all over him. In favor of just being, Trin, cat girl. And I'm just like, come on, don't do my boy dirty like this. I'm sad about that. I'm genuinely sad.
The guy could copy all of our skills.
The guy can, he's a mimic. Like, he just learned so many cool things about himself. Why isn't he taking pride in this?
He can dark side. It took me 7 years.
He didn't have to fucking go through Dark Knight training to learn dark side. He can just do it. Nihilus had an aneurysm that day. Like, that was amazing. I fucking loved that. That was hilarious.
It was awesome. It was fucking badass, dude.
Like, Kato just learned so much about himself, and the team still accepts him for what he is. He should be more confident about that, but he's not, because he only cares about Trin's affection, and I hate that. I hate it. So yeah, and again, when it comes to Lord Eli, when they last freaking saw Trin, when Trin was like, so where do we go from here? I'm not a little girl anymore. I'm a full adult woman. I've been waiting for you. I want to be with you. He was like, let me think about it.
I gotta get back to you on that one, kiddo.
And that's that thing of, but that's not a no. That's not a no. So of course Trin is going to cling on that. And then he essentially gives him his phone number. Then Eli essentially gives Trin his phone number by giving him that sending stone that only they can use. So only Trin has special access to Lord Eli. Like, this is... Like, Trin wants to know, what are they to Lord Eli? Because Lord Eli was like, I hadn't thought about it until I seen you again. You are a grown woman.
I forget if Kijo even knows she has that.
No one knows! Trin didn't tell anybody. Trin hasn't really told anybody, as far as I know, as far as I can remember, that they have this essentially exclusive access to Lord Eli.
Yeah, I don't think anybody but Trin knows that exists.
Mimi is still salty that he learned so fast.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's... Yeah?
I'm just saying, this is just talking about Trin stuff too, with Kato stuff. We all got a lot of stuff on our plates.
Oh yeah, but I'm just kind of getting into this because that's where we are right now. But like,
Yeah.
and also I guess trying to explain where Trin is at and why it's kind of a little hard to figure out where Trin is
Actually,
going.
don't know if Kijo even knows about Eli in general. Just the small one that isn't a bomb.
Yeah, I don't think Kijo knows anything about about Lord Eli.
You swear he's not a bomb.
It's that thing where what I was hoping for while game was still going was that at some point whatever was going on with Trin and Eli would resolve, or at least reach a conclusion where Trin can move on, and then maybe whatever happens with Kato happens. But now it just seems like Trin's using Kato as a rebound.
Yeah.
They love.
I feel if Kato finds out about the stone, he's gonna be like, excuse me.
It's gonna here's the thing, Kato again seems to like to give Trin the benefit of the doubt a lot of the time, so they'll probably ask for like, why didn't you tell us that you had this access to Eli? And Trin will think of whatever they think of at the time. Again, it might have just been, I didn't know, I didn't think it'd be useful or whatever. I don't remember. Again, I can't remember if Trin ever told anybody. I'd have to kind of look back, and I have my reasons for why I kind of don't want to look back on Final Fantasy, at least not immediately right now. I feel like if anybody knew about, you know what? If anybody does know about that sending stone, it's Juliet.
The fucking gossip.
If anybody knows about that stone, it's Juliet.
but I can't remember. The only reason I know is because Juliet was the one that seemed to really get involved in the love life thing with Trin. And I feel like around Juliet, Trin would have let it slip if they were actually trying to keep it a secret. Because I can't remember right now for the life of me why Trin would want to keep this stone a secret, aside from not wanting to constantly be pestered about, hey, can you tell Eli? Hey, can you tell Eli? Hey, can you tell Eli? And not wanting to deal with that bullshit. Not wanting to constantly bother Eli.
I mean, you really beat me for that.
There is a little bit of an exclusivity where it's like, well, I want to be able to talk to Eli when I want to. But there's also a thing of, well, I don't want to bother Eli. He's a busy man. So that's probably what it could be as to why Trin would want to withhold this information. But I can definitely see them letting it slip around Juliet. That being said, Eli is sort of kind of left Trin hanging. Okay, I'm gonna head out, have a nice night. That's that thing of, I definitely feel like, I and Trin definitely feel like they were sort of left hanging. Because again, Eli said, let me think about it. I do still care. I do very much care about you. And I guess, yeah, you are definitely an adult now. So I guess it's not out of the question that I can't see you that way. Because, yeah, Eli was her teacher for a bit, but he wasn't her teacher for that long.
It's a rough thing to get to go through.
Yeah, so that's that thing where,
Also do remember he has 3 spouses and an adopted daughter.
Yeah, he does.
Trin doesn't care about that. As soon as Eli told her it was more political, if anything, because he has like he has like 2 wives and 1 husband, but they were all political. They're all political to get himself essentially up in status and acclaim. So there's no. He's not married anybody out of love.
Nope.
And that's and that's the thing where he looked at Trin and he was like, yeah, maybe there's a potential there. I don't have to see you as a woman I don't have to see you as a little girl. I guess marrying you would make me the Emperor of Doma, but that's not why I would want to be with you. He's genuinely like, he hadn't thought about it because he didn't know it was on the table. And then Trin like tells him that, no, I want to be with you. But he hasn't told her no. And that's that thing where, you know, Trin, having loved Eli for 7 to 8 years of her life, she's gonna cling to that. She's not gonna let go of that easily.
Yeah, it's fair.
And so, yeah, just because some other guy comes in and says he loves her too, and everything that Kato's done, yeah, you can have crushes on multiple people and have these affections romantically for multiple people, for better or for worse. And Kato does have the added benefit of proximity and propinquity, that allows him to win favor with Trin a lot quicker than if he was far away like Eli. Again, Trin clung to the memories of Eli, her idea of Eli, whereas Kato was right there. She can see Kato, she can be around Kato, she can talk to Kato, she can do things with Kato, and learn about him that way. But because
I see it as Eli being in a position where he's like, well, shoot, is this my mess? Do I have a responsibility to see this through after helping someone so incredibly starved for any sort of affection?
Yeah, and that's where Eli kind of has to figure out himself,
aside from plot things, do I want to be with Trin, or am I taking responsibility for Trin?
Do I love them, or am I there?
Because he's super old but also very much ethically minded.
He is very ethically minded, and that's why everyone on every side likes him.
Yeah, and that's the thing. So then it becomes a case of, if he does try to be with Trin, is it because he feels responsible for them, or because he genuinely loves them? And then that's going to be whatever it's going to be. And then it becomes a matter of, okay, Trin, you want Eli, but you need Kato, or you need Kato, or you want Kato, but you need Eli. Now, love doesn't have to be a want versus need thing. You can want and need just one of them. But then it becomes a matter of who really loves Trin for Trin. Because another thing that I tried to portray when Eli was on screen is that Trin doesn't show the shitty side of them around Eli. They don't want to tarnish whatever image Eli might have of them by being themselves. Kato has seen all the good and bad of Trin.
I think we all might have seen those sides at some point.
Yeah. Whereas
But
with...
I do love that when Eli's around and Trin just is like that, and we're just like,
I'll see a good side of Trin eventually.
Trin tries to, obviously they let their attitude shine a little bit more, but they try to cool it down. They try to be nicer to people. They try not to speak crassly and loudly to people. They try to compose themselves better, because they don't want them to look at Trin and be like, is this what the fuck happened to my student? Because that's another thing where Eli was like, you're one of my favorite students. You're one of my best students. So they want to be someone that Eli looks at and is proud of and wants to be around and is like, hi, I really like you. They cling to that thing. They cling to that. So they're very fearful that if they actually see that I'm a terrible person and that I am just not good in several ways in terms of character, they are going to be very disappointed in me, and I don't know how I'm going to progress.
if I show them that I'm a little shit rat, then you think I'm a little shit rat.
If they find out that I'm a spoiled beant, they're gonna think I'm a spoiled beant.
Oh no. How awful the truth.
They can never know. They can never know until I've got them on the hook.
Won't you ever get tired of that?
I don't know, man. But that's to the extent. So they either something has to make them get over Eli, or Eli has to just flat out reject them, so that they can give themselves...
What's your end game? Trin, wait, there's an end game?
I feel like once they're able to get over their hang-ups with Eli, then they can fully give Kato the love and attention that he deserves. Right now, again, that confession in Kugane was
There's
like...
one plan. Hit Choco Dash and don't stop. Simple.
There... When it comes to Trin, and that's that thing where, oh wait, you redeemed a head gallon before leaving and I didn't do it. That's that thing where, again, Trin, when it comes to Kato, they don't think they deserve Kato. They're like, this man is too good for me, I don't deserve him. That's why they push him away so much, because if they decide, okay, screw Trin, then there you go. They finally realize that Trin sucks. But at the same time, there's also, and this is where the tsundere comes in, that when Kato chooses to stay, they are happy about that, because wow, he really does care about me, that he's willing to deal with all my bullshit that I'm magnifying to 100 because I'm trying to push them away. They don't want to hurt Kato. They don't want Kato to see a side of them that then they eventually realize, wow, you're awful and I hate you. They would rather it get they rather than just get over it. Get it over with. But as Kato keeps showing that he is resilient and that he really wants to be with Trin, it makes it all the more hard, and then that's where Trin then starts clinging to Kato.
Yeah.
And again, when it came to the whole thing with Kugane and like the festival, I wish Kato didn't confess. I wish that he had stayed. I wish he had kind of held on to that for a little bit longer, because like I just don't think Trin was in the mindset where being confessed to would have helped, because Trin was very clingy around that time, and clung to Kato. But then everything on the airship happened where they got those memories back. All those memories got triggered and recalled back to them, and it just they wanted to die. they wanted to die. It was kind of just, all this is because of me. It's my fault.
And now Trin knows she's in the Suicide Mom Club with me.
Yeah. So it becomes a thing of when you're dealing with someone at that much of a low point, they're kind of just riding it until anything else can be felt. And at that point, because Kato was pretty adamant that he wasn't going to go away, it was, okay, then if you're not going anywhere, then stay with me, and I'm going to do what I want with you. And it was just, I want to feel anything but this right now. And that's where like the super rebound comes in with Kato, where they love Kato, they wish that they were having sex under better circumstances, but right now this person is in front of her. If they can't kill themselves, then they would rather feel anything else right now to not think about what is going through their head. They will take anything else at the moment. And because of that, you can't really enjoy it. Can't really enjoy it when you're kind of thinking that. That mindset's not a way you want to approach sex. It's weird. It's not something that you wake up with the next morning and you feel all cuddly and happy
Trin,
and better.
you're supposed to be a cat, not a dead fish.
not even I can't, I'm not gonna go into whole things about that, because that's a whole, we don't need to go into how the actual sex went, but it was probably rough going in. It was in more ways than one. But because on top of that, I would not be surprised, because knowing how Kato is in terms of how he was then, he was kind of a bumbling dumbass. He was probably a bumbling dumbass. So it was okay. It could have been better. The sex could have been better, because you've got two completely inexperienced idiots, one of which is very fucking depressed. So yeah, there's gonna be a bit of pillow princessing there. Is what it is. I didn't want this moment of them to be like, yay, they're having sex, yeah, my ship. No, that's not what I wanted. That's not what that moment was supposed to be. That was, honey. Like, you're not supposed to be disappointed in them. You're supposed to be, I hate saying that, because you're not supposed to tell the audience how they're supposed to feel. They're gonna feel the way they feel depending on the execution of the scene. But the intended purpose was, oh honey. Oh no. You're supposed to feel bad for both of them. Kato, because he genuinely loves Trin so much, and has probably, since he's learned of the idea of sex, has probably wanted to do this because it's a way to be even closer to Trin. It means Trin is his. It means like being official, or whatever Kato's idea of sex is, depending on what he knew about it and what it entailed. With Trin, it's generally the same, but again, it's desperation. Yeah. I've talked too much. I'm sorry.
I haven't talked too much.
Yeah. I've thought a lot about it because, of course, I love Trin and Kato. They are also my ship. And I want them to be happy together, but I want it to be done
Y'all
right.
really just fucked on my ship.
Supposed to
Yo,
do not.
here, I'll do you another one. They just came in, trailed all this fucking water because it was a huge ass thunderstorm. Left the door open probably. Actually, no, Kato closed the door. Trailed in a fuck ton of water because they were both soaking wet from the thunderstorm because they were out in the middle of it until Kato lifted the ship above the storm. And then proceeded to have sex on the ship. And then had sex. No, I'm enjoying this conversation. Can we just have this be a Final Fantasy Surging Shadow stream? Then, Din, what the fuck are you doing? And get in here. It's not a Surging Shadow stream without you.
Well, yeah. Sure.
You're a part of this too, Din.
But everyone's going through rough times like that.
Yeah. Alrighty, 50.
I was just found out everything he's ever wanted is made a complete fabrication.
Mm-hmm. There you go, Din. Hell yeah.
There we go.
We have convinced Din to join.
Yeah.
But
Nice
yeah.
reactive.
That's why it makes knowing where Trin is gonna go very hard. Not that I'm not interested in like progressing things, because I always feel like my inactivity in the chat, I'm always like, fuck, I hope people don't think I don't care. I really do. I don't know where to take Trin right now. That's why I've always been like, I kind of want to first know the roadmap, and then I want to see where Trin can be during these points, depending on how everyone else is. But one of the things I know for sure that I want is that I want some more initiative out of Kato. I want Kato. So many times I told the DM, I want Kato or someone to convince Kato to get his shit together and call Trin out. The way Trin treats Kato is not fair. And again, whenever I was asked, like, oh, give me ideas. What do you want to see? What do you want to happen? I want Kato to call Trin out on their bullshit. Except that I'll have Kato confess to you instead. Like, no, I didn't want that. It's like, it didn't matter what I told them I wanted. They didn't listen to me. But yeah.
Tis a shame. Mimi's not gonna say shit because, you know, she's the princess. She's not gonna say anything.
I understand some more than others not speaking out. I remember I told them if one of the PCs didn't feel one second. If one of the PCs for whatever reason didn't feel like pointing it out, or feel like or were too busy or whatever, or forgot that they want to call Trin out on stuff, then maybe Juliet, maybe Hammer, maybe Sakura, because they're there, they see it, they hear about it. Kato and Juliet are friends. They talk about magic stuff. They several times off screen they went to go spend time together and do magic stuff because Kato wants to learn that stuff. It didn't even have to be an on-screen thing. It could just be Kato approaches Trin because Juliet talked to me about these things. Hammer talked to me about these things. And I'm gonna call you out on your bullshit. But nothing like that ever happened. They didn't do any of that. So instead, I was kind of left where I was left off. Yeah.
I honestly like the idea of Kato coming in later, either in Doma or when we're about to handle a Nuo, or some other appropriate moment, and just casually referring back to the confession in Kugane, before saying he knows that, when you said yes, you didn't really mean it.
Or you were hesitant about it, because she was hesitant about it. She was trying to avoid answering the question until Kato was like, answer my question, how do you feel about me? And put Trin in a corner. And while Kato probably didn't mean to, he just really wanted an answer, Trin was not ready to give it.
Not to be like fuck you for doing that, but more Justin, I knew and went along with it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
In a vain hope that maybe
Maybe it would get better.
Maybe you wouldn't hesitate anymore.
Because I don't think their relationship is fair on either side.
Yeah,
Nope.
it's almost like Kato is kind of like an I can fix her.
No, he is. Not kinda.
Kato is kind of in a I can fix her. And Trin needs to fix themselves.
Yeah.
And again, there's I don't want to retcon the confession, because I still think we can fuck around with it, kind of how Lynn just pointed out, where he can call her out, where he's like, hey, so I had these thoughts, I had these inklings, but I think you were blah 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 blah, and where that goes from there. Trin has a
He's
lot
not so much an I can fix you, as he doesn't even really see you, but rather this idealized version of you that you aren't.
Yeah. But like, and again, that's something that like I've talked so much to the DM about this. I told him, like, there are times where it seems like Kato is ignoring Trin's flaws for the sake of not, like, again, it almost feels like they don't want to admit to these faults that Trin has. They don't want to acknowledge them, because they keep pointing out the good things about Trin, and yes, they are there, but there's also a lot wrong with them. Like, you can call those out. You can say, I don't like when you do this, but they don't. And that's the thing that kind of, again, gets me. It doesn't seem like they see all the issues with Trin, but they kind of brush them off as not the real Trin. Trin just needs to Trin will get over that stuff. Trin will be fine. Trin's fine. And
No,
they're not. They're not fine.
No, they're not.
They're fun.
They're as fine as Mimi is. This is great.
A little part of me thinks that it's, again, the DM thinking that I wasn't having fun, and this is definitely shade. I'm throwing shade, but I also kind of think this is the thing. The DM not being really experienced in relationships. The DM's own lack of experience in relationships. Because I know a couple things about the DM. The DM, one of the DM's things is that they love the idea of being wanted, and the idea of being wanted makes them happy. But that's not how everyone works.
That's what it is.
But I think it's also their lack of experience in understanding what makes a healthy relationship. I understand Kato is a dumb, silly puppy boyo. He's good doggo, and I love him. I love his doggo moments. But Kato was not like that all the time, and it just kind of went away when they decided, or when the DM decided that I don't care, and I apparently only care about the ship, which they couldn't have been more wrong. They couldn't have. I love the ship, yes, but if you just hand me the NPC, it's boring. And that's what they did. They just gave me Kato. Like, I very much love a lot of the moments that Trin and Kato have. I very, very much do. But I also like some friction and drama in my ships. I like there to be some push and pull, and Kato just does not pull, he pushes. Or not that he pulls, he doesn't push. There's no resistance there. There's no. He only thinks about Trin. He only does things if Trin says, let's do the thing. When it came to his issues with, like, Anuo and Hades, he had to be pushed through that with Trin. That's your story. That's your thing, Kato. Why don't you care?
Yeah.
You know?
Why don't you freaking the fuck out right now?
This should matter more to you.
Yeah, more than anyone here, this should mean the most. It's kind of the reason we even came down here.
Yeah.
If I'm not remembering wrong. We went down there because that's the direct path to Hades.
I can't remember off the top of my head, but I believe you.
I think that was the case. I don't remember if it was
If Kato wasn't the reason, he was one of the reasons.
Yeah, he was one.
He was a major contributing factor. Yes.
Yes. I think it was a matter of we wanted to talk to we thought to take Kato to Hades to see what they could tell us about Anuo.
Yeah.
Also,
But
that's Lura.
yeah, and Zalira. They knew a bit about the Scions, and we wanted to know. And because Kato knew Hades and Anuo from friendship, way back when, we were like, hey, can you tell us a bit more about Kato? The one who knows the most about Kato is probably Hades and Anuo, because Kato doesn't remember like anything about himself.
Yep.
But again, it's like Kato only went along because Trin was like, this is what we're doing. He didn't care about any of that stuff. Has this whole stream been Final Fantasy Surging Shadow? Because I just got here and that's interesting. Kind of. It kind of just delved into this from like we had a silly joke about Trin's accent, and then I just started talking and talking and talking.
And I've been loving it.
But yeah, it's
I can't murder and link Pearl at the same time, sadly.
yeah, no worries.
But I am here.
Yeah, that's that thing where, again, it's one of those things that make me realize, because the fact that I've been talking so much about it, to think back on the accusation that I didn't care about the game. Like, how could you say that? Like, I've been talking for the past, like, 2 hours about it.
Yeah, you have.
Yeah.
It's been great.
Someone who doesn't care wouldn't talk for 2 hours about it. Yeah, it's mostly been about my character, but, like, how could you say I didn't care? Like, a part of me has wanted to go back to watch Surging Shadow to, like, see if I can recall some things and have better memory about them. But I don't, because it low-key still hurts. Like, I feel like, kind of like with what I'm somewhat doing with Zelda, where I'm going back and, you know, trying to note down what happens during arcs and stuff. I kind of want to do that with Surging Shadow, because I think it would really work out. First off, for the recap chapter that we want to do, but also just in general to have that to fall back on and not watch hours and hours and hours of content again, because we don't have time for that. But at the very, I know we have Lynn's recaps. We definitely have Lynn's recaps, so there's definitely that. But I feel like having it in a written medium we can all look back to can really help. That is something that can only benefit us. Have you seen the stuff for the new Castlevania anime? Or as I like to call it, we had to make a Castlevania anime, but fuck Castlevania, because wow, that's just using names by this point. It looks cool. I don't believe in getting hyped about things. Me and Jester are definitely gonna watch it when it comes out, but I don't believe in hype, so I'm not getting hyped over anything. And that's where I comfortably like to leave it. So I don't know what to say about the new Castlevania series other than it seems to have Rococo styled vampires, and that's really cool. But other than that, I don't have anything to talk about. There's nothing to talk about. Because I don't know anything about it. And I don't want to throw ideas at a wall, because that leaves room for expectations that there is no promise are going to be met, and opens the door for potential disappointment. Is that a little bit of a negative way of thinking? Kind of. Very much so. But that's just that's the easiest way for me to not set myself up for disappointment. It's positive negativity. It's an oxymoron. I'm being negative now so that I can be positive later. It's suspending my disbelief, I guess, is a way of saying it. I don't know if that's the proper way. I'm playing it safe. I don't want to be disappointed, so I'm not giving myself any expectation.
Yeah.
It's easier that way.
I look forward to watching it. Victor's one of my more favorite Belmonts.
I look forward to watching it, but I'm not gonna theorize or give myself expectations until I see it.
Oh, hell no.
Yeah.
Look, man, Rondo of Blood is a whole thing. I don't know what to expect from it.
Yeah.
So,
I don't know anything of Rondo of Blood, and it's not even fully adapting that, so you can't look at the source material.
I just want to see Alucard again and see how he deals with another Belmont.
Yeah. That's the only cameo that I'm expecting that I'm kind of expecting to happen. I'm expecting to see Alucard again, because in my opinion, Alucard is too popular of a character to not include.
Well, it's also because he's a major player in that.
Yeah.
Too.
But again, if they're adapting it, it doesn't mean they have to put him in it, you know?
It's true. They did change a lot. I hope to see some changes for some less than stellar parts of Rondo, but that's not here nor there.
Yeah, because the original.
What? Hey, this morning. No, I'm getting everything confused. I'm getting my Castlevania Belmonts confused. Yeah, he wasn't in that game.
The original Castlevania series, like the first season, was kind of adapting I can't remember which one is the one where you can play as like where Sypha and all of them, where Alucard originally comes from. But that Castlevania also had a fourth character that never really came into the series until the very last season, where they were the lady instead, the head of that village.
Characters together to make it that lady.
Yeah, they kind of fused two characters together to make that lady. But the general idea was that fourth character. And so that's that thing of, like, you can't expect them to make a one-to-one adaptation, and they most likely will not, because that's not what the original Castlevania series was either. It was sort of set around that timeline, but the whole thing with the Vampire Council and Lenore, and none of that is rooted in any of the games or any of the storyline. Like, it's not.
Well, it's some good world building though, baby.
It's wonderful world building for later on, but again,
Dawn armor.
But they're not limiting themselves to any sort of timeline or world building that the games have established. It's its own thing, and that's how it should be seen.
Yeah, I look forward to it. All the same.
Yeah, I look forward to it.
It's gonna be a monster. It's gonna be great.
I look forward to it, but because I have nothing to really work on in terms of what I think is going to happen or what's going to happen, I'm kind of fine with just not talking about it.
Yeah.
Because then I feel like right now I feel like I'm being very cyclical, and I don't want to just repeat myself over and over again. Alucard was in Symphony of the Night, but he appeared in another game before that a long time ago as a playable character. Symphony of the Night was not the first game that Alucard, the son of Dracula, appeared in. It was, I can't remember, but it was the original one with Trevor Belmont. I feel like it wasn't Rondo of Blood. I think it was just Castlevania X. But I can't remember. 3, yeah. The showrunner hated the character, also wanted Alucard to be the main character. Again,
That's sad.
it's hard to say. I can't remember.
Well, at any rate, it's gonna be a good time.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
I think it's gonna be a good time. It comes out on Tristan's birthday.
Man, the more I think about Surging Shadows, the more I realize, I also don't know where Nihilus is gonna go.
It's hard to say.
Literally, everything Mateus said about the Empire was right. He technically should be the one in charge because he founded it.
Don't tell Mateus that, because that means that he should have me too.
No, it's like the whole thing of.
I don't want to marry David Bowie.
It's one of the thing of what am I even fighting for?
What am I even doing
You
here?
sure?
What am I even doing here?
Like, do I still want to rule this fucking mess? Because it seems no matter how you cut it,
Yes.
the Empire is in a fucking bad spot. It is.
I mean, to be fair,
Oh,
so is Doma.
Yeah.
And Trins looked at Doma a couple times, being like, "Do I really want this?" And the answer is still yes, because I can fix it. Because maybe I can fix it.
It's just that realizing that he's completely and utterly out of his fucking depth here.
Yeah.
Everything is so much worse than he thought it was.
Definitely.
And everywhere he turns around, there's another fucking world-shattering issue
Just
that
kitty.
no one who has the power to stop it, like real power to stop it,
Yeah.
I can't do anything or even will believe anyone.
Chester, do you want to put a bowl of quinoa on for me when you can? It's just like putting a bowl of rice. You just don't have to wash it beforehand. See? Yeah, 1 scoop.
The K doesn't want to wipe out white magic. It's like these white mages do some weird whack shit that infects people with fey bullcrap.
Yeah.
It's the old blood that keeps shit, you know, in the never-ending cycle of suffering. Not white magic, just white mages.
Yeah.
We can always get more. It's not like white magic's like a fucking secret anymore. The Republic has its own problems, I feel.
Yeah. They all have their problems, for better or for worse.
But the collapse of Doma does not spell the end for all the superpower in that area.
Yeah.
If Mysidia collapses, I'm not sure what would happen. Besides a complete domination of the Republic over all the lands. And probably a couple more centuries of violent bloodshed because Mysidia does not know what stops.
She is I mean, she literally worships unending. You mean his waifu that wants to wipe out Wayman? Oh, okay, that one.
It's not worship, she made a pact.
Yeah.
Diablo, we all made a deal with Diabolos. What do you mean?
I didn't.
I might have to freaking
White rice or brown rice?
white rice
some of
is
the
fine.
brothers sucks, but
I might have to
Demon, we can do.
freaking control auto mod, because why did auto mod? Oh, because it was wipe out white. That's why. Okay. The filter for fucking auto mod. Yeah, no, that's fair.
funny. Yeah.
Oh wait, never mind. I did.
Yeah.
I tried to get Hammer's memories. I forgot.
Yeah. And yeah, Hammer is also Garland. That was a reveal forever ago. That's still pretty fucking wild. That's still kind of one of my closest confidants right now is technically the person that founded the empire that my people have been warring against for millennia.
Yep.
Funny.
Yes.
And also killed the last emperor too. Apparently, he found what we saw from the emperor to save himself from Mateus's influence.
Eh.
In a vain attempt to stop a scion from gaining power in the mortal realm. It didn't work.
But he's just so nice, he is.
Hammer is nice.
You can probably turn off the oven too.
And also yes, the
I don't know
Republic's
for a
politics and internal strife is absolute madness in a lot of ways.
Probably much like any other capitalist society, it's full of corruption and suffering.
Oh.
I mean, we saw some of it in the Gold Saucer. I don't think it was the Reign of Monsters that really started any of that. I'm pretty sure the Reign of Monsters kind of exacerbated it a little, but I'm pretty sure that that place was kind of on that route that way anyhow.
Low key, there's a part of me that still kind of wonders back. Now, I know that the DM had told us that if Trin had gotten kidnapped by Mateus, that was essentially going to be a splitting the party sort of thing, where Trin would be on their own for a little bit as they tried to get the fuck out of that.
I've told Squeaky some of Rhea's backstory, and suffice it to say things are complicated.
Yeah, very complicated. I'm kind of curious as to how that would have went, because I've mentioned it before. Trin in the scene where like Trin was, you know, in Mateus's little temporary abode, and she was like, I have to put on the lingerie, I have to look beautiful, I have to look alluring, I have to look available. Like, if Mateus pinned her down and was like, we're fucking right now, I guess we are. I guess we are fucking, Mateus. It would have happened. It would have happened. Trin would have completely turned on the actress feet, because they have actor, and they would have full blown. They would have done it, because it means that they leave alive. Because if there was one thing they knew about Mateus, is that Mateus needs her alive. And all she has to do is just put up the act. Because there was just something about Mateus that fucking terrifies her.
I think it's everything.
Yeah.
In general.
That was that thing where, and that's why it's, when it came to Mateus, she just froze. She just immediately went into that princess mode and said whatever she had to do to butter him up. She didn't want to fuck with that. She did not want to fuck with that. At first, it was like, in their backstory game, it was like, oh, you know, knowing that the Prince Alexander being in his good graces can benefit me so much. He's an influential figure. But then they learned what they did of Mateus, and it was like, I'm fucking scared. Because at the end of the day, whatever's going on with Mateus, that's still Prince Alexander. People still see that as the Prince of the Empire. If Trin is involved in any sort of thing that comes down to this person's body meeting harm, that can mean damnation for Doma. That can end up being a war. Someone will twist that into Doma trying to assassinate the Prince of the Empire for whatever. Too many things can be assumed out of this and can make Trin's life so much harder, and they fail.
Imagine now he's having to take the seat, and then that's the first problem he has to deal with. It's like, oh, so what are you gonna do about Dogma? Oh, what do you mean?
So that's that thing where Trin was not going to deal with it, especially if the easiest way was to just literally bend over and take it. Because hopefully, if she did end up having a kid, and his kid at that,
Though for the record, Mateus can and will completely manufacture causes for war.
Uh-huh.
Right now.
Yep.
Yeah. Fucking dad.
She did not want to put herself at that risk where anything could happen to her or Doma, because while she knows that Doma can probably hold itself for a bit, if the Empire attacks Doma, that is not good.
Oh yeah, the other scary thing is that he needs you alive, but he doesn't need you free.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, That's that thing of Trin can try to get away again, but she needs Matthias to think that she would never do that, so that he can give her privacy, so that he can give her time, because she needs him to keep underestimating her and trust her out of the idea of she's too incompetent and stupid and fearful to do this. She wouldn't do it. She needed him to think that. And that's why she needed to play that part. So I'm really curious as to what would have happened if she got kidnapped. I would have been curious to see how Trin gets out of that, how Trin tries to manipulate the situation in their favor until the party eventually comes and rescues her.
Same with Mimi, he needs her alive, but that's all he needs from her, and there are ways to keep something alive beyond the point you'd consider it living.
Yeah, not saying, to be fair, Empire attacks Doma, Republic attacks Empire, not saying it won't happen, but it would be a world-shattering conflict. It would be bad, and again, Trin doesn't want to involve Doma in that sort of thing. The Emperor having the hots for the prince, well, not the hots, more so really wanting Suzaku's bloodline into his own because it means more power, that's a personal thing. Doma doesn't have to be involved with that. Her friends don't have to be involved with that. So...
he just wants a divine vessel.
Mm-hmm. Because that's that thing of, again, with how Matthias's bloodline works, all Trin has to do is pop the kid out, and then he can take it over. And then, wham bam, thank you ma'am, you don't even need Trin anymore. Because then, now he controls now he controls Suzaku's bloodline, along with his own, then he can just kind of keep breeding his next body, because it's... there you go.
Goo goo gaga goodbye mama.
Exactly. Trin just moves to the farm in the middle of nowhere. But yeah, that's yeah. What Matthias wanted out of Trin was really not that different from what Trin's uncle, at least the demon that now takes over him, wanted out of Trin, which in my idea was what Trin's uncle originally wanted with Trin. Suzaku's regenerative ability makes up for the strain Matthias puts on the body he's in. Most likely that too. At least I can't remember, or we didn't learn why specifically Suzaku. Again, Suzaku's restorative abilities could have factored in of it would hold back my body rotting on me. But yeah, that's again the main thing of Trin would have probably done anything they could to keep themselves alive, if it meant to. Suzaku could just be the only divine bloodline he knows about. Very much so. We don't know of any other divine bloodlines of such other than Suzaku, because Suzaku, up until they achieved divinity, was just a Doman princess.
A big part is just that the blood of Suzaku is stronger in her line than the incredibly thin blood he still has in the Empire.
Mm-hmm. But yeah. Trin's got a lot going on.
Alexander isn't a strong vessel, he's just a valid one.
Yeah, he just works for now. He works for now. He's good enough.
I kind of forgot how much of a threat Matthias has put on everything Mouse has ever cared about.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't.
And the fact that he is probably one of the most wanted people in the Empire.
Yeah, no, like, Nihilus is
not
a
a
whole
good
ass
spot
wanted
either.
criminal. For something he didn't even fucking do, and all Matthias had to do was cry to his mom.
Yep. And now his home village is under surveillance, under Nyx, of all fucking things.
It's funny because I don't even think Nihilus even attacked Matthias.
No, he didn't.
No, the only one who ever actually hit Matthias was a sphere.
Or yeah. No.
During that one battle, the only one who ever laid a punch on Matthias was a sphere.
But literally no one else is eligible to become the next emperor but Nihilus right now.
Yep. And he doesn't want that to happen because that's his throne, you see.
He can't either, but Matthias can't take it legitimately because the gods know who he is and they won't taunt him.
Well, no, it sounds like his mom isn't on his side. He cried to the nobles. The point is that Matthias essentially essentially cried to somebody. He put on a performance in front of the right people. It worked. And here's the thing. I can't speak too much for the reigning queen. That she would have outright believed it, because I'm pretty sure we told her what's going on, and she kind of understands and knows. But that's that thing of, like, what is she supposed to do? What can she really do?
Because his son is still there, he's just being possessed.
Matthias knows he'll never pass the trials to acquire the throne legitimately, so he's basically looking to do things the old-fashioned way.
Starting a war.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to cause as much destruction as possible.
Anthony, stream chat.
And she knew it wasn't true, right? Because of previous interactions with the party. Yeah, the only one who could believe us is the queen. But the queen, for the queen, for all intents and purposes, is kind of just a figurehead right now. She's a placeholder.
Because the actual ruler would have been the second, but that's Hammer, and Hammer is the one who killed the other.
I mean, no one knows.
Not that people,
right?
people don't know really what happened, but the second disappeared. No one knows where he went. Anyway, I guess technically Matthias is in charge right now.
Nah, yeah. Matthias is functionally
queen,
emperor without the actual
He
title by
wants to
getting
be
the
seen
nobles.
as the emperor. He doesn't care about whether or not he's seen as legitimate. If people follow his orders and he gets to sit in the chair, what's the difference?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The best way to do that is to cause a global crisis of fucking destruction.
Yeah, he knows the gods won't let him do it, or that he
So
won't
fuck
get
him.
all. Yeah, so fuck him.
I do know that
He doesn't need the gods to be emperor. He needs the people.
he's also pinned the blame on every Dark Knight in the Empire.
Mm-hmm.
So no one is fucking safe from this. And when the elite knights
Part of that
are
is just
under
to
that-
draw you, I imagine.
Yeah, it is, but who knows how many actual Dark Knights who spoke out are dead now. Those aren't easy to replace, to let you know.
No, not even just that. Not even just because the Dark Knights are hard to replace. It's just those are Nihilus' friends.
Yeah, his
Those
second
are-
is basically family.
Yeah, those are his family. Those are his friends. Those are people he grew up around. And Nihilus is, ever since this happened, has to kind of... That's in his
Why?
brain that for every time he's not there doing anything about it, more Dark Knights are dying.
Yeah, he's over here in Bosnia right now. Sakura's dying, Dome is on fire, about to catch fire, the Empire is on fire, and the Republic is just waiting for an excuse to set it all ablaze more.
And everything he's known as a lie.
Yeah, that too. The gods are liars, everyone's a liar, no, nothing is actually real. None of it, there is no legitimacy to anything.
Can't he corrupt the other gods too? He can corrupt their avatars, but if they don't meet him, then he can't really do anything. Ifrit seems to have taken time and research to do. Could he have gotten their corrupted blessings? I don't know.
If considering what Ifrit was like, doubtful. Because, you know, he was basically a fucking bloody beast.
He was a dog.
Yeah.
Nihilus is 2 out of 3 and gunning for his throne. Even if Nihilus manages to become the legitimate heir, Matthias isn't going to just give him the throne after usurping the power base. There will be a war for succession.
Yeah, that's that thing where... Now, this is just me. And maybe I'm thinking about it too hard. Because the idea of the Emperor is decided by the trial of the 3 gods. So everybody can... Anybody who has magical prowess technically has what it takes to get the throne.
The magic isn't even a prerequisite. Nothing says anywhere that, no, you have to have magic to take it. It's just, nobility always take it, and nobility are always magi.
Yeah. But the
Nihilus is one of the few that isn't a full mage, but he's just a magic adjacent.
Yeah. But the general idea being is that anyone can take this trial to be emperor. Ergo, anybody can be emperor.
But
if you can survive the assassination by other aspirants anyway.
that's the thing. What's stopping whoever's in charge from staying that way? Oh, you passed all the
You
trials?
want to know something funny? Fun bit of trivia.
Yeah.
I'm sure nothing is stopping anyone from just killing them anyway.
Yeah. It's just like, oh.
Doesn't matter, but it's amusing to think about.
Yeah.
And what you do?
Commander Rhea would pass every trial of the 3.
Ha.
Yeah. Yeah, nothing's stopping it. Anyone can take the trial.
Yeah.
It's just assumptions that certain people won't do it.
What's
But there's nothing stopping them besides assassins.
She's
yeah.
not interested in doing it, but she meets every requirement.
that's that thing of that's that thing of like, again, yeah, it's like, oh, you passed the 3 trial of the gods? Oh, cool. You want an all expense paid trip to the palace? Food's on us.
Yeah. It's, Mysidia is not a good place, but Nihilus isn't a fucking mage. He's made of tougher stuff for that, isn't he?
I feel like with how society and the powers that be are, the reason they haven't really put their foot down on that is because they found a way themselves behind the scenes to handle it. Oh, there is no. Oh man, it really sucks that no one has really beaten those trials. Well, guess we're just stuck with our royal bloodline at the moment. Guess they've just got to stay. Nobody passing those trials. Oh well, that one dude seemed like he had a shot, but fuck, dysentery, man. Just whips the shit out of you, literally.
I
Too
feel
bad.
like the gods themselves have their messengers go out, because Ifrit and Ramu would probably be ones. Hard to be
Probably.
getting anywhere for Shiva because she's literally at the top of the fucking world. She's literally sitting on a portal to hell right now.
I don't think there's been a royal bloodline in the Empire. It's hard to say.
The most we've had to successions are maybe kids taking the
It's
spot
hard to say,
until they either take the trials. Because again, you need to
So
take the
much
trials.
seed.
That's part of the
Fucking
reason
loves this
Ifrit's
stuff.
shrine was taken out. However long it takes them to rebuild is just time for Mateus to consolidate power.
Yeah.
Yep.
Ramu and Shiva are way more difficult to deal with than Ifrit was.
Yeah.
Ramu, you have to walk into his realm to even talk to him. Which
That can be-
means you are in a place where he has complete dominion over all reality.
Yeah.
And that's if you can stand to even be there, because didn't that fuck with Juliet?
It was a messy place.
So that's the
Oh,
thing.
the
It's like
gods.
you have to be able to stand to be there. Like,
And if Ramu didn't, if you walk into their realm, if they don't want you there, you won't last long there.
yeah. So
They'll
it's
know.
like,
The only reason Ifrit got corrupted is because he had an avatar that came down there. That's the only reason.
no, that was the Anima Temple. Okay, that was the Anima Temple. Never mind then.
Oh yeah, Anima was that.
It happened.
But again, I refused to give in to Anima. That was a rough time. Even though it was like, you should probably do that. No, fuck you. But yeah, no.
As for where Alexander being prince comes into play, you don't technically have to pass the trials, and there is a line of succession in case no one succeeds in the trials when an emperor dies.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Someone still has to be in charge, because what if no one ever passes it? Who's in charge?
Yeah. Bloodlines don't last typically long for myriad reasons, but yeah, it happens. Because as much as they talk the talk, there's no good people anywhere in this world. Especially nobility like the fucking mages of Mysidia. The few good ones are maybe Eli and that red mage who Kato hang out with. The granddaughter of that house.
Eli's grand. Yeah.
And maybe kind of Hecate, Though justify the
There's the
actions
Queen,
justify
the second, the Grand Magister, and then Bloodline.
Yeah. But the Queen isn't exactly in a position to take any charge right now,
No.
mentally or physically, I suppose.
No, she does not.
And everyone knows it, so they all know the blood's in the water. So they're not really doing much.
Unfortunately, the Queen is just kind of a puppet on a string.
Right?
Yeah, and the second or Grand Magister often don't want to deal with it.
The second's
Yeah.
gone, and the Grand Magister is, well.
Not interested.
I'll
Yeah.
queue us up for an alliance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think a civil war for Mysidia might actually cause more damage in general than a war than much else.
Nice, Ribeiro.
Oh, good night, Sherbrush.
Good night. Not just yep. Fucking literally everything that Nihilus ever held dear to him is dying or under threat of death in a
Or
slow
dead.
and painful way. Every fucking day.
Or already dead.
Or that, which even then means little because he knows, and it's the most open secret in Mysidia, necromancer cults are kind of pretty much all over the place.
Not to mention, well, it was a thing with Finn, because it was being done in Finn, where they just need dead bodies and they just need to stick a rock in their head and they can control them. They can do that with the Dark Knights.
Yeah, imagine that.
They could, because somebody in the Empire was fucking around with that shit.
It was the Grand Adjudicator.
Uh-huh.
Who, what I've been told, if we went to Shiva, would be waiting for us with a particularly tough contingent of warriors.
Point is, a lot of Dark Knights are dying, and it doesn't
Yeah,
seem like they had a
if
shortage
Queen
of those.
Alexandra divests herself of power, Alexander is in charge if Eli doesn't step up, and he's in charge until someone passes the trials.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And yeah, dead Dark Knights, just risen corpses of Dark Knights. And I don't recall how deep we know about what the zombies can really do, but I wouldn't be surprised if they could do the things Nihilus can do. Some of them, not all of them.
Probably with some limits because you need a living soul, but
Yeah. Or they just do the thing where they just push hell power through them instead. Even though the abyss and the hells are kind of different.
do dead beings have ether? Because that's the thing also, because the whole thing with ether.
I think those crystals would make up for that all the same.
Yeah? Okay.
I would think the crystals, if they just keep doing this unabated, I'm sure, because this is whoever made this must have been Mysidian, and Mysidians love magic bullshit.
Yeah.
So there has to be a way for them to pump ether into corpses.
Could they have
to
been
make them do
remade into
shit.
demonic vessels? Possibly. The point is that when it comes to the Dark Knights that Nihilus knew and loved, they're either dead, dying, or going to die. So
Yeah.
it's a lot. And then we have Mimi and Kijo.
Yeah.
Then we have Mimi and Kijo, and like Mimi's still wanting to do like her Dark Knight training, and the whole thing still with Luminous Wings and Zalira. And then there's Kijo, who's now like thinking of how they're going to let themselves integrate in the group if they want to essentially, for lack of a better way of putting it, kind of want to step down as Kijo. So there's also that too. There's also a lot with those two going on. But we're about to do an alliance raid.
And there's a
Kijo knows damn well she's not suited to actually run anything, but she's
Point.
put her focus on taking things down.
What did I queue us up for? Did I not queue us up? What did I queue us up for? I think I just queued us up for a normal. No, I thought it was alliance
normal.
raid. I guess
It
it was
is
just
normal
normal.
raid.
Yeah, I guess I just queued us up for a normal raid without knowing. I thought it was an alliance raid. Oh well.
And from what we established with Dark Knights, Dark Knights that decide they don't have enough power and just crave more of it, indulge in Ifrit's realm of the hells and become demonic vessels and lose themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It happens like that. That's a thing that happens. Is what Dark Knights need to be trained to kill demons more than anything. Because yeah, it does happen. Like some people, it's just too. It's not enough. They need more and more, and then they turn to the hells. And if it's like, he's not like a terrible. He's not like pure evil. He's just indifferent to when that happens.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because Ifrit's is cool. He's just also Ifrit. He's a good dog. He was a good boy. Now he's a literal hell lord.
Nah.
Like all the gods were good people at some point.
Yeah. He was just a good boy.
He was an animal companion that loved his master so much he metamorphosed into that.
Yeah.
Which a tenet of Dark Knightdom is compassion and love.
Yeah.
It's easier said than done for a lot of people, but it's there. Not for Nihilus, though. I wonder why. I wonder what happened in the Abyss. Who knows? I know. I only mentioned in passing, but there's like 7 to 8 years worth of fucking traumatic shit that the sift through.
Oh yeah, there's a lot.
On top of along with current events. I made a joke. I might have sounded it jokingly. I'm like, I got locked out in a blizzard. I had to, we were stuck in the middle of the wilderness with no weapons, armor, and clothes, and told to survive. Yeah, it's like in passing. Those weren't facetious.
No, those
Hyperbole.
those are traumatic. Those are traumatic, especially considering that again, Nihilus is like the youngest, one of the younger ones in the group. So that's that. Yeah, he's like the youngest, and that's still happening in your formative years. That's trauma. That's being told as like, a still developing, not a child, but again, a teenager being thrown out into the cold, like unabashedly, uncaringly, and told to survive or fucking die, or you're not good enough. That sticks with you. That's traumatic. That doesn't happen without some sort of consequence. That's going to have a consequence on somebody.
The nightmares never end. Diablos just made a few of them real.
And Nihilus is very, very humble about himself and about things. And some of that humility is probably due to trauma of that Order of Dark Knights kind of wanting to kind of squish that like arrogance and like pompous attitude that can end up costing you your life or the lives of others. Where it's like, no, at any moment shit can go sideways and you can die. They would want to get rid of that, because in the end of the day it's about the greater order and about your teammates. It's not just about you.
Yeah.
So that's what I can see of the idea of why the Order of the Dark Knights would do that, but that still comes with a lot of potential damage to those knights, especially the younger they are that are doing this. I don't want any of this, it's garbage.
The ones that make it are the ones that actually live through it.
Mm-hmm. But then
I could tell you that at some point Nihilus stopped counting how many people stopped coming back with him.
yeah, but that in itself that's again, you don't want to think, he maybe doesn't want to think about it because it hurts too much to think about it. Like those that didn't come back, it was normal raids. Those that didn't come back might have been someone that he was friends with, someone that maybe tried to pep him up and tell him, you can do it, Nihilus, but then they couldn't. Or maybe there were a couple times where, in doing these things, somebody helped him, and because of that, it cost them. Whether it be they didn't pass because maybe they died, or maybe they lost something, an eye, an arm, a hand. like, you don't know. That still weighs on you. In one way or another. Obviously, again, I can't speak for Nihilus, he's not my character, but like, I wouldn't be surprised if those sorts of things happened in the Dark Knight training.
Yeah. I would have loved to have seen us go there. Well, we'll see it at some point clearly now, but
We'll see it.
man, I just can't wait that we're stuck in the blizzard or something and just, oh, hey, look, there's something sticking out of the ground.
Oh, I remember him.
He has an Asian day. The real question is how many bodies are buried in the snow around this place.
Is all our characters just fucking depressed? Is anyone not depressed here?
Juliet. Juliet.
Because Juliet got the fucking noble treatment.
Yeah, no, Juliet came from a pretty cushy life and fucking lived it up in fucking Empire Penn State. The only thing she had to worry about was a fucking test.
Yeah.
Kijo is doing pretty well. She fought her demons for the most part.
Yeah.
It just sucks that she can't really talk about it.
Yeah. It's just...
Right?
Yeah. Oh, man.
Mwah. Mwah.
Fucking...
Mwah.
Yeah, Juliet was born with magic. Nihilus was not. Nihilus, despite all the crazy magic shit he's pulled off, he was never born with it.
He wasn't born with it. But for Juliet, it was Maybelline.
In fact, everything that Nihilus has been something he's either earned or was given, in terms of magic.
Yeah. Nihilus has been the embodiment of picking yourself up by your bootstraps. For better or for worse.
Though yeah, that's Kijo. If she starts using her old name again, going to have to deal with some of repressed stuff.
Yeah, that's a, you know what, Dunscape, it's on my Chloe book too. I didn't even queue us up for that. I'm eating food.
Good.
But hey, it's in my Chloe book. No, it's not. Fuck! I just don't win either way. Okay.
Yeah. They're fucking like a sphere. He grew up in a fucking slum orphan in a place that hates him for his existence.
In a gang.
In a fucking street gang. Whose most of his friends are dead or gone.
Yep.
Except for two.
They're dead on traitors.
Yeah, the other two, I was gonna say the other two are fucking corporate buyouts.
Yeah. And the only one who managed to get out of there was his friend Holy.
Yeah, that's the thing with a sphere too. Like, Meteor was like, you know what? I rather high living. Fuck that shit. Dignity doesn't pay the bills of Sphere.
I saw it also shows the Republic is full of fucking hypocrites.
Oh, of course.
I love it. Is it a player resolution? No, it's a comic. It's a fan comic. We're continuing.
Yeah, so yeah, we're continuing it as a. We have to continue it as a comic because we don't need no DM. Fuck. Dead. Streamer private. No. We had chosen not to. Well, I say we, but I wasn't really involved in these decisions. Because I wasn't given a chance to be a part of them. But they didn't want to continue it privately, and they didn't want to continue it without me, which was two things the DM were two conditions the DM did not want to back down on when it came to whatever happens to Final Fantasy. They didn't want me in it, and they didn't want to do it. They didn't want to stream it anymore.
Oh man, I didn't. It's not. It was just like the whole thing of thinking of going on. Just one didn't feel right. Yeah, but what's going on now?
I had. Huh? Oh, you died. I had mentioned it before. I would have felt really bad. I would have felt a little bit like betrayed if you guys went on without me. But
I
I also
teleported forward and it teleported me back and off the edge.
yeah, it's really weird. That's the thing of I understand how some people would have wanted it to go on, and while they wouldn't have, while they wished I would have been a part of it, you know, wanted the game to go on more. And I understand. I can't truly feel bad about that, but I probably would anyway because I'm me. But it's the not streaming it publicly that also is like a bit of a slap in the face, because what about the audience in that aspect? What's the audience supposed to do now? It's not being done. So are you just supposed to leave them on a cliffhanger like that? That's not fair. That's not professional. That's not fair. You need to give them some sort of resolution. If you're not going to stream it privately, you've got to give them some sort of content. Would it have to just be privately recorded and then published? Yeah, but they weren't going to do that. They weren't going to want to work on that.
That's on my list, by the way.
Yeah, we're working on it.
At any rate, yeah, no, it's yeah, comic is a better way to get this through anyway, I feel.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we got everyone's hands in the pot. We can all do the thing.
Literally
Yeah.
everybody can come back.
Yeah, we can involve Deco and Formal again, which I need as soon as. Oh, I have it. No, it's lucid dreaming. I'm going to die. Okay, no, I'm good.
And the cool thing is, like, unlike in D&D where you have a specific time, maybe like a bunch of players want to do a thing on a specific area. There's no time, so we skip some stuff. No,
Yeah,
here we
you're.
can have.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, unfortunately, with like D&D sessions. Goodbye. Unfortunately, with D&D sessions, you are restricted by time. Whatever happens in that session, sometimes you just can't get to shit. That doesn't matter in a comic. You can get to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like if any player has like a specific scene they would like to see their character in, we can discuss this beforehand and plan everything out so it can be just as it should be. And yeah, it's gonna be a fun time.
Third raid kill, nice.
We've got a bunch of pages designed already.
Yeah. Super interesting. I really miss them. Trust me, we miss them a lot too.
Yeah.
Like I definitely really miss Trin, and I love Trin so much. It's again, it still kind of kills me that a part of me almost wants to believe that they were just telling themselves that I didn't care so that they felt better about what they were essentially doing to me. Like, just telling themselves that that was the case so that they didn't feel bad about how they treated me because they felt like they had to do what they did to me.
Oh hey, it's my hat.
Oh, it is?
Hey.
You can't color it, though.
Pages.
But I'm gonna need it anyway. I'm gonna read this, too.
We've done 11 pages for now, like completely ready to start writing.
Yeah.
And we just need like 10 more pages to finish the first chapter. And we had no problem whatsoever when we decided to make the call. None.
No, we did. We can talk about it. This is my fucking stream.
What?
No, because Den was like, and we had absolutely no problems trying to get this comic done. Nobody tried to get in the way of that. We can talk about that. We don't have to name names. If people know, they know. I'm fucking stoned.
Hey.
You're stoned. Have you been taking the weed?
I'm taking the weed.
I'm calling the police, goes the right away.
Is that a police? I'm calling the weed.
My tongue is burned.
You burnt your tongue?
Lotus, if you want to see the comic, it's in Simona's Network channel.
Yeah, no, it's you. If you're a part of the server, Lotus, you can find it. It's in the Summoners Network in the thread. Right now, there's only like I think 4 pages at the moment, but it is there.
There's 3 pages, and the number 4, I'm missing the dialogue because I want to fix something with page 3.
Yeah. Yeah, so we have those. We did go a little bit into what happened. I know I did one day. I just kind of spilled on in life and feelings. I regret nothing. But you get more details of what happened with Surging Shadow in that aspect. We've kind of talked about it.
Yeah, Deco straight up said it.
Oh yeah, no, Deco straight up made a whole announcement about it a while back. Something that I'm still like a little like, wow, you actually did that, but he did. Like, I want to say it's kind of hard to say that the comic had any true hurdles, because it was just the DM trying to be like, please don't use my characters and my, God, what was the other word they used? My narrative. It's like, don't use my narrative and my characters for your comic. Do whatever you want with your characters, but leave my characters out of it. And it's like, dude, do you not understand, first off, how fanfiction works, because that's what you said, but also that we can't do anything with our characters without them. Our characters are ingrained in the narrative. We can't continue Final Fantasy without them. We can't suddenly not do Juliet or Kato or Hammer or the Empire, the Republic, or any of that. We can't do that without them. You're just not saying outright don't do it because you don't want to say that you said not to do that.
Basically,
But that's what you're saying.
The DM wanted you out of the game, and now they found out they're the one that's out. And I think that's, I think they didn't like that. Because everyone was like, no, we're not going to keep going with game without Squeaky. But we're totally going to keep going without you, apparently. So, I guess that's where they're probably not okay with it. Because now they're feeling left out. But
I
if
mean,
they deleted the whole thing, I don't think they wanted to keep going with anything.
Let's see,
So
players weave the narrative after the DM starts, it says, Lotus. That's how I run my games anyway. I mean, again, it's a collaborative effort. It's a group project, but it's that thing of without the players, the DM's story does not happen. You need players. Because if you don't need your players, then why are you hosting a game? Write a book.
Yeah.
So the DM gives the players a narrative. The players build on it and keep it going.
Yeah.
It's a symbiotic relationship.
Yeah.
But the thing is, though, again, and in terms of Surging Shadow, with enough of the narrative, the players don't need the DM anymore.
And the thing is also, big part of that narrative was Lynn's.
That's all. Yeah, that's also a thing too. Lynn helps with a lot of the narrative, so the narrative is just as much Lynn's. So for him to say that it was totally his idea and his narrative and his characters, nah, not wrong, but not right either. They just didn't want us to go on without them, and again, fair, understandable.
Yeah.
There was a way to fix all this. There was a way to resolve all this that they did not want to do. That's not my fault. I've been ready and willing since day one. It is what it is.
I'm just glad we're gonna get to see our characters keep going, and we're gonna see their stories.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
thing. I don't like leaving characters unresolved and unfinished.
Yeah.
So I'm glad that through this medium we can at least
So much to say, but more killing to be done.
yeah. we can definitely go back to what you want to say when we're done with the alliance raid. I'm sorry we're talking about the deeper things while you literally can't say anything back, Lynn. I'm so sorry.
Okay, important question for this one. Are we gonna have another bathhouse scene that we're gonna actually clearly illustrate?
I'm not against it.
Yeah. Why not?
Woo! I keep missing Nihilus though. Everyone was in the bathhouse and Nihilus was going to the trial. Like,
He
fuck,
decided to stay stinky. Why did you decide to stay stinky?
He went to the bath eventually.
Stinky. Stinky. He decided to be a stinker.
Yeah.
He was like, no, I like my stinky armor.
You don't need my permission to draw Nihilus in fucking a towel. You can just do that.
Yeah, but we needed to know what he was doing at the time. It's important. I'm still, it's in the future, but I definitely still have plans to do it. I still want to get that, like, Kugane summer work. I still very much want to get it. It's just, it's not a priority as much anymore because of things. Like, if I get the chance to get another Zelda piece before that one, I'll probably prioritize the Zelda one because it's currently going. But that's not for not wanting to do it. Oh, am I going to the wrong one? It's kind of crazy to think about it, though. In the hypothetical that Final Fantasy did go on, you would have been the only OG player left, Anthony. You would have.
Yeah.
Original players were you, me, and Deco. Deco left. I was kicked out. Fomo left.
Yeah, Fomo left early on, and Giga stepped back, and everything happened.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You would have
I
been the
would've.
only OG player left. And again, you three guys were gonna have to carry the story. There was just no, suddenly, I don't know how the hell he was gonna explain Trin leaving.
I was there from moment one, but wasn't actually a player, yet.
Okay, so unless David Bowie captures them and went never to be seen, I don't know.
Yeah, I almost don't want to know whatever it is. I'm curious because I'm me, but because I don't think they would have done anything inherently bad to Trin to explain them leaving. But at the same time, at this point, I wouldn't even put it past them. Because I don't know how are you going to explain Trin is suddenly gone? What, did Trin run away? And did Trin think that they could handle it themselves and just decided to run away?
Well, guys, Doma's off the table, place to go then.
Yeah, that would.
If Trin disappeared, Kata would also leave, I guess, because I think his purpose there was Trin.
Yeah, I have no idea how they're gonna explain that. But then, if Trin leaves, there's no reason for you guys to be in Doma. Aside from maybe Kijo. Sorry if anything I say is confusing or ignorant. I barely know what happened, trying to respect privacy, but also unabashedly curious. Again, definitely I definitely recommend joining the Summoners Network Discord. You can plus ! Discord onto the chat and you can get the link to that and you can join it. That's where you'll find the Surging Shadow comic. That's where you'll find the announcement Deco made about what was going on with the DM at that time. That's where you'll find my post about some things that happened with the DM and Surging Shadow. There's a lot more tea that we're not going to go into. That's more so Din-Din's business. I don't want to speak for Din in that aspect. But they did some shit. They did some shit after they went into the YouTube channel and deleted everything behind our backs. A lot of not cool shit, but we're not gonna go into that. One, because I'm trying to pay attention to Skaha, because I always die in this fight and because I suck. And because at the end of the day, we're still doing the comic. Is the comic a sub-thread? Yes, it's you have to look it up. It isn't a thread, but I can quickly go into it. I can very quickly go in here. Okay, no, I can't. I have to.
You lied, it wasn't quick.
I didn't think that mobs would come up during this point. I forgot. Okay. Network fandoms. No, not here. God, there's more.
Excuse me.
Here we go. Final Fantasy Surging Shadow thread. Here we go. Alright, I just posted in it so that it revives the thread. And there we go. So you should be able to see it if you're in the Discord now. That's the only thing about threads. After they become inactive, you have to essentially revive them by someone speaking in it. Whether I don't think it has to be a mod or an admin, but someone has to speak in it to essentially revive it. But if you don't know it's there, then you don't see it. So there you go.
We're gonna look at the comic. We gotta go, like, I'm gonna go full out of this comic. Full color, shading, lighting, everything. I'm gonna go ham on this thing.
You're gonna do every other episode up to this point too, right?
Oh, yes.
That would be fake forever.
That would take fucking 8,000 years.
That's why, and then again, that's why a part of me also kind of wants to do what I'm doing with Zelda, where we just kind of, with the help of Lynn's recaps as well, summarize what happened during the game as kind of a story, the story thus far sort of thing. Because I don't want to assume that the audience can watch all of that. Especially knowing that, hey, after this session, there's no more. There's a comic you have to read.
Yeah.
That's that thing of, it feels like asking the audience to invest in this and then another medium that they might not have time for right away. Or in a medium that right now, for all intents and purposes, isn't going to update as frequently as the sessions used to. Because back then with Final Fantasy, they at least knew that the next week they're going to get more. With the comic, because of everyone's busy schedule and having to plan things and write things down and try to formulate how it's all going to fit and what order it's all going to go in, it's not as consistent. Yeah.
It's not just that. It's like, this is something I'm doing for free. Like, I'm not getting paid for this. So
yeah. Again, this is something that's become mostly just a hobby, and it happens as it happens. Like, we can't promise a new page every week, a chapter every month. We can't promise anything like that. We can just say that it will happen when it happens.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that, but it is something that we kind of want it to be as, I guess, as audience friendly and as easily to consume as possible. Like, yes, the comic is mainly for us, but it's also for the audience. There was an audience that was really invested in the characters, that were really invested in the story, that really wanted to see where it was going. And just like we deserve some sort of conclusion for the story and our characters, so do the people that invested time and a lot of money into seeing it go through. We want to give people that as best we can.
Yep. Fucking.
We haven't even been touching our fucking treasure coffer. What the fuck? Ugh, no one's touched it. Bullshit.
The initial deal with the comics is as soon as we have chapter 1 like figured out, I will start working on the first chapter as we start designing the second.
Yeah.
So we always have like one chapter in between, like all the way kind of thing. I always have one chapter ready to go.
Mm-hmm.
We'll get it all sorted, don't you know?
Yeah. Ugh. Diablos Hollow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Man.
Wow, my shit doesn't work.
It's crazy to me that I forgot there was so much, like, how deep the problems for Nihilus go.
Oh yeah.
So much denial. As much as we
Yeah. We're all just a fucking mess of people.
Yeah. They're just a big fucking mess of people, aren't we?
Yeah.
You're not fine, Mimi. You're the most fucked up out of all of us. You have dolls of your dead family. You have dolls of your dead family. You talk to them.
Yeah.
I don't know. I didn't have a doll of Lord Eli, and I completely forgot my mother killed herself.
You got Mini Eli right here.
Yeah, but like, I didn't grow up with that. We just kind of sort of had that.
You like it.
Yep. Look at me not paying attention. I was gonna say, I was like, wait, I don't have res, mate. I don't have res right now. I'm at level 60. Lol. Lordy. Oh. I don't know why that person died, but oh well.
It's just really funny that all the warriors of Twilight, except maybe Oreo, are all some form of fucking broken person. And
Yeah,
they've been asked- and it's
all
like-
Oreo has is that I grew up with Koopos. I grew up with fucking Moogles. I was
Yeah.
raised by Moogles. Who am I?
It's
We need Oreo.
and we're the ones who stumbled upon. Hey, the world is about to get fucking usurped by maddening elder gods, or just all existence wiped off the face of the planet. One or the other.
Yeah.
We're the ones who have to fucking deal with it. We're all fucked. We're all fucked.
I don't want to deal with it. I want to go home.
The most stable and mature one is the youngest person, and they've had almost a decade's worth of violent trauma.
They're masking.
Imagine what'll happen when that mask falls to pieces.
Oh yeah, no, it's got a couple cracks on it already. It's fucking stuck to it's being held together by duct tape and gum.
Yeah.
There you go. I was gonna say yes, thank you. Like, why did no one ever open our fucking chest? They just completely fucking left it. All you fuckers.
Also, the realization I had when I realized Nihilus was actually like one of, if not the youngest.
Yeah,
Like,
that was
how
funny.
old is? Wait, how long does training take? Almost like almost 7, 8, almost 8 years. How old was he when he got picked? Oh, he's 20 years old. he's 20 years old.
God, all this is fucking maiming.
I don't know the ages of everyone. So when I created Mimi, I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna make them a kid. I'm not gonna make them a teen. I'll make them like relatively like an adult, even if they're a alpha. I'm gonna make them an adult. Turns out she's the oldest one in the group, I think. I think she's the oldest.
Okay.
Maybe.
So... Oh yeah, I'm not getting the
No,
wind up.
not- of at least player characters, not counting NPCs, because Hammer would win that.
I'm not getting the minion.
Because technically Hammer is eternal.
Yeah. Alright, someone else got the minion. Oh well. Yeah, I forgot the Dunscape gives you a minion at the end. Yeah,
Okay.
player comm. Tank. Wow. Oh, you're joining Mimi. I just looked at our chat.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah, I just
For
saw
some
it.
reason, the original outfit is the one I like drawing the most.
Fair.
Out
a
of
good
the
one.
three, I like this one the most.
All
Very
right,
fair.
done with all the murder for now.
Yay.
Yes.
Time for the tea.
Now
And
Lynn can
fart.
speak. Oh man, I'm level 80. Holy shit. I can wear stuff.
Woohoo!
I can assume all my heirloom shit. Well, and
Now
some
to
near
remember what I wanted to say,
We talked about
The comic and how it was gatekeeped a little bit.
Yeah, we talked about the whole, like, how when the talk that you guys were gonna have and how essentially their terms was private and I'm not allowed to be back. I can't come back. How some of you were like, I don't like either of those terms. Some were I am good with one but not the other, vice versa, this or that. Essentially, like, how the idea of continuing it and not publishing it isn't fair to the audience who spent time and money. Things like that. Equip. Wow, this is a mess. Wow, what a mess. This is a mess. I'm just gonna put on my glamour until I can figure this shit out. Because I can finally wear all these clothes, but... Where's my red mage glam? I can't find it. Here it is. So, what stayed? What did I put... What put on? So, the hat of casting, the exotic coat, the near... So, wait. Oh, because I don't have the fucking... I don't know which one is, I don't know if it's Devil or Popola that's the casting. I only have the healing one. I don't have, I don't have the near coat of casting. I don't have the Paradigm's Breach of that.
Devola is casting.
Yeah, so I don't have... I have the Popola. I don't have the Devila. So that's Exartic. I have the Devila casting and waist dress. And then I have heirloom shoes of casting from the dungeon. I have all the heirloom shit. I have an Amarat. Wow, holy shit. Some of this stuff is actual garbage, but it's better than nothing to start off with at 80. This is essentially like patch Endbringers stuff that I have. Not Endbringers, Shadowbringers. I know virtually nothing about 14. What classes are everyone playing? Right now I'm just training up Red Mage. And right now Lynn is training up Reaper. I need to repair my gear. And just to make sure, is there anything that I need to, anything that is like spirit bound that I haven't been paying attention to, or no? No, that never really spirit bonded. Hold on, I'm gonna go repair stuff. Hell yeah, little lady. Unfortunately, that didn't add to my Chloe book. But funny enough, I can do the tower at Paradigm's Breach and hope that the Devila coat appears. I'm going to Rosatan. What the fuck am I doing? Holy crap, I've been streaming for 8.5 hours.
We're talking a lot about stuff.
We have. We've been talking for almost 3 hours.
In regards to the setting, it's complicated. The DM drew up and populated the map itself, geographically. I did a lot of the world building through things like military, politics, and culture.
Yeah.
Especially in the Republic.
Yeah. It's that thing of, again, you helped build the foundations. They just kind of added to the people and things that were in, or that laid on that foundation, but you still need that foundation. It's still just as important. It's not to undermine what they did, but it wasn't all
Though I also
them.
largely overtook Doma when I decided to make my character from there as a means to highlight it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Now, obviously, until I essentially grow out of this stuff, I can't really... I can give my retainer the Scavian stuff that I have now. But until Galen comes back, I can't really give him anything, so... So I'll hold on to that stuff. And I guess I can get rid of this rapier. So I have in my saddlebag, I have a ruby weapon, which is 485, and a 515. So I think I'm going to use the emerald coffer. Remove from saddlebag and give myself that.
God. You know, I talked to Din about this, but I don't know if I told you guys about Dark Knights. The reason Nihilus fights the way he does is by choice. Dark Knight isn't an actual knight necessarily. There's Dark Knights that have every kind of weapon you can imagine. There's Dark Knights who train in all armor and weapons and shields.
Yeah. Look at that.
So there's like there's like rogue Dark Knights. There's probably like more battle mage Dark Knights, like red mages. You know, there's probably fucking warriors and rogues and goddamn archers.
It's sort
and
of
shit.
like when you're cooking with others, and you kind of want to say you didn't really make it, even if you prepped the ingredients, applied the spices, so on and so forth. It still feels like you didn't actually make it because you weren't the one watching the pot.
Yeah, it's understandable, but the thing is, though, is that if you didn't do that, who knows what we would have gotten and how well it would have been done.
Yeah.
Like, I don't doubt their ability as a DM, but in the parts that whatever you didn't have a hand in kind of shows. And again, there are some things that they took into their hands that for one reason or another fell short. Again, without going into it all over again, Kato. Wish I could give my... Hate that I can't give them gear until... Yeah, currently occupied, so I can't give you good gear. You only have all this dookie.
But yet, outside looking in, I didn't make the world, but I did a lot to populate it.
It would have been way more emptier and vague if you weren't there. Like, I don't think he would have figured out.
I don't think he would have figured out some of the more grittier, the more nitty-gritty
It kind of kills
stuff.
me that the Republic was such a cliff note in the overall adventure, but it do what it be.
Yeah, that's that thing
nothing's-
of...
Yeah. Well, nothing's coming back. I mean, there's nothing stopping us from going back into the Republic.
Oh yeah, no, we have...
There's some cool stuff in there.
Yeah, the only thing that happened was because Sphere left, there was not much reason anymore to shine on the Republic anymore.
Yeah. To be fair, Alexander, the god, not the guy, is somewhere in there apparently. Under the
And
sands.
Espir himself didn't really want to be there either.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like the only one with the
Trauma.
strongest ties to the Republic was Sphere.
Yeah. The only two characters that would have it's funny. Technically, this group has two people from every fucking major power. Mimi and Nihilus from Mysidia, the Empire. Oreo and a Sphere from the Republic, and then Trin and Kicho from the Alliance.
Yep.
That's really funny, actually.
You got a little bit of everybody.
Mimi would have liked to go back there just because
Until
they
I made a
found out-
character, it was emphatically an Imperial-centric game.
Yeah. Apologies, but yeah.
They found out Uncle Dora's family is still there, like blood family is living over there somewhere. So they
No
have to, like,
apologies
train or
necessary,
something.
it's how D&D goes.
So
Yeah.
if they go back, they would probably want to check them
See
out.
that. Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, so what? So the only heirloom things that didn't get put onto my body were the coat, the band, the armband, and the pants. Everything else is heirloom.
Again, whenever I ran that one heirloom thing for one fucking top, I got everything else until I got that top. So now I have 3 parts of it that I don't particularly need that I could save for my retainer. But I think by the time my retainer gets to that, I won't need to give it to them. But who knows? I can probably just stuff it in the glamour dresser for now.
Yeah. God. There's so much to
Esphere
explore.
and Trin had no interest in going back home. Nihilus, Juliet, and Mimi were Empire focused, and Esphere also wanted to plant his roots in the Empire for the bunny special treatment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the thing is, yeah. But we do have people we like in the Republic now, at least.
Yeah.
Or at least begrudgingly respect in some cases. Yeah, no. I would want to see more of it. There's lots of stuff that we haven't seen that we could explore.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe would have loved to learn traditional healing that has nothing to do with magic.
Hey.
Okay.
I'm at least happy Rhea went over well.
It is awesome.
Yeah, I love Rhea.
Yeah, badass.
I'll put this in here. I don't need that. We can put this in the prism and the thing. I have a lot of garbage I need to get rid of.
Except that time when she rolled a 1 and a 2 and missed her first shot because dice suck.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I guess the obsolete androids thing is better than the bottoms of casting. The Yorha bottoms. These are cute little bottoms. So I guess I can just put this in the glamour dresser too. Heirloom trousers.
To the dresser with them.
To the dresser. Distance greaves of casting. Not quite yet. Diabolic bottoms of casting. Diabolic bottoms. That's something funny about that. And then I don't really need anything else. Most of this can just go to the shitter.
As for more specific commentary,
I'm just checking my other classes if anything I have right now is something
I talked about it before, maybe even on stream a little.
Hmm.
I still have a funny thought in my head of because Alexander, right, the machine,
Yeah.
is like, at least in 14's context, is like some crazy time shit.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see what ifs of all of the. I want to see what ifs of the Warriors of Twilight. You know, just what other lifetimes would they have lived?
God, it's hard to say.
Imagine Niles. I just imagine Niles with a fucking assault rifle. I'm like, that's stupid, but funny. He's a Republic soldier, so Dark Knight. Or something stupid.
I don't know what Trin would have been in if not a Doman princess.
Man, what if us being able to live out our wildest fantasies? What if Niles had a gun? What if Trin was an emotionally mature and stable adult?
I'm emotionally mature. Fuck you.
But the anxiety back and forth with the DM got pretty frustrating. I have a lot of great memories of the game itself, in no small part because Din put them to paper, but just how much of the game wasn't about the party was pretty bland.
Hmm.
I just threw what was already there. I didn't do much.
The port city of the Republic sounded really cool. That would be epic.
Yeah. That Republic does sound. We saw some cool shit in there.
Yeah.
Robots and crazy bullshit. It's great.
I can probably move this up because now it's technically, huh?
It was pretty abundantly clear that Trin was the main character and we were kind of just following along for what was ultimately her story.
I didn't like that. I never wanted that.
I don't think anyone really wants that to happen for any character in anything.
Again, it's that thing of
I was afraid of that with my whole wanting to become an emperor of like ruler of a global power thing. I was afraid of doing that. So
again,
everyone with the crimes.
Again, I really didn't like how the DM had like an unhealthy focus with me and my fun over everybody else's. I still really did not like how they pretty much told me we can just skip to the end of the Kugane arc and not do the last like
Just remember
day.
that we only had one arc that wasn't expressly about Trin, and it was the shortest one.
Like I kept telling them, don't cut the Kugane arc short. I don't want you to do that. Everybody else has things they're looking forward to and that they want to do. I am totally fine. Trin right now is kind of in their head, but it's whatever. I am totally fine. I want everybody to have fun. I'm having fun. I am enjoying watching people have fun. Right now, Trin is laying low, and that is okay. And they just got so into their anxiety and were like, no, I can cut it short. I'll cut it short, and we can just skip to the end. We can just say it happened. I'm like, no, do not do that. That is not fair.
I felt pretty betrayed knowing it was even suggested.
Yeah.
I kept telling him, and again, I remember that conversation where I called him out on it, and he was like, I was gonna do it because I'm like, yeah, no, and how many times have I told you don't? And they still wanted to get all whiny and like it's my fault. And it was like, no. You're going to stand here and tell them that you thought that was okay because you did. And that I had to keep begging you not to because that does not fly by me. If it happened to me, I would be pissed. You're not, as the DM, you are not supposed to do that. And I had told him several times, it makes me very uncomfortable that you are doing that you are holding my fun so highly over everybody else's. Do not do that. That is not fair to them. What are they here for if you don't care about their fun? He's like, I do. Then you wouldn't even suggest this. Why would you? I hated that they did that. And then again, the accusation that I did not care about the game. With all that other shit, I don't actually care about the game apparently.
Pretty much.
Like I wanted to see the talent show. I wanted to see the samurai tournament. I wanted to see Kijo do the fashion show. I wanted to see all of that and see what would happen. If Trin can be involved one way or another, that's great. But Trin just kind of wants to lay low because they're in Kugane. They're the princess of Doma who ran the fuck away, and doppelganger or whatever be damned, Trin didn't want to risk that. Trin was fine laying low. Trin originally was just thinking, oh, we'll just be in Doma for 2 or 3 days, and then we ended up staying a week for the festival. But Trin wasn't going to tell them, no, I want to leave now. They're having fun. The original
I had fun, though it was pretty clear a lot of it was put on fast forward so it could be over ASAP.
Like, it was Trin's idea to go to Kugane in the first place for a vacation. Like, it was that thing of like, I keep saying he sometimes, but like Trin didn't want to ruin that for anybody. Trin wasn't going to. Trin was going to try to find their way to have fun, but also wanted to lay low. And I'm glad that there were instances where the party tried to drag them out of it. For as moody as Trin got, I'm glad that people tried to get Trin out of it. Hi Scarlet Phantoma, how you doing? I completely forgot about my fucking curry. My curry has just been in the oven, hopefully still warm, and then my quinoa. I have not eaten. I've only eaten roasted seaweed.
Get full.
Eat your food. I will take a quick step back, and then we've been streaming for 9 hours.
Like
almost.
the samurai tournament wasn't supposed to be a bunch of nobodies, but we needed to be able to skip 80% of everything and just get to the one fight that means anything.
Yeah, again, like...
Was that the reason why? I thought it was always intended to be just a funny haha look at these samurai.
Lynn knows more behind the scenes than I do. I'm getting curry.
I mean, the Gilgamesh fight was worth it, but what?
Apparently everyone was a badass and we never got to know.
Was I gypped out of actually having to struggle to win?
Oh no. Were you?
I'm glad I got to fight Gilgamesh, but
Tuesday?
Yeah, I heard. I had not.
Not a lot of them were fodder, but that was for the entry level.
It's gonna be at like past 8 a.m.
Yeah, as usual. I think it's gonna be 6 a.m. for us.
Oh yeah, no, there was definitely enough here for both of us. There's enough here for 2 bowls.
At the actual tournament proper, especially the Tournament of Champions, it was meant to be a series of fights.
And you just got the one.
So, okay, so I kind of didn't
I
hear.
feel- Oh, go on.
No, I was gonna say I didn't hear because I was grabbing my curry, but I don't know to what extent they tried to shortcut certain things. I'd say only Lynn knows, but I wouldn't be surprised if they undermined a lot of things because they wanted to wrap up Kugane quickly because they thought I wasn't having fun.
And while we did get a series in the Champions tournament, you were of course there, but everything but the finals was quick time event.
I got QTE'd.
That you guys still had fun, which is what really matters in the
Yeah.
end. But it's just so unfair.
Hey, it was worth, like, honestly, I have no real complaints about that. I'm like, what? Gilgamesh was worth it. Like, I don't mind that, because that fight was fucking worth the time to go through that.
No,
That's
the
a
fight with you
damn
and
good time.
Gilgamesh was great. That was fucking amazing. Like, that was...
bad for Mimi on the beach because, if you remember the token, she was actually super fucking happy on that token because I was determined, like, she adores the beach.
Mm-hmm.
She was super into that. Like, when they got in there and she jumped in the water and invited Juliet to jump in, she was having the time of her life. But then the mom came in, Yu appeared, and then she's like, right, I'm not allowed to have fun. This shit is going on.
God forbid I enjoy life.
Yeah, like, there was the one time she was actually...
I'll never
legit
not be
gonna
mad
have a
about the
fucking
volleyball
fun
tournament.
But, yeah, Mimi just felt guilty for wanting to have fun, so she really didn't get to have any of it.
I feel like Yu didn't have to be there.
No.
Yeah,
I feel like Yu was
what?
only there so that Mimi had something to do, but Mimi didn't want something to do. Mimi just wanted to have fun.
It was gonna be her, I'm gonna fucking have time, I'm gonna, like, again, like, as soon as they got in, she jumped in the water, they were giggling and laughing, she was having so much fun.
It was
then you
great.
appeared, and she's like, fuck. Right.
My general idea for Kugane, and I don't say this in that I gave ideas, because I didn't. My general impression of Kugane was that it was supposed to essentially just be fucking Pikachu's vacation.
Yep.
Yeah.
I thought it was, that's why I made
No
it.
high drama, no high stakes. Just
It was supposed to be just
I
the
won.
beach episode.
You cheated and I still won, but can't say you lost after getting a nat 20 even if the number was lower, but And again
yeah.
Can't hear the green-haired person, and I apologize for not being good at names. I have Din Din.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's me.
Yeah, Din Din. I'll turn up Din Din. I don't mind.
Yeah. And I felt so bad for Mimi, because it was nice to see some genuine
Yeah,
Happiness.
Like, I
and
was,
then and then we saw Yu, it's like, fuck.
Yeah, like as soon as you appear, you can see Mimi just completely goes back to what she was. But she was like, it started off like she was really wanting to have fun. Like I was determined that this was the episode where she would finally actually enjoy it and she would start being her instead of just like this fake smile she always has. And then that happened. I'm like, well, how do I can't. Like, how do I go back to that? I can't be like, wee, this is fun now.
Yeah, that's the thing of like, we went to Gugani to get away from all this shit, and it's right here at the fucking soup kitchen.
Yeah, it's like it's following me. Like, is it me? Am I doing this? Am I bringing this with me?
That was something that like kind of low-key really irritated me, because it was just like, what the fuck? This is a vacation. But
yeah, like maybe was moping for the entirety of that just because you appeared.
like, I understand still wanting to. I understand still wanting some semblance of plot still happening. I get it. Okay, sure, but like, do that for the characters that still wanted that.
Yeah.
Mimi didn't want that. Mimi just wanted a vacation. Mimi didn't need. You could have literally been anywhere else.
They needed this vacation. So bad.
We all needed the vacation. To be fair, I thought it was gonna be like a thing of I would have to deal with the bullshit of I'm having vacation time, but I'm aware of some things. But and then but that was after Nick showed up, and I'm like, well, fuck.
Yeah, again, Nick came along and just started coming up with this stuff. I'm like, well, I guess I can't have fun either.
Like, cool. I'm gonna have to push that in the back of my brain.
Yep.
Because I gotta put on the fucking tuxedo mask outfit, which still looks amazing.
Yeah, it
But
does.
still.
Yeah, like Mimi joined that cooking tournament with Nyla.
Don't mind me, living my best life.
I'm just kind of like, again, I think about it, and I'm just like, yo, man. We just wanted to get away from it all.
We just wanted a week. Just 1 week.
Trent thought it was just gonna be a weekend.
Yeah.
But like,
That's the
again,
thing.
there were still some really nice moments, yeah?
Yeah. I still think it's funny that he just like, I've been with you guys for like a few days and I've already met 2 gods of Doma. What?
This is weird.
And it's just, and you're all just like, you get used to it. And it's like, what does that mean?
Yeah, you get fucking used to it.
Haha yet.
Yeah, say hi to Susano, he's pretty alright, okay. Yeah, then that's your Jimbo. Yeah, he's come here to collect me, fuck you.
I'm still fucking hyped as shit I survived Yojimbo's insta-kill.
Also, wait a fucking minute. 3 gods, you're very welcome.
Oh, and here's your bad butler.
Right.
Yeah, I don't count that as 3. Not for nothing, it's just because I know you.
Oh, god damn it. You meant Diablos. I meant me! Fucking.
Fucking ingrates.
Well then, I'll let you know the next time I turn to a big irate, big firebird, I am leaving.
Okay.
Once I
Yeah,
find
no,
out
you're
how
not.
to leave.
You're not gonna leave anyway.
Ooh, what are these fireflies? Oh, they're doing something. Oh, it says astrologia move. I was like, oh, little fireflies everywhere. It's beautiful.
I fucking...
I think for all we haven't done main scenario. I think for all intents and purposes, the only daily we haven't done is main scenario and level 90 dungeon. For obvious reasons.
I still deeply want to see, like, have any time with fucking having Humbaba show up.
Huh. That's my currency. We're doing pretty good with the comedies. I'm level 80. That means I can just do all the fucking roll a quest for Shadowbringers and just be done with them, and I can do that later. How?
I just want to one-woman army when the shogunate shows up.
You can.
You
It'd be
can't.
fucking cool.
You can't because I am.
Never thought I stand side by side with a noble.
Besides,
What
we
about
need to we need to god fight first. Somehow.
Sure do.
We need to do that. I remember I told Lynn one day, and I was like, Lynn, I want Trin and Kijo to have a god fight.
Anima versus Bird. Who win?
Bird up. I want a bird up.
Bird up.
I want that sound effect, but replace the squawk at the end to be replaced with a chocobo quack.
Hold on. Let me see if I can do this. I have to time this well. Hold on. Do I have the chocobo? Yes, I do. Hold on. Okay.
Bird up.
It's perfect. It's perfect.
Try it!
I love it.
Also, I'm pretty sure Boko is a red chocobo.
Somehow. Red chocobo blood.
It can go. She can use dark side and fly and also turn red. I'm pretty sure
They go
Boko.
dark side, they're red, so.
I think Boko can cast Choco Meteor.
Yeah, the
Fucking love
final
Boko so
battle
much.
is gonna be won by Boko.
Fucking nihilist of fucking flying Choco Knight.
Yo, new race. No, new race, new
Juliet
class.
will have to cope with being outdone by the bird.
To be fair, Chocobos are majestic creatures.
Being Juliet is suffering, okay?
I feel bad
Yes.
that Juliet.
She's the
her
normie
character
of the
is-
group.
I do feel kind of bad that she's just kind of having to learn to cope with not being as cool, which I feel is a disservice. I think she can do a ton of cool shit.
I think, well, it's because...
She's like, I imagine she could be like Y'shtola, just being the super mage.
That's the thing of, I think
It's because blessings cheat.
Yeah, it's because of how unspecial she is that she's special, though. Because I think that in some way, shape, or form, but we didn't get to see it much because, again, she's kind of an NPC, but we can, in the comic, maybe we can kind of bring that to some sort of forefront. She's kind of the person that grounds the party and keeps them grounded, aside from Nihilus. Because
Alice
she's...
ain't perfect at that.
Because she is the only member of the party that doesn't have some sort of special baggage keeping her down. She grew up
She has to do things the hard way. The rest of us are basically juicing.
Yeah, she's had the most normal life. She's had to kind of, again, like Lynn said, learn the hard way how to do certain things in magic. She doesn't just get it. So she's the one growing at the slowest rate, but feels the most rewarded for her efforts because of the effort that she puts in. And because of that, she has the most fair and grounded and level-headed worldview compared to everybody else. Like, I feel like in this comic, depending on whatever backstory, whatever Juliet has, I feel like she's the best character to just be just a person. She doesn't need trauma. She doesn't need baggage. She doesn't need anything overly existential. She is just there. She is just there. She's here. She's here for them. She's here for herself. She's here because she wants to be, not because she has to. There's a lot to say with that. Of someone who is here because they want to be, because they enjoy the company, they believe in what's being done, not because they have to. Everyone in some way, shape, or form now feels they have to be here. Where Juliet from...
In game terms, the rest of us are basically running on a 3 to 5 times experience modifier.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's a lot to be said about Juliet just being normal.
Yep.
It's pretty fucking sick, you know.
Like, I really like how early on in game, Trin hated Juliet.
Yeah.
But, like...
now they're like good friends.
Yeah.
Really good friends.
Now they're gal pals.
Yeah.
Like, Trin just really did not like how Juliet was with certain things, but eventually just kind of grew into it, and they reached certain understandings. And, you know, during game, Juliet even told Trin that Trin kind of challenged her worldview and made her look outside the box.
Yeah. Juliet's a better person for being around.
Yep.
So it's like, I really, really like Juliet.
Yeah.
And that's
She
why
really-
I don't think she needs to go through she doesn't have to have any past issues. She can grow in the now.
Yeah.
Ah, man.
It's awesome.
It is 9 o'clock. Holy shit.
It's 6 in the morning.
Yeah, it is for you. Let's see. I think I'm gonna call it here, because again, we've been streaming for almost 9 hours. As much as I could easily keep going, I think it's fair to cut it off right here.
It was about that time, isn't it?
Yeah. But I think what we're gonna do, I think we are going to raid Gurg. So I'm going to just quickly go over here. Gurg is in the
In
middle.
context though, Juliet is incredibly impressive for her age. She'd be considered a prodigy among her peers, but the cruel
definitely.
reality for her is that being prodigious isn't enough when you travel with blessed heroes and demigods.
Yeah, that's the thing of Juliet can totally stand her own, and then some, with people also in her league. The party is not in her league. She is
I
not in
feel
the party's league.
I do feel really bad about that, honestly.
She is the Captain America.
She's more like, I'd say she's almost more like Batman.
She's like Black Widow or
Yeah.
Batman in this scenario.
Yeah.
And to be fair, Batman absolutely can body the Justice League. No question. You give Batman
It's part
20
of why
minutes
she's
a day.
Kijo's favorite.
Yeah. I think if you give Juliet a day, she could absolutely annihilate the rest of us.
Yeah. Because she's been around the NPC that's kind of been around the longest, she also knows some of the inner workings around all the parties. She has more power than she thinks. It's just not in a practical way in terms of spells and fighting capability, but she is very good interpersonally. But I am going to be again calling it here. So we're going to be passing the raid along to Goblin King Gurg. I think they're currently they're doing the second half of what would have been their 24-hour stream until they got tired. So right now they're playing Age of Wonders 4. I don't know what
You're
that is.
thinking Hawkeye for normies amongst titans.
Hawkeye, yeah. But
Yeah,
I
same
think
thing.
yeah.
No, but no one likes Hawkeye, so it doesn't count.
Okay, so the raid's about to be sending over. So everybody have a wonderful night. We'll be back
Not even Hawkeye.
Okay.
We'll be back tomorrow with some more A Hat in Time. We're not gonna be having Zelda, so I'll probably be streaming A Hat in Time a little bit longer than normal. I will see you all freaking tomorrow. Have a wonderful night. Freaking bye bye. Mwah.
Hi, everyone.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.